Right. All right. Good morning. I need you watch this video. Watch this video. You know what? Shout out to old people, especially old men, just having the time of their lives. Honestly, I saw that and I was just like, that's kind of fun. Listen, okay, especially if you grow up in a world where you can't let loose. Hell to the yeah, brother. Hell to the yeah, brother. Like, that's fuck it. Let's go. I will. Nothing I like more than watching men let loose. Because honestly, you know, patriarchy and all that jazz just got. Everybody has to stick up their butt, okay? So I love to see it. Let me look for this. Let me look for this. Hold on, I just realized I didn't do it. Let me get this for you. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oh, give me a second. La, 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 la. This one. Got it. Found it. Okay. Let's do this. First, thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. And I also want to say that we'll do Love is Blind tomorrow. Okay. We're going to do it. I'm committed. But the reason we're doing what we're doing today is because of you, because you are passionate, opinionated, and honestly, might even be a little triggered in my comment sections, which forces us to have the bigger conversation. So love that for us. I think we all benefit from people being very passionate, myself included, about the things that we think. And I understand your initial insult will always be, you know, for somebody who's so deconstructed, I feel like you're not really doing the work. Listen, I'm not saying I'm the most deconstructed introspective, but I am saying my little comment that lasted 2.5 seconds on a stream that made everybody so upset should maybe be an indicator that's, you know what I mean? Like, am I the one who's out of date, or are you the one following the standard? Because just so you understand, it is very normalized in pop culture, in regular culture, to have crushes on people. So yes, I am the one who's taking the fringe opinion because I've had to deconstruct crush culture. So just like a little caveat, not caveat, a little, you know, PSA. Are you sure that you're not the one who hasn't deconstructed if you're taking the literal most popular opinion, a $1 trillion industry that has literally become rich off the fact that you have crushes? Anyways, we'll get into it later. But for now, okay, let's talk about this.
So you're an alien? Yep, I am. We live from a planet far away. That's amazing. So I guess Jesus created you too? Jesus? You know Jesus? We love Jesus. We love that guy. So you know Jesus too? Yeah, he comes to visit our planet once a year. What? We've been waiting ages for his second coming. Yeah, we invite him for cookies and cupcakes every single year. But what about you? What did you guys do for him the first time he came? Oh, come on, tell me. What'd you guys do the first time he came? Why isn't he here anymore? What happened? We killed him.
I'm just saying, you know, the world loves to be like, we're so good. Everyone is so good. And it's like, you killed Jesus. Like, you literally, not that you know, maybe he should have been killed, but like, you literally killed a man for just being like, I'm the son of God, bro. Not that he ever was quoted actually saying that, P.S. But anyways, holy fuck, I forgot my allergy pill. I knew I was feeling spicy. I knew I was feeling spicy. Uh-oh. No! Oh my God, I dropped it. Oh my God, I dropped my allergy pill. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Okay. Oh my God, I don't know. Ugh. Okay. Okay, now, before we move on to two other TikToks I want to show you, let me just answer this question that I got in chat that I thought was really, really good. This commenter says, you guys remind me of my parents. I think they're talking about my relationship with my partner. They are extreme introverts, moved countries away from their families. And at their wedding, my uncle said, I'm glad mom found someone who loves being at home on a Friday night as much as she does. LOL, married for 30 years and still in love. Anyways, I wonder if you could do a video one day about my predicament. It's just me and my sister who is disabled and will never live independently. I feel like I feel there's not much advice for dating or courtship. I'm going to be caring for her when my parents can't anymore, and I have no siblings or family, so it's just me. It's awkward explaining this to people I date no matter what. Thanks. Okay, just want to say shout out to you, your family, your sister. Shout out to your parents. Shout out to everybody. I want to say that, you know, as much as this predicament sounds like the hardest thing when dating, I will just say, with the right person who shares especially family values that you share with your family, it will be really like a no-brainer. I genuinely believe this, and I talked to my partner about it yesterday because, you know, again, we don't have any disabled siblings that we have to assume to take care of, and yet I'm always thinking about my siblings, especially my gay brother. Like, I'm just always concerned for him. And one of the things my partner and I always talk about is like him, you know what I mean? Like, he's just my baby brother. I love him so much. I know he's an adult, but I also know that our life is so beneficial with him in it. Like, we all get along. The three of us have actually spent a month as roomies together, and my brother and my partner get along so well. And like currently he's living with my farm brother, and they're just having like the greatest time in the whole world. Like, we all kind of secretly want him to live with us. Like, he is the kind of brother that like everybody wants. They're like, come live with me, come live with me, come stay with me. Like, we just love him so much, you know? And I think there's just something really, I don't know. Like, I don't know if we all just love him so much because we know how hard his life has been, or that we obviously just like him too. But we're always, you know, I always want him to know he has a place with me, within reason, of course. And obviously when courting, I told my now partner that like, hey, there are siblings that I would want to be with me, or that if they need help, I want to be able to help them. And it's just so important to me that I married somebody who shared that value. Even if they don't have somebody in their life they feel similarly to. It's not like my partner has anybody in their life that they were like, hey, this person might have to come live with us realistically. They don't have a big family like I do. And so I was able to find that in a partner who, even though they didn't have that lived experience, understood it because they understood me. So your person will understand, because they understand you, that your sister is important to you, and that your sister will live with you, and that you will have a good life together. And that person and your sister, I hope they fucking vibe, because like that's the ideal situation, is that they will all vibe. We will all vibe. And that's the point. I just remember when my partner came to live with me in Arizona for a month while I was getting diagnosed, and my brother was there, you know, and I just loved the energy between the three of us so much, like playing video games and hanging out and getting high together. And, you know, and my brother would come out of his room and be like, oh, do you guys ever stop talking? And I was just like, no. And he's like, whatever, cute. And like, you know, it was just like good energy. That's the energy you want, especially in a situation where, even though it might feel like, oh, this is so that what I, you know, with the right person, it will be great. With the right person, it will feel like a party. You know? And That's my answer to that. And I hope that helps. And I hope that reassures you. Because as awkward as it is explaining to people, when you trust me, girl, like, or boy, or they, them, I actually don't know your gender. Just own it. Just be like, you know what? My bestie, my sister, my home skillet, we're all going to live together. And I need a person who's going to vibe with that energy, because it is going to be a vibe. You know, it will be a vibe. Even if it can be hard, and even though there's a caretaker element to it that might be difficult, ultimately it will be a vibe. You know? Oh, Chet says, makes me wish I had a sibling. FOMO. Hey, you know what? But you still have to have a cool sibling. So to be fair, you know, I'm just lucky that I really love my siblings. But yeah, there is something I will say, like, I am so grateful I have siblings, but I know so many only children that, like, honestly, they're good. They're like, I'm good. But listen, I will say, like, I am really happy that I have siblings. Even the ones I have fights with, I just really love. And cousins are also good. I know cousins are kind of becoming obsolete, though. That's what's so hard is, like, do you know cousins are going obsolete? Guys, there are going to be kids who don't have cousins. You know? And I'm one of those people making that happen. I'm not going to give my nieces and nephews cousins. Sorry. But, like, you know, I'm going to be a great aunt, though. But yeah, I'm not going to give them cousins. It's me. I'm the cousin killer. I'm the cousin killer. You know? Oh, Chad says, I just watched Brit's dating toxicity vid earlier today, and I love the popping in here and hearing this for the first thing. Feels like a direct communication or continuation of it. Love that. Hello, welcome. Yes. Let's see. Chat says, I remember the video of that woman who married a guy that helped her take care of her ex-husband who lived in a caretaking home. Yeah, that situation was hard because, you know, and that situation is so hard for me too, because I just couldn't imagine. Listen, everyone is different truly, and I accept it. And I think there's like, it can be a beauty to it. I'm just the kind of person that if I was caretaking my partner, it's so weird. This will push into the crush conversation later. I radically accept that my brain doesn't work like some people's, though I think it works like a lot of people's. I just like don't like people that much. I don't care about companionship that much. Like I don't care about needing sex that much. Like I don't care at this age where I am now. This was different in my 20s. In my 30s, if my partner was like so disabled that I was their caretaker, which is different, and they were basically not there in the same capacity, I just like couldn't imagine thinking about other people. I just don't care. Like, I know people really want companionship, but I think I'm so fulfilled maybe with like a vibrator and a TV show that I just like, I do not care. And also my partner's still alive. So like, I don't understand, but I get it. I understand everyone's different. But yeah, I just don't think about those things, which is probably the same reason I don't think about cheating. I just never think about it. It's never crossed my mind in the history of my life. Even when my relationships are bad, I only doubled down on the relationship. I only became more into my relationship because I was like, I must fix this. I never in my life have ever thought my relationship is horrible. I wish I had someone else. Like I wish I started thinking about other people. Like literally, like I never thought about it before. So to be fair, I might be operating with a operating system that just like isn't the same as other people's, but is that because of introspection? Is that because of values? Or is that because of just how my brain works? You know what I mean? I don't know. Like sex isn't good enough to cheat, bro. Like it's not that good. You know what I mean? Like it's great. Trust me. It's wonderful. But like STIs, pregnancy, time wasted. There's just like, I would rather be playing Pal World than having sex with somebody who's random. You know what I mean? Like, is it just the sex? Is it the companionship? Is it the loneliness factor? Like, I'm not that lonely. I'm not even lonely. You know what I mean? Like, there's just so many things that go into cheating that I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work for what? Girl, my vibrator, I love this vibrator. It's so good. And I just it's a basic fucking vibrator. One setting, baby. Zoom. Gets me where I need to go. Gets me where I need to go. You know what I mean? I don't know. Oh, chat says Pal World is having a new update in a few days. Here we go. I actually haven't played the last few nights, and I feel like my pals are dying. I'm so worried for them. I mean, we have a system going. They should be eating their food, but you know these pals, man. You give them 1,000 berries, 1,000 salads, 1,000 foods, and then somehow they're like, I'm starving. And I'm like, how are you starving? How are you starving? So fingers crossed when I log in, okay? Fingers crossed they haven't all died because they're fucking starving. I even have them on relax mode. I don't even have them on grind, okay? I have them on relax mode. Anyways, all right. Here's a TikTok. This is Louis Theroux's Manosphere documentary, and I have been enjoying the fuck out of watching normies react to it. Here we go.
I think that most women, I could be going on a limb here, but I think most women would like the idea or like to know that their man is wanted by other women. I guess it's like, yeah.
Not. I didn't bring the state into it.
Why did you not get married in the eyes of the state? You think the financial side?
Yeah.
Okay, so of course she posts this video and everyone in the comments is like, honestly, girl, I'm gonna need your man. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need him. Like, I'm into him. Like, we all went like, that's the keeper right there. Like, listen, we're all different. He's dipping the pretzels in ice cream, which PS is one of the best combinations of salty sweet you'll ever eat if you have never done it. It's so fucking delicious. Like, it's insane. French fries, ice cream, I am that girl. But I saw him and I was like, listen. This whole like, my man needs to have a six pack. Women need to want him when they see him. Okay, I need a man like this. This is the ideal man right here. That is the ideal man right there. Okay, everyone who would see this and be like, ooh, ick. I'm like, ick, girl, give me a pretzel. I don't know. Maybe that is because that's me. That I am that man. This is actually a video of me.
I didn't bring the state into it.
Why did you not get married in the eyes
This is me. This is,
of the state? You think the financial side?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me right there. Mm-hmm. So, what do I know about anything? You know what I'm saying? Like, when we have conversations about relationships and, you know what I mean, being with somebody and falling in love, I don't know. This, chat says we're still unironically engaging with the premise if people find him desirable, which is the irony. So, okay, that was Justin Waller's girl, if I'm not mistaken. And, Justin Waller is trash. But, like, it's this whole, like, one side open, one side not. And Justin Waller's like, you always have to be in shape and you have to, hold on. I got to show you this. This is my favorite Justin Waller picture. What's that Manosphere guy? What's that cringe Manosphere guy? I can't think of his name right now. Hold on. Let me see if the photo just naturally comes up. This is Justin Waller, right? He's always just like, he's a faux. It's like it is his girl. Okay. He's like, it's like a costume. It's literally like a costume they wear. Where is that hilarious fucking photo? It's my favorite photo. Rolo. Wait, where is this photo? Please come up. There is it's not this one. There's the funniest photo of Rollo Tomasi and Justin Waller. And it's my favorite photo. Tomasi. I don't even know how to spell Tomasi. Damn it. It's not coming up. Okay. I put roll in. Hold on, Rollo. Nothing. Fuck. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? I have it saved somewhere on my computer because it's so funny. I just don't know what meme folder I saved it in. Yes, I have a meme folder on my computer, but it's so funny. Again, I'm not trying to listen. Everyone's different, okay? Everyone's on a journey, but there is something so fucking stupid. Oh, here, Tomasi. Okay, hold on. Let's see if we can find it. There is something so funny about the performance of it all that is just too memeable. It's too memeable. I can't fucking find it. It's such a good photo. This is why my meme folder needs to be more organized. I'm so upset with myself that I don't know where I have this photo. Either way, listen. I agree. I think the issue with the Manosphere is they think desirability in people only looks one way. And that's what we're trying to counter. That's what we're trying to say is desirability looks different person to person. So this idea that you have to be 6 feet with 6 figures and 6 inches and six abs or whatever is just silly. And so the idea is like, yeah, we want what we want, and it's all different depending on the bubble, but you're right. We are unironically, sort of like we all want him and therefore he's desirable. It's just kind of funny, what are you gonna do? Okay, now with that said, hold on, let me show you this one. So this is also from the doc. Okay, this is Myron because he's interviewed in the doc, and then someone did a stitch.
You need guys to kind of have this mindset where it's like, you're the leader, you're assertive, you're dominant, you're the dictator of the relationship. What you say goes. I need.
Here's the problem, though. Myron doesn't identify as Black. So he actually doesn't relate to it. It doesn't make sense to him. That's the internalized racism of it all. Like, he doesn't identify with Blackness, right? That was like a whole genre on YouTube. He struggles. It's a whole thing. If you deep dive on Myron, it's a whole thing. It's really it's very interesting. It's a whole bubble. It's a whole thing, but it is very interesting. So he won't think of Black women as like a part of him or even his mother. I don't even know how he identifies his mother. You know what I mean? It's such an interesting bubble. But anyways, okay. With that said, let me share that TikTok in case you guys want to follow his music.
I need guys to kind of have this mindset where it's like,
Myron, please. Oh, hello. I put a V in chat. Ignore that. I'm a boomer. Okay, now let's see. Is it time? Yeah, let's do this. Let's reset. You guys putting V in chat, stop. Okay, serious topic. Okay, Cesar Chavez outed abused women, abused girls, and this is kind of where I want us to ground ourselves in today's story. And I want you to remember, listen to me when I say this. I know, girl, I know I am just a nobody with a little YouTube channel, and I sound the way I do, and I look the way I do, and my name is what it is, and everyone wants to talk about how Brittany thinks she's so much better than everyone else. I am just trying to say, I've already made my own mistakes, and wanting to give all these men the benefit of the doubt, I've already made my own mistakes. I've already, contributed to the problems of the world by not being more diligent, not having more discernment about the men that I have continued to explain away with their trauma, their bad behavior, and especially the narratives around, but he's doing so much for the community. So when I criticize your favorites, no matter who they are, if it's not them, it would be the person in their position. You have to understand this. So, with this news coming out, it's causing people to reassess some of the realities that a lot of us are facing in all of our movements, And by the way, there are women on TikTok when this story broke about Cesar Chavez saying, I have been in leftist campaigns with leftist creators. And when I've tried to call men out, people have asked us to not speak up because it's bad for the movement, which is exactly what happened to the victims here. They were afraid that this would ruin the movement if it came out that the man who was the man, was outed. And that's why I say, as much as you love these men with microphones, even the loudest, most charismatic voice, I'm not going to be surprised because, disappointed, but not surprised, and yet disgusted. I will always be disgusted. You will not turn me into an apathetic person. I will always be disgusted and I will always voice it. So here we go.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Wednesday. We start with those shocking allegations against the late labor leader Cesar Chavez and the claims that he sexually assaulted women and young girls for years. In a statement, Dolores Huerta, the co-founder of Chavez's United Farm Workers Union, who is now 96, alleges that Chavez raped her 60 years ago and that the assaults resulted in 2 children. Her statement followed a bombshell report from the New York Times. It published the findings of a years-long investigation, including interviews with multiple women who say that Chavez sexually abused them when they were preteens. Chavez died in 1993 at the age of 66. He became a national figure for helping to improve the lives of migrant farm workers in California and rallying for Mexican-American causes. NBC News correspondent Camila Bernal joins me now. Camila, walk us through these allegations from Dolores Huerta and the details that were alleged and lined out in that Times investigation.
Hey, Vicky. So the Times investigation really focuses on 2 women who say they were abused when they were very young. One of them alleges rape, the other one just sexual abuse, and then obviously also details the allegations from...
I didn't appreciate that just, but okay.
Dolores Huerta. Dolores Huerta released a statement confirming all of this, saying that she had 2 unwanted sexual encounters with Cesar Chavez, and she says she's held this secret for 60 years, but decided that this was a time where she needed to speak out because other women were victims as well. And so she details actually having 2 pregnancies as a result of this, hiding these children, and recently having told these children that she is their mother and that he, Cesar Chavez, is their father. There are many statements from not just Dolores Huerta, but also from Cesar Chavez's family, a lot of them saying they are shocked and saddened by the news, recognizing a lot of what these women detailed in the New York Times article, but the family also grappling with who they knew him to be and saying they need some time to go through all of this and essentially figure out how they feel about it. But in general, so many advocacy groups and organizations have released statements essentially saying that they are shocked by these allegations and that they might make changes moving forward, Vicky.
Yeah, it is stunning all the way around. Camila Bernal.
Chad says, I thought this was known. I remember hearing the movement led by Chavez was notoriously sexist. Yeah, but sexist and then rape, producing children, sexual assault of minors. I feel like every movement should be assumed to be sexist, run by men under patriarchy, but to go a step further and say not only was it sexist, which is bad enough, but there was rape involved. I've never heard this. This is the first time I've heard this.
Live in Los Angeles. We want to get some more context on this story. We want to bring in LA Times columnist Gustavo Arellano. Gustavo, thank you so much for joining me today. Tell us more about who Cesar Chavez was and the work that he did alongside Dolores Huerta and the significance of these allegations coming out now.
Cesar Chavez was a titan of American civil rights, one of the few Latinos who are nationally known. Of course, he first became famous for fighting for the right.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Coco, the bad guy on Coco. He was handsome and charismatic, and everyone thought he was a good guy, but he ends up being the bad guy. Pretty privileged.
Rights of farm workers in the fields of California in the 60s and 70s, earned the praise of Martin Luther King. He famously had a fast protesting or advocating for nonviolence that was broken by breaking bread with Robert F. Kennedy. Along with Dolores, they would, for the next decades, push their advocacy of farm workers across the country and if not the world. Streets, holidays, parks are named after him. And so to hear these allegations, including coming from Dolores herself, first and foremost, we must center the survivors of Cesar Chavez's assaults. And to hear it, a lot of people they don't know what to do. People are just stunned right now. Heartbroken, stunned, disappointed, anger, all of those and more.
I've seen on some college campuses, people have put a blanket with tape over his statues. I mean, this is why I always say be careful too of what tattoos you get, how you pedestal strangers or people, even in your family. I'm sure somebody's got a tattoo out there they're about to cover up, all those Harry Potter tattoos, all those other things. But it is one of those things where people are just people and all people are capable. And so you can do a lot of good for a movement and be a really bad person. And this is why Epstein and a lot of streamers will do this thing where it's yeah, I did this bad thing, but look at all the good I did. Yeah, but all of your good is now tainted by the bad you did. Don't you see that? And no, people don't see that. And again, there are caveats and nuances and all these other things, but I'm not surprised this happened, but I'm disgusted and I'm glad at how swiftly, this is kind of amazing to me, how swiftly everyone has turned. Because I do think that, especially at the time, not only would these women not have been believed, but even right now, it must be very hard. And I'm sure some people don't believe them. Obviously, there's always those people. But I do love how quickly we rallied, which is why we're covering it today. Because You know, I mean, 2 kids exist. Like, we know the children exist. She apparently made contact with them and had to tell them, which means like there's now evidence, stories, trail. Like you can't even accuse her of lying about it. There's like all of these things because no one ever knew. Secret kids. You know what I mean? Like, hello.
That so beautifully, Gustavo, because there is a range of emotions because he was so admired, revered even.
And then it goes back to this idea of watching your abuser be celebrated. You know, it must be so difficult to have lived with that for 60 years, you know, and to be partnered with them, to build a movement with them, partnered with the movement, to be in the movement with them, to like, this is the struggle again. I see time and time again with group activities. It's really hard to have a safe group activity because all you need is one person. Be careful of the people like trying to become a leader, right? I don't know if when I say partner, I mean of the campaign, like they were in the labor movement together. I don't know if they were romantically ever public, but that's the point. I don't know if he raped, I don't know the details if he raped her and nobody had any idea, like in any, or if they were in a relationship and it was like even one layer of spousal abuse, I don't know. But I will say that just learning about this now with everybody else, it is just another reminder of being very careful about who you build coalition with and understanding that even though people have good intentions and they have a good brand or something else, it is okay to be suspicious of people without being discriminatory. Like you can say, I am concerned about your rhetoric and I'm concerned of where it's coming from and I have a question. And then I'm sick of women being accused as like, you're being so crazy. You're just fighting issues. This is the left eating the left. Like, oh my God, like he's doing his job. This is what he's supposed to. I'm just asking a question just so I know I did my due diligence. I'm just making sure. Because of this.
For all of the things that he stood for and fought for, he was a significant figure for the Latino community and beyond, right? Do you think this Times investigation and people like Dolores Huerta coming forward, could we see more victims?
I covered the Catholic Church sex abuse scandal. There is never just one survivor of an abuser. There will always be more. The Times article documented 2 women who went on the record, including who were molested as young women, as teens.
Young girls
have Dolores Huerta. It's inevitable. It's inevitable, and I think that's why it's important right now to note that yes, there's going to be so much reckoning to come. That does not remove the movement that both Dolores.
That's why when I learned about Neil deGrasse Tyson having 4 accusers, I was like, if there's 4, there's more. Like listen, I know he was cleared of all offenses, but I don't know who investigated. I don't trust it. I believe the women, their stories are very believable, like very reasonable. Him denying everything, the way he's always thought so much of himself. And I get it because you got these minority men in positions, you want to support them, but these men are still suffering from patriarchy and misogyny and they don't even know it, except maybe they do and they double down. I don't know. But it's interesting that we keep making men the focal points, the saviors of all of our movements. And we don't think about the fact that they are still men. Like they're still men raised under patriarchy who haven't done the work. That's why all of them are cheaters. He mentioned JF Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr., both cheaters. You know what I mean? Both cheated on their wives. Okay, both had affairs. So it's like, what are we talking about here? Like, what are we even, like, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, what does that matter? That's marital problems. What does that matter? Bill Clinton, all these people. Hello?
And Cesar and these women believed in. But I think it does disabuse us of the fact that our heroes are somehow perfect and we should look up to them. They're human. In this case, they're men. And we all know how that goes.
Tell me, Gustavo, from the way that you've historically covered, sexual abuse scandals and allegations, especially involving high-profile figures, what does this now mean for the legacy of Cesar Chavez?
Forever tarnished. Forever tarnished. That does not remove the good that he did. That does not remove the fact that so many looked up to him and he inspired people in decades where there were very few Latino civil rights leaders or even heroes to begin with. His face, that face of his, that beatific brown face, it was in posters in offices, in classrooms, on murals across the country. That is forever tarnished. What's going to happen next? Will they be removed? Will these streets and parks be renamed after him? That is for those communities to decide. But we can no longer speak of Cesar Chavez as this secular saint because saints do not do those things. Saints do not abuse women. That's just not what it is. And my hope now, though, is that the people that did love Chavez, that did adore him, that they move that adoration onto the movement and especially reach out and be with the survivors.
Beautifully said. Gustavo Arellano, thank you very much.
Yeah, devastating. Honestly, I'm devastated to hear it. It's horrible for everyone. Everyone really loses. You know, everyone. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, again, this isn't a joke. It's not funny. It's devastating. We should be disgusted. And we should know that this doesn't mean that, you know what I mean? It's the end. It doesn't mean it's hopeless. It doesn't mean there's no hope. It just means we have so much more work to do. Again, we talked about this on stream yesterday. The one piece of hope I can give you that I think would be like really reassuring, or at least it reassures me, as I really think all of human civilization has kind of been like this, maybe. And I think this is the time in our life when it's truly like we're about to see a huge change. We're on the precipice, okay? I understand some people still want to do this and some people want to do this, but I really think we're just like, we're learning so much about humanity and science and the brain, and we're really learning how much we don't know. And so the most exciting part about being alive right now is this is the most, I think we're living in within the next 100 years will be the most important time for civilization. You know, it probably felt that way at some times in history. It probably felt like, oh my God, this was it. And this was it. But truly, I think this might be the thing, because this is the first time in history we are openly, globally connected. We have this thing, this phone, this internet. We are talking to each other, learning from each other. We are sharing cross culture. We're seeing how similar we are and yet how different and nuanced we are. We're actually communicating. All of us are having very similar conversations generally, right? For the first time in history, we are all at least kind of having some overlap with one another. We're connected in a really big way. And so I do think like this will be so interesting and hopefully so liberating. And I think it will be really, really messy. And I think things will be hard. But I think we are truly, we have every reason to be very, very hopeful. I just think there's a lot of really good things to come, but it will be hard. You know, it will be difficult, but kind of, you know, reassuring, I think. And that's why, again, I'm never, when I'm critical of people, when it feels like, oh, Brittany's going for my favorite or something, I am never trying to attack you. I'm never trying to attack you. I'm trying to challenge the way you've come to this conclusion, because I'm just curious about it. And maybe I'm wrong, right? Like maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm seeing this incorrectly. Maybe my idea around it is wrong. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. But I'm not going to know that unless we have the conversation. So when people say like, it's not that deep, stop talking about it, you're not even allowing us to now have the conversation, which makes me think, oh, wait, it might be that deep. In that case, it might be that deep because you won't even have the conversation. So if you're shutting down the conversation this quick, then we need to have it even more. I really believe that. And I get it. There are a lot of bad faith people. I get it. There are a lot of like really just like haters on the internet. That's obviously not this community. I work really hard not to be that creator. And so I'm just hoping that my community is good faith enough to know that about me, to know that I'm seriously not criticizing you because of bad faith. There's something here, you know? It was interesting. I was watching Michael Burns the other day. And there was a whole controversy with the leftist cat, I forget her last name, politician. And people were saying she's not progressive enough. And he was like, I don't get it. Like, yeah, she's not as progressive, but like, what's the problem? And it was about winning elections. Look, like Cavernacle was making an opinion and Michael Burns was giving his. And I think the dilemma is like in spirit and in theory, I'm much more on Cavernacle's side, but I also understand where Michael's coming from when it comes to like joining the military and, you know, people being, you know, taken from their homes and convinced that they'll be rescued from poverty if they join the military and fight for the US government. And then you'll have Frogan get on a stream and say like, I hope you get PTSD, specifically, you know, the ones who abuse the military to end up getting free perks. And like, people are really, you know, passionate and people have strong opinions. We all have strong opinions. We're living in a pretty crazy time. So maybe, you know, in some ways we should have stronger opinions, but also we should think about where those strong opinions come from. Because sometimes I do say things on stream like, ew, like crush? Are we so for real right now? And I just think it's kind of casual or whatever. Like, yeah, dude, like sounds like maybe objectification, misogyny, something. And then people react with such passion that I'm like, wait, did I say something good? Like, did I say something? Like, I literally sit there and go, I think I might be white. Wait, like your reaction of being so upset about it makes me think this thing that I didn't even think was like, I thought it was so obvious. Okay, this reminds me of the people's reaction to my Walter Masterson video, because Walter Masterson, I don't like, I don't like him. I think he's an egotistical, ego-driven white man who just wants all the social credit for being, quote, anti-Nazi. Wow, great take, bro. Very brave. Anyways, and people are like, Brittany, you can't criticize people and how they protest or react to fascism. Yes, we can. We do it all the time. And my leftist circles, okay, we do that. We do that all the time. What do you mean? We're very critical for exactly this reason. If you are not watching the men in your movement, especially the men in your movement, and the way they are so willing to take advantage of that status, you're fucking blind to corruption. How do you think you're going to take care of government corruption when you can't call it out in your own fucking communities? Like, be so fucking for real. This reminds me of actually ended up being a black man who was thought of being a white man who called the ICE agent who was black a house and that whole conversation about like, oh, it's allowed because a white guy can call him this. No. Like, we had that conversation on this side of the internet and said, you can't say that. No. I don't care if you think it's cool. Tori said factually correct or whatever. No, like I would never. And I'm not even going to say that, which, by the way, I don't even feel like I could ever assign that particular label to a black person because this just feels so outside of my wheelhouse. Like, what does this have to do with me as an Assyrian person? What does this have to do with me? Like, I don't even know if I, as a non-black person, could ever accurately categorize a black person as that thing. Because I don't have that inner working monologue. I don't have that inner working understanding. And that's just me being honest. Like, maybe one day I could conceptually understand it, but I just feel like it's so outside of my... There were so many other names that were more appropriate, like working for a fascist government, being a traitor to minorities. Like, there were so many other words that would have been more understandable. But that particular word, it's a very strong connotation that describes a very specific type of category of person. So just to use it so casual, like, it's kind of crazy, you know? It just, again, with all of this said, yeah, Chet says, how can you effectively protest without criticizing ways that don't work? Well, you know what's ironic is, like, what is a protest except a criticism? What is a protest except saying you're fucking up? If we did not protest, what is a protest except a call out? We're protesting the bullshit. So how can we not also call out the bullshit? The dilemma is that people cannot tell the difference between bad faith actors who just hate this person or conservatives and actually people within the movement. Again, on this channel, I do not care what conservatives think. I do not care what liberals think. I do not care what you think. You know what I mean? Like, I care what you think as a human being, but not when we're having political discussion about the future because you're so fucking behind. Bro, like, if you want to come up and be on the same page, I'll get you there, or I'll help you get there, I guess. But, like, I don't care what you think. You're not in this conversation. But I understand we're having it on the internet, so they think they're included. And I'm like, this isn't about you. So when I am talking, I am only thinking about other leftist people watching me. I'm only thinking about more progressive people watching me. I'm only thinking about liberals on the cusp of deconstructing truly from this system. That's all I'm talking to because that's where I'm at right now. So obviously the content reflects where I'm at right now. I am not interested in talking to people that are still like, but do you think capitalism is empowering and can we use it to our advantage? I do not want to hear you talk about how capitalism can be empowering to minorities. Okay? Like, we're past that. And so therefore we are past dreaming about these perfect, quote, men on microphones who we make thirst cams or thirst traps, for or about, and claiming like this is liberation. Girl, talk about decentering men. You cannot make a thirst cam of a streamer and talk about decentering men. What are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? We'll talk about it in a second, girl, but let's take a 2-second break to refresh ourselves before we jump so hard into this next topic. Okay? Because I am right. You think I'm wrong, but I'm right. I'm so right about this. And if you can tell me I'm wrong, give me the data and I will change my mind in real time on stream. But otherwise, I know I'm so right about this. I'm so right about this. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. I just realized something. Hold on. This really fast. Let me pause music in 1, 2, 3. Let me hold on. Wait. Got it. I forgot what I was doing. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, this is a good one. Okay, this one. And okay, this one, this one, this one, this one, this. Okay, this one. Okay, hold on. This one here. I'm almost done. One more. One more. Help me out. What is the name? What's that name of that hockey show? The gay one? What's the name of the gay hockey show? Help me out. Help me out. What is his name? Heated Rivalry. Thank you. Heated Rivalry. Okay. La 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 la. La 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 la. Hold on. Actually, wait. We'll do it this way. No. We'll do it this way. Hold on, huh? Hated Rivalry. La 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 la. Okay. Okay. So we'll use this as an example. And and then we'll do this. Okay, I got you. I'm so close. Okay, so let's do this. Here's how I'm gonna start this off, okay? Now that we're situated. Okay. So if you're just watching either the stream for the first time or my channel for the first time, my name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture. And I made a video yesterday because the Oscars happened and there's always ethical conversations about engaging in these bubbles. And Hassan Piker, who's the largest microphone on the left, who's the biggest creator, who's invited, who has connections to politicians, who is in an incredibly privileged position, is the guy. So he gets the most criticism. And because he gets the most criticism, I make content about him. I am a progressive. I'm left-leaning. I'm hopefully deconstructed. I'm working on it. But yet, when I make videos, especially about Hassan or men that people love, especially good-looking men, that people tend to make thirst cams about or thirst traps about, or they tend to fantasize about, I get a lot of backlash. So I made a comment about crushes on yesterday's stream, and look at this comment that I got. It said, Brittany, it is not ew to have crushes even as adults. To some degree, all initial attraction is born of incomplete information and mild projection. Fantasy, innocent or otherwise, is a normal part of human eros. And I'm kind of shocked that you don't make space for this. I think you talk a big game about deconstructing in philosophy, but you strike me as somebody who's never actually read philosophy and just got your opinions from people online. This is funny to me on multiple levels, but I actually also think it's because I don't make content for men. I don't make content the way men do when it comes to philosophy because men want to look smart. I am interested in being correct. I don't want to look smart. I am smart. I want to be correct. And so content made for women is about solving problems and actually getting to the root of the issue. And I do think because I come from a progressive lens that's more gender deconstructed, I also make content that's more for like actually applicable to life. Like you can apply it to your life versus most people, they're not interested in that. They're not interested in making their life better. They're only interested in sounding smart about their life, even if their life is miserable, right? Now, this comment says, help, why is it ew to crush on a beautiful and talented woman? What am I missing? You're automatically assuming and thinking a celebrity crush is the same thing as being a creep or weirdo, and that makes you look weird because innocent crushes, because you think someone is cute exist. There's nothing inherently creepy about it. It is weirder to be like, I'm attracted to this married woman I've never met. I wonder if she's interested. No, he just thinks she's pretty. And I said, how can you have an innocent crush if you're in your 30s? I generally don't know what that means. And they said, so they continue on. I'll read it in a second. But here, just keep in mind, this commenter, and I go back and forth like 11 times. Here is, and eventually I was like, I'm good, girl. Like, I'm going to make a stream about it. This is the clip from yesterday's stream. So just for context, this is what I said on yesterday's stream. And then we'll talk about it. So I'm going to move current day Brittany up in the corner. And then yesterday's Brittany is down on the left-hand side. She's in black. Okay, ready?
I met her husband. He was chill. And
he's talking about Dua Lipa. This is President Brittany talking. He's talking about Dua Lipa, which I have no context for Hassan. I don't watch him like a fan. I only watch him for my job, really, because I tried to watch his content. I wasn't into it. Too misogynistic for me, kind of too basic for me, but that's fine. You can like him. I'm not judging you. A lot of my friends like Hassan. I'm just saying, I don't know the context for this Dua Lipa comment. So I asked my chat if they know, and they're the ones who told me that it's an inside joke about him having a crush on Dua Lipa. He went to a celebrity event and was intimidated to talk to the celebrities there. Okay, so that's the context.
I could not talk to her. There was a couple people that I really wanted.
Why couldn't you talk to her? Intimidated by Hollywood stars, bro? I get it. I have social anxiety talking to strangers at Walmart, but like also
to talk to Bella Hadid obviously being one, Dua Lipa being another one, you know, people that have done like advocacy for Palestine.
Is this like a humble thing where he's trying to be humble, like a false humility, where he's trying to be like, oh my God, I was in the presence of these great, strong women? I don't understand what he's trying to explain here. Pause. Current day Brittany talking, if you're only listening and not watching. So someone explained to me in the comment section that he was specifically intimidated meeting people who did advocacy for Palestine. People are dying of a genocide and you're intimidated about talking to celebrities who talked about a genocide? You're the largest leftist content creator with a microphone. You have so much more responsibility here. You are talking to literal politicians on your show. You are literally, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about here? You're intimidated talking to famous people about a genocide? Like, I get if you say I have anxiety, but he prefaced this with, I have had so many bad things happen to me and I never have anxiety, but this gave me anxiety. So remember, my criticism isn't coming out of left field. Hassan prefaced this video with, chat. He literally said, chat, I am never anxious. I am never intimidated, but this specific event, these specific people intimidated me. He specifically told us that. So that's why I came to my conclusion. I'm not coming to conclusions blindly. I'm listening to what you tell me and I'm, you know what I mean? And I'm making that judgment. I cannot know these things without him telling me. I'm not guessing. I'm asking, oh, what's the Dua Lipa thing? Oh, what does Hassan mean by this? Oh, what does he mean? He's telling me and I'm coming to a conclusion. I am not making anything up to come to these conclusions. Okay, back to past Brittany. In love with Dua Lipa. It's a joke. He has a crush on her. Ew. She's also married. Okay, that's past Brittany. Present Brittany's talking. So she's married. She has a husband. He says he's cool. And then the chat explained to me, Hassan has a crush on Dua Lipa. It's an inside joke with his fan base from COVID, from lockdown. What is funny about this? Like, what is the point of this interaction? A grown woman who's in a relationship and a man is intimidated talking to her about serious things about Palestine and a genocide because of a meme with his audience. You can grow up. Like, you can grow up. I'm giving you permission to leave these types of jokes in the past, right? Like, I'm saying Hassan is 33 or whatever years old, 34 years old. It's okay to have been this person, but can we grow up, right? Like, again, if it wasn't Hassan with the largest microphone, I'd be saying this about whoever was in this place. Hassan is not unique here. He is not even important. It could be anyone. Joe Schmo. Joe Schmo is the largest leftist creator, the only person whose name comes up when we talk about leftism online. The only name that ever comes up, that's who I'm criticizing. So call it Joe Schmo, call it whoever. It doesn't matter that it's Hassan, right? It doesn't matter that it's Hassan. Okay, going back to past Brittany. Ew, what? That's so like, are we not seeing the patriarchal misogyny of it all? What do you mean you have a crush on an adult woman? What does that even mean? Are you guys, is this a joke? You're in your 30s. You do not have crushes on adult people who are strangers to you. It was a joke from COVID times. I don't know what's happening now. This is what I'm saying. I get it. You want to be a jokey and you want to be a serious person. I get it. It's hard. See how it's hard? Like, I don't understand. What are we talking about? What do you mean you're a grown ass person who has a... Is this... I'm so autistic. I actually am autistic. So I don't actually know. You know what I mean?
For years and years. And yes, I was too much of a chicken. Okay. Are you, is that what you want to hear? I literally stood next to most of these people and I did not fucking talk to them. I am too afraid. It starts off at the...
Yeah, it's like almost like a false humility type. Like, oh my God. You know what I mean? Chat says, I don't get it. What do we mean by crush? Why is it wrong? It's a form of objectification into adulthood to have a crush on someone. When you're a child and you have a crush on someone, you're learning how to fall in love. You're learning how to have an infatuation or an attraction to somebody in secret. When you're an adult person, you know that a crush is just a lack of information, right? It's a form of objectification, which isn't inherently wrong. But as an adult, you should be able to say, I'm interested in you, versus I have a secret crush on you and I'm going to act like a girl and I'm going to act weird around you. And like, oh my God, like, I don't think it's cute. I think it's actually like really uncomfortable, especially for a lot of women, to have men only talk to them because they have a crush on them, or like, you know, you're jokey. Like, I don't think it's actually great. And it actually, if I knew a guy had a crush on me and he was being weird, like I would write him off as a creepo. Okay, pause. President Brittany talking. Okay, girls, Brittany, that was yesterday's stream. Now look at the way the comment section reacted, and then I'm going to show you evidence, because remember, unlike you guys who have real lives, this is my life. And yesterday after stream, I went down a rabbit hole and watched like 50 videos on crushes. Did anyone else do that? No, because it's not your job, it's mine. I actually sat there and said, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Let me make sure that I really know what I'm talking about, because I'm positive I'm correct. And then I watched literally, and I'm going to show you about how many of them I saved for you. Yesterday, that's what I did. I was up watching therapists, watching people talk about it, watching people interviewing celebrities, watching all of these things on crushes to reaffirm in me that I know what I'm talking about, because I do, okay? So my comment section, let's go back to it. Let me show you before I get into the video evidence. Because again, I do not just come to opinions willy-nilly. I mean, I usually try to do my research. It's kind of the point. Okay, so then this person says, help, why is it ew to crush on a beautiful, talented woman? What am I missing? See this? Why is it an ew to crush on a beautiful and talented woman? Objectification. She's so beautiful. She's so talented. Her tits are so perky. I've literally heard grown men say this to me. I've literally had grown men to my face say like, oh my God, like these women, they're so perfect. Their bodies are so tight. Their brains are so big. This was like, remember when Bitchuation Room, which I have a whole issue with her name choice, okay, put out a normal ass bikini photo and her audience was like, beauty and brains. Wow, I have such a crush on you. If you weren't married... Like, girl, listen, jokey, if you weren't married, jokes are funny and safe. But if you're serious, it's not cute. I actually think the reason is, like, I'll say that. I'll be like, oh my God, if I wasn't married. But the joke is, guys, even if I wasn't married, we actually wouldn't be compatible. And it's literally a joke because I don't like you like that. The problem is there are people who literally think, well, then don't be married then. There are literally people, because you have to remember, I am a content creator and I get DMs all the time from people. Hey, how serious is your marriage though? But like, seriously, how serious is it? And I'm like, I do actually get people who try to get involved. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know in an unsafe environment, it actually isn't safe. So keep in mind when I like I'm complimenting, but it's not real. I think these people are serious. I think if Dua Lipa actually was interested in Hassan, he would give it a chance. I don't know that. But any person in a typical position might think, oh, I want a chance. And I'm saying, assuming she's not married and all those other things, I'm not accusing him of cheating. But it's not even about Hassan. It's about the celebrity concept of famous girl that I'm intimidated by picks me. It's the fantasy, the dream of like, oh my God, what if they pick me? Like, what if they choose me? Like, what if the celebrity that I have what if Ryan Reynolds picks me? Think about the girls who love Ryan Reynolds. And they would be like, Ryan Reynolds DM'd me and I know he has a wife, but like, it's Ryan Reynolds. There are people who would engage with this. There are people who like, You do what I'm saying? So I'm saying, which bubble are you in that you're a grown up talking about having crushes, right? I'll give you video evidence in a second, but look at this comment section. Okay, they're automatically assuming thinking celebrity crush is the same thing as being a creep and a weirdo that makes you look weird. Okay, they said it is weirder. Okay, I've never wondered. Okay, so then I say, how can a crush be innocent? And they say, I get what you, this is a different person now. Different person under the same thread says, hey, I get what you mean, Brittany, but also I think it can be a turn of the phrase, meaning that the person is attractive in either personality or appearance, not that you genuinely are teenage crushing on them specifically, or especially in the context of celebrity crush being quite well-known concept. Yeah, you know, it is a quite known concept, but don't you think you should question it? I love that we're talking about deconstruction and being progressive and asking ourselves questions. And the moment I state something and you go, oh, but that's pretty normal. And Habibi, and what does being normal or expected or typical have to do with anything except being a red flag? Don't we know all of society's white supremacist and misogynistic? So shouldn't we question every single thing that we've normalized and taken for granted? Do you know what I'm saying? Shouldn't you say to yourself, wait, why did I normalize a celebrity crush? Wait, why am I normalizing a celebrity crush in a 33-year-old person? Because a celebrity crush when you're a teenager, I get it. My parents were super anti-celebrity crushes. My cousins were allowed to have boy band pictures in their room and Backstreet Boys and NSYNC, and I wasn't allowed. And I always wanted to, so I would print out pictures of boys and put them on my bunk bed without my mom knowing. And my mom and dad just didn't want us to worship celebrities. They just didn't want us. I mean, also, these men were like 30. So, like, obviously, in my teenage girl dream, I was like, oh my God, what if the band member picks me out of the audience? But obviously, if that ever came true, it'd be crazy. And obviously I grew out of that and I realized who cares? Who cares if I'm in a crowd of people and a celebrity comes up to me and says, I'm pretty. Okay, I know. Thanks. I'm married. Like, you know, but you have to understand we live in a world where people are like, oh yeah, if this celebrity came up to me, I would divorce my husband for them. This has happened. That woman who thought she was being message Brad Pitt, the woman who thought Brad Pitt was messaging her, divorced her husband to be with fake Brad Pitt. And I'm saying as much as you think, and you do think you're special. You know what I'm saying? You literally think, oh, but I wouldn't actually do that. Okay, but I don't know that about other people talking. I don't know that about Hassan. Okay, this man who like does enjoy his thirst traps. He enjoys when his fans make thirst traps of him. That's the other part. Girls, who's making these videos? What grown ass person is making thirst trap videos of streamers? If this was a 40-year-old man making thirst trap videos of K-pop stars, you would call him a degen and an incel. But for some reason, Hassan's audience does it, and you guys don't think it's fucking creepy? And then he reblogs them, apparently. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand how you're not understanding that there's something weird about a person with a full-time job coming home and making thirst trap videos of another adult stranger on the internet. Teenagers, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to kids. I get it. Like, you're kiddos. I used to write fan fiction about band members. I get it, girl. But I didn't after high school. When I graduated high school, I was like, why am I doing this? I grew up. I'm saying, why aren't you growing up? Okay. So that's my answer to this person. I get what you're saying. And I'm saying, are we over it yet? Okay. When I was little, Target used to have Ashton Kutcher purses. And my friend almost bought it for me because I used to have everything for Ashton fucking Kutcher. Like, that's what I'm saying, girl. We've all been young. We've all been stupid and young. Hell, I'll even give it to you in your 20s. But like, what is a 33-year-old woman walking around with an Ashton Kutcher purse? Like, ew. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely not. Okay, now, here we go. Okay, so then it says, this person responded. So this is the original poster. And they said, I'm not in my 30s, but I'm 28. An innocent crush means it's not serious. You aren't thinking of doing anything about it. You just think someone is cute and it's just fun. What is fun about it? That's interesting. Can you tell me what's fun about it? It's just cute and it's fun. Okay. Is this cute and fun? The way people are memeing on straight women reacting to Pedro Pascal possibly being gay?
No, he's gay. He's gay. He's gay.
Says everyone.
He's gay. He's gay.
Shut up! Straight women with a crush on Pedro Pascal.
Shut up! Shut up!
Like, listen, the Pedro Pascal stuff has been crazy. Like, women literally devastated. They'll never have a chance with him. Habibis, what are we talking about? You know, what are we even talking about? So I get it. different bubbles have different words for different things. So if you think crush means this is, I already said what my idea of crush is in my last stream, but I'll say it again. For me, a crush is like a lack of information. You've heard that before. It is this idea, this fantasy of, oh my God, like dreaming of this person and thinking about your life together, but you've already decided. The feelings are already there. Versus, and it's kind of fun. It's what, now, to be fair, I don't really experience this outside of high school. I had a lot of crushes in high school, but something happened when I got to adulthood where like it stopped. And I don't get new relationship energy. A lot of people in my poly circles, when I was doing poly 10, for those 10 years, a lot of people were like, don't you get new relationship energy? No, I don't. So I understand that I am having a different experience, but I do not become obsessed with people. I do not care about celebrities in that way. I do not write down people's names and think about, oh my God, it'd be so cool if they talk to me. I do not care. If I'm at a restaurant and there might be someone famous there, I'm like, oh, that's so random. But anyways, I'll take a cappuccino vegan. I do something in the way that I was raised, I don't care. Okay. I also don't experience this, and nor would I like it in my relationship. If, there was a crush situation happening and, I'll show you the videos I found, guys. They're so disturbing, of people saying this is a crush. Again, I understand that everyone has different definitions, so I'll just give that to you right now. But I want to show you these videos because this is what I mean when I say this is bad. This is bad. And I'll show you in a second. So just stay with me. I know you think, just stay with me. So I said, I'm definitely the friend that thinks it's always that deep. So I have some strong opinions on this. Like women crushing on gay men and being obsessed with them. It's normalized, but I think we should deconstruct why we normalize it. And then this person said, oh, did they delete their comments? Hold on. Wait, did the comment disappear because I said I was going to respond on stream? Hold on, let me double check. Oh my God, did the comment go away? Wait, maybe it's not showing up because it's on the computer. But they were saying now you're making stuff up. I'm a gay woman. You're being so weird about this. And I was like, I guess. I don't know if it's just not coming up because it's a computer. Hold on. But this person says, I agree with you that having a crush in your 30s isn't ew. I continue to experience them as an adult. However, I don't make a big deal out of it and try to treat people I find attractive the same way as anyone else. Yeah, but listen to what you're saying. Okay? You're saying I get a crush and I try to treat my crush like anybody else. And I'm saying what you're experiencing is an indication that you're objectifying and living out a fantasy with a person where you actually have to trick yourself into treating them like everyone else. Why is that happening? Why do you have to trick yourself past adolescence where I understand when you talk, I go, oh yeah, I did that in high school. I did that maybe in my early 20s, maybe. Right? And I'm saying, why haven't you taken the time to sit down and think about it? Because it feels like, I'm not saying you're a creepy or a bad person. I'm saying, why did you reach the ripe age of 35, 38, 40, and you never took the time to sit down and think about it because no one ever challenged you on it, right? No one ever challenged you. No one ever said, hey girl, aren't you a little too old? Hey girl, haven't you thought about it for a second? Okay. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, I don't understand why we're not talking about it. Now, hold on. Let me refresh these comments because I'm so interested why they're not showing up. Maybe they did delete them. Hold on. Give me a second. I don't think they deleted them, though. It must be. And then people are saying, this person is saying, I agree with you 100%. Not me. They're agreeing with the person they're commenting to. Nobody was talking about treating the people you crush on in any sort of strange way. This is all over a guy being nervous about approaching a superstar at a celebrity event. He said the same thing about other male celebrities. Interpreting the crush and just crushes in general as creepy and misogynistic is so bad faith. And they said, yeah, I'm not sure about the misogyny, right? And I'm saying, And then this thing, they keep going. So maybe this is where they say it. But let me just show you what I'm talking about. So there's the Pedro Pascal problem, right? There's also the heated rivalry problem that's been happening. We're not going to watch these. I'm just going to show you how many TikToks were made about it, right? Straight women objectifying gay men. And because that's what I said in the comment section. I said, I have a problem with this idea of people pedestaling people, having such a crush on them. They don't know how to act around them. And then having this issue about one of my friends just told me to watch Heated Rivalry, and I was like, I heard it was kind of like smutty. I don't really want to watch guys make out. Is it good? And they're like, no, it's actually good though. Because the only media I saw about it was the objectification of the gay men. And what's worse is straight women feeling entitled to like touching gay men, being around gay men, crushing, sending nudes to gay men. Do you know what I'm saying? This is bad. This is not good. Okay, so here's some just examples of how many videos were made on this topic.
In a discussion about how heated rivalry is not meant for straight women, right? He tagged me first.
I don't want to see heated rivalry. Like, I don't. The only reason why I would watch that is for Shauna. Like,
is highlighting pretty much everything that queer men in book space.
I think it's a little uncomfy to acknowledge out loud, but I think it's important because I've seen a lot of people.
Heated rivalry is proof that straight women that like to watch gay guys are not an enemy to the gay community, okay?
I have so much more to say about heated rivalry, but the one thing that has been cracking me up is that white women in my comment section genuinely think I give a fuck about their opinion.
Heated rivalries is gay enough. I don't know what else they need to be doing in that show for it to be any gayer, but...
Here. Wait, how straight women are reacting to heated rivalry?
One more time.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like, okay, I love a meme. Listen, okay, you gotta grow up. You gotta be chill, bro. Be chill. You know, that was a funny edit. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. So when you sit there and you're like, oh my God, I have a crush. Is this you? Because this is crazy. Like, you're so crazy right now. Like, be so for real. You're so weird. Okay, this also coincides and overlaps with hall pass culture, which I think is disgusting. Okay, I'm a big fan of open relationships. I'm a big fan of consensual relationships, informed consent. But this also falls into celebrities saying and not feeling safe enough to say, I'm grossed out that I'm on your hall pass list. Like, because it's gross. Imagine being a celebrity and you're approached all the time and be like, my boyfriend says I would let my boyfriend fuck you if you were into it. Okay, what does this have to do with me? You know what I'm saying? Like, what does this have to do with me? You're being so weird, right? So this is an example where I think Anna Kendrick was put on the spot, and I feel like she handled it well, but I do think she wasn't allowed to be disgusted at it, even though I think she initially was. She tried to like play it off. Look at this clip.
Hey, gray girl.
So first of all, not to make this weird, but you're on my boyfriend's list.
See, like, I think for just a second she was disgusted, and then she turned it around and tried to make it a joke. But I don't know. I don't know what Anna Kendrick is really thinking, but I don't think she's actually allowed to tell us. Because just like K-pop stars have to pretend they're single, otherwise people will freak out, right? I think celebrities aren't allowed to be disgusted that you find them attractive. Because, like, again, this goes back into even being a sex worker. Like, I might post naked on the internet, but you don't need to tell me you like it. I never need to hear that you like it. I would rather go the rest of my life with never hearing how much you like seeing me naked. But that pisses people off because they're like, then why are you posting? Because I believe in the like liberty of nude art, my bro, because I fucking like it, dude. Okay? Like, I never need to hear it because I don't do it for that. I do not do it for the validation. I do it for the creation of it all. I watched content I made 4 years ago and I'm like, damn, this was so cool. I'm so glad I made this. That's why I make it. I would prefer never to hear any feedback on my nude art. That is my preference. Okay? But they think I'm posting it to hear their feedback. Nope. And that's going to piss somebody off. That's going to make people mad. Like, don't you want to hear how much I like your tits? No. I do not need to hear that. If anything, it makes me never want to post again. It literally makes me never want to post.
Hey, how you doing? You doing good? You haven't put a ring on it yet? What's going on?
No, not yet.
Okay. Cool. Am I on your list? Okay, great. It's good to know I've got options. Thank you.
Can you back, what do you mean on your list? Like how?
Okay, so like they're playing into it, But I do think people have to, because they don't want to be a party pooper. Look at me. Am I not a party pooper right now? Are people not like, boo, Britney's being a hater? Do you guys kind of be honest? Are you guys feeling like I'm a hater right now? So they play into it. Because, you know, you want to, I don't know. And I'm saying I'm not playing into it. Call me resting bitch face. I don't care. Another example.
Who's your celebrity hall?
Alex Cooper, call her daddy.
Hall pass.
What do you mean?
Who is your celebrity hall pass?
What do you mean?
What do you
hall
mean?
Pass. What do you mean by that?
Kathy.
A hall pass?
A
like
hall-
a crush? No. A hall pass.
If you in another world,
right,
could you wouldn't actually, like, it's fun, like, oh, who is your hall pass, like, who would you sleep with if not your husband? And not even like that, like, who's your guy? You know what I mean? Like, who would be your celebrity hall pass?
Okay.
Okay, a crush. Let's say your crush.
Only one.
Who?
If I didn't know my husband.
If. Yeah, your husband doesn't even exist.
And, you know, I was younger.
Yes.
I'm just going to give an initial.
How the am I going to find that out? Okay, give me an initial.
I'm embarrassed.
Don't be. B.
Yes.
We sit here for an hour.
Yeah.
Brad Pitt. Yeah. Oh my God. Don't be embarrassed.
Do you know what I'm saying? So now she doesn't even know what it is. She doesn't want to be a party pooper. She's put on the spot. She has to come up with a name. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, people can be casual about these things. But see, I used to do this in the past. I would be so fun and casual about this stuff. And then people would thought I was being literal. And then I realized, like, I'm not being literal. And I do that now. Like, I try to curb my jokes so they kind of make more sense. Like the whole, like, oh my God, if I wasn't married, I don't mean it though. Just for the record, if I wasn't married, please do not DM me. I'm just like, I'm not serious, right? But it's like weird. Okay, so here's an example of people I do not know answering the questions about like celebrity hall passes, just to give a context for the conversation and how it happens and people's thought process through it.
People can say they got to smash the Queen. That'd be pretty interesting.
Can it be fictional, like a cartoon? So do you know The Incredibles? Elastigirl, because she's a mum, and mums are a thing.
There's some older men that I find hot, like Gary Oldman. He was Commissioner Gordon in The Dark Knight. Yeah, you guys know what's up. Yeah.
I love Bill Clinton. He's my favorite.
I like older women, so I would say J-Lo.
Okay, another point of criticism. Who is your crush? Guys, what if I came on stream and I was like, honestly, guys, Tucker Carlson, though, in the right light, hear me out. Wouldn't you judge me for the crush? Do you know what I'm saying? You guys act like crushes are innocent, girl. Don't be out here be like, oh, crushes are innocent. They're innocent. They're not innocent. They're disgusting. Because, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, she said Bill Clinton, bro. She said Bill fucking Clinton. It's like people who are like, oh my God, Chris Brown could. Chris Brown? That's what I'm saying. Why are we even having this conversation about like, oh, it's just like an innocent crush? Innocent? You're too old to be innocent. Okay?
Oh, Halle Berry.
I don't know. There's a lot. If I had a hall pass, I would definitely pick a girl over a guy.
My idealistic relationship.
Chat says when you were trying to tell us wait. No, Chat says, of course you were liking the pretzel guy earlier. I was judging the pretzel guy. How dare you, ma'am? Just kidding. See, that's a preference. But there's no moral implication here. He's not immoral for eating pretzels on a couch. Bill Clinton, fucking intern. He literally abused his position of power as the president. Chris Brown beat up Rihanna. He gets in fights every weekend. Tucker Carlson is basically a billboard for fascism. Okay? So, like, you know what I'm saying? Who you might have a crush on. You know what I mean? But you can, listen, I get it. Not everybody likes eating on a couch.
Shit would be Noah from The Notebook, and it's very cheesy, but it's...
Noah from The Notebook, who like verbally has a toxic relationship with his girl, where they yell at each other and verbally accost each other, and then she hits him. That relationship.
So real. My heart right now thinking about him. Okay, moving on.
My perfect partner from a movie would definitely be like Ryan Reynolds from The Proposal. He's really hot.
Ryan Reynolds from The Proposal? Really? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I get it. The man had six-pack abs. His body was, at the time, we all thought, like, when the towel fell in the scene, okay, we get it. But also, like, are we not over that now? Wait, what year was this filmed? 4 years ago. Ew, I was over Ryan Reynolds years ago. But you know what I mean? Like...
And funny.
Maybe like something like Ivanka Trump, because that'd be crazy.
Ivanka Trump? I'm judging.
Oh, actually, you know what would be really crazy? Princess Diana, before 96.
You leave her alone. How dare you even talk about this woman that way? How dare you even talk about fucking Princess Di? Don't even say her name, bro.
The Queen?
How many people can say they got to smash the queen? Like, I'm sure there's a few people, but you know, it'd be pretty interesting.
Oh my God.
Do you get what I'm saying? These are real people, and it's gross. These are like real people, and you're like out here like, oh my God. That's what I'm saying. Like, guys, they're like fictional characters, go for it. But, you know, though I will say, if you say something like Harry Potter when he was in high school, I'd be like, the fuck? Like, you know what I mean? Okay. So again, when we have these conversations and you guys are like, Brittany's just reading too much into this. It's just an innocent crush. Habibi, at a certain point, there's no innocence here. Okay. 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 It's like, you know, when Trump said to that little girl, oh, I'll be dating you in 10 years. She was like a little girl. Is that just an innocent comment from an adult man? Okay. Is it innocent? Is it, guys, he's just being an innocent guy. He's just being an innocent guy. What about culture that we're trying to get away from of telling baby boys they're lady killers? Are we not moving past this already? Yes, I am the too woke friend. Congratulations. Okay. Are you ready? Here we go.
Having a crush as an adult is demoralizing. Sure, we're both 25, but let's just gaze into each other's eyes, clearly acknowledge that both of us have an attraction for each other, then proceed to say nothing! Like it's high school! The horrors persist, but the yearning does too.
Okay. If I was friends with somebody, if I was friends with somebody, let's say I was friends with a celebrity. Let's say I was friends with Ariana Grande. And somebody was like, oh my God, one of my male friends was like, I fucking love Ariana. Like, introduce me. I'd be like, okay, first of all, rude. And second of all, she has a boyfriend. And third of all, no. Like, no. Like, not no, because now you're being weird. It's weird enough to have people that think like, oh, you know somebody, I want to know them too. That's already weird enough. Now you're like the added layer of I have a crush on them. Oh my God, I've had a crush on them for so long. Oh my God, I want to meet them. It's like, yeah, when you're a kid, fangirling over a celebrity is a growing process of just like growing up and learning boundaries. When you're an adult and you're still like, oh my God, I'm in the room with, oh my God. It's like you're being so weird. Why are you being so fucking weird? Okay.
3 things you can do if you start having crushy feelings on someone outside of your relationship. 1, nothing. Who cares? It's perfectly normal to have a crush on someone while also being in a healthy and happy relationship.
Pause. Look here, Therapy Jeff. Okay. Here's my question. What does this mean? I am an allosexual person. What does it mean to have a crush outside of my relationship? What is a crush to you guys? What is a crush? A crush to Brittany's brain is like a faux interest in somebody, the idea of somebody. Because like, guys, I'm an adult. I don't have crushes. I have attraction to people. Hey, I'm attracted to you. Do you think we'll be compatible? A crush is, oh my God, like I don't even know this person fully, but I've completely imagined and fantasized about our future together. And now I'm getting butterflies in my stomach every time they call me, not based off of anything true or good data or actual attraction, but based off of the fantasy of this person. It's like, what do you mean I'm having this feeling? If I had a crush on somebody in my marriage, it would be so strange. Like, what do you mean you have a crush on somebody? What does that even mean? You know who I have a crush on? My husband. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means when you're single. I don't know what it means when you're married. If I had a girlfriend and I had a guy friend and she was like, I have the biggest crush on your guy friend. I can't believe you know them. Can you introduce me? I'd be like, no. Why are you being weird about my guy friend? Like, what do you mean you have a crush on him? He's not a poster. He's not a celebrity. Like, and even if he was a celebrity, like, why are you being weird about it? Like, no. Like, do you mean you're attracted to him because you guys have things in common and you'd like to get to know him? Then I'd introduce you. But if you're like, oh my God, I have a crush on him. What do you mean you have a crush on him? I've never met an adult who had a crush on someone and it wasn't an objectifying experience. Why are you objectifying people past a certain age if you've deconstructed?
Do not freak out, babe. Enjoy the crushy feelings and don't do anything you wouldn't want your partner to do if they had a crush. Side note, it's also okay if you never have crushes.
Exactly. Chad says, I love the crush. I love this convo because I have literally never had a crush and I don't understand my friends who have these obsessive crushes that take over their lives. Well, the problem is when does it go from a crush to limerence? Limerence is dangerous. The women in these chats, the men in these chats just being so casual about limerence. Y'all should not be casual about limerence. Are you having limerence problems? That is very bad. Are you having a crush on someone? Like, is a crush to some people like jealousy? Like, some people get jealousy. Not a big deal. We can move past it. But like, as a person who doesn't experience jealousy nor crushes, I'm just like confused. I'm confused about what you are trying to convey to me when you say like, I'm getting a crush. What is Jeff trying to communicate? I don't get it.
Outside your relationship. That's normal too. 2, sometimes a crush can signify what's missing in your relationship. Cool, take note. If you're crushing on someone who's emotionally validating, sensitive, and just an all-around cutie, congratulations, you're crushing on me. I'm flattered. Now go see if you can amp up the empathy and compassion with your partner so that things don't get weird between you and I. 3, if the crushy feelings are bigger than you want them to be and making you uncomfortable, then if possible, don't hang around your crush anymore. And
Chad says, I think for some people having a crush equals only finding them attractive. What do you find attractive? Because I do think it's different. Like, I do think like I have a crush on you is different than I find you attractive. I find you attractive. What do you mean? Like, what does that mean to you? You find my body attractive? You find my brain attractive? Like, okay, my partner and I can openly acknowledge that people are pretty or handsome or attractive, but we are not attracted to people. Does that make sense? Like, attraction to me is an active participation in something. Okay, like I have to be open to it to exist. Like I have to be available to engage with attraction versus like, oh, you are so handsome, which is not the same thing as I'm attracted to you. I'm attracted to your face. Like that is not the same thing. And I am allosexual. So I am default standard sexual attract. Like if I am sexually attracted to you, I am sexually it's a verb. I'm attracted. I'm already doing something. Something is already happening. Do you get what I'm saying? So what are people experiencing when they're like, that's why men who are like, I'm attracted to this woman, and we say, why? And it's for really shallow reasons, they get criticized because they're objectifying those women as body parts. Why aren't we understanding the objectification part of this when you're crushing over a celebrity or over a person or you're intimidated by a crush? You know what I'm saying? And again, if there are mental health parts of this, if you guys have special, like unique brains that you have to deconstruct, that's it. But we're talking about like, what is the premise of the crush, the attraction? What does it mean when you say those words?
Talk to a friend or therapist to gain some clarity and perspective. If it feels right, you might also discuss these feelings with your partner. Just be sure to focus on your emotions and needs rather than the specifics of the crush. We don't need.
It's interesting because Chet says, I think the metrics of a crush to a celebrity is different than the metrics of a crush to an in real life person. For people, I don't have proof, but it's a hunch. Well, I think for some people, there is a deviation between the bubbles, but I think there really shouldn't be because those are still real people you could run into. I remember when I was really critical of certain YouTubers, people would be like, why are you criticizing them? I was like, I would criticize them in the same way I would criticize Elon Musk or Kim Kardashian. And they're like, but that's different. It's not different. It's not different. Like they think it's different because we've convinced ourselves it's different because we objectify celebrities. But it's not different. You're both grown-ups in a particular position. You're doing X action. The criticism is the same. It's the same. So when people say like, oh, it's different, I think that's the game we play with ourselves to convince ourselves it's different. It is no different to me if my partner says, oh, your friend is attractive, or if my partner says this celebrity is attractive. Yeah, they are attractive. I can see that. But if my partner said, I'm really interested in this celebrity, or I'm really interested in your friend, pourquoi? What is happening? What do you mean you're interested? You don't even like people. Have you been talking to my friend behind my back? Have you been DMing the celebrity? Do you know what I mean? Like, it is not a big deal for an adult person to acknowledge like the beauty of a person. You can acknowledge your siblings are pretty, or your dad is handsome, or your mother is beautiful, right? I can acknowledge this with regular human beings. That is a separate, factual, or an opinion-based observation. Then there's a crush. If you had a crush on your sibling, it would be a red flag, yes? So when moms go, oh my God, I just crush on my kids. I just love my little boys. I crush on them. These women who make TikToks, these boy moms who make TikToks, like, oh, my son's starting to look like my husband, like, and they make like flirty TikToks. Have you seen them? I literally want to die. I literally want to die. Like, ew. And these things, like, they're there. They exist. Moms, there is a mom boy culture that like crush on their boys. That's what I'm saying. Girls, with peace and love, you are too casual with the word crush. I need to know what you mean. I need to know what you mean.
To hear the details. My disclaimer is that one, before any crushes develop, you might want to have a chat with your partner about what to do and how to behave if crushes pop up so that you're all on the same page. And two, these suggestions don't work for all relationship types. If you're practicing ethical non-monogamy, then you might have a completely different way for handling crushes. So take what you want from this video and ignore the rest.
Okay, next video.
Just here to report that I have a crush on somebody, and having a crush when you've decentered men is actually neither torturous nor embarrassing, because number one, I am not invested in the outcome. I'm not sitting here being like, is this my husband? Because I literally do not care. Number two.
Okay, pause. When I was actively dating, meaning courting, obviously I would ask myself, is this my partner, in a very factually based way? Are you my partner? No? Okay, I'm not into casual dating. If you're not them, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Versus a crush is, oh my God, is this my partner? Oh my God, girls, like, is this my partner? And they're like, oh my God, ask him. Oh my God, no, I couldn't. Oh my God, you know what I'm saying? That's a crush. A crush is enjoying infatuation or feelings with a person that you're not actually realistically engaging with. It's in your head. And I'm saying we aren't teenagers anymore. Ask him out, girl. And or what are we talking about? What are you talking about?
I am only capable these days of having a crush on somebody who is unequivocally making my life better and also who is obsessed with me. And it turns out, like, I'm a straight woman. Having a man around who's like obsessed with you is mwah. Number three, I don't believe in the if he wanted to, he would rhetoric, because I think it puts the like onus on women to like choose better or whatever. I hate that. Some people are tricksters. What I do believe is that a emotionally healed man will not be afraid of being chalant. And he won't trigger your anxiety. And like half of the time, most of a crush is anxiety and uncertainty, as well as a lack of information. I literally am like, even if this doesn't work out, I'm gonna be better for it because my standards are so much higher. Also, I am in fact still a lover girl. I love love. I love a sweet little romance, okay?
I love love too, girls. When people tell me, oh my God, I'm dating someone, I'm like, oh my God, I love love. Like, I love love. I love love. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I love love. But I don't love objectification, infantilization, fantasy building. I don't love excuse making. I don't love ignoring red flags. I don't love any of that, but I love love. You know, if you're in love and it's healthy, I'm so happy for you. If you are crushing on a person, if you are on again, off again with your fuck buddy, if the guy you're seeing is leading you on, or if you're having this like crazy, I can't stop thinking about them, but I know they're so bad for me, girl, do you know what I'm saying? I'm concerned.
So you may see me on here at some point being like, my man, my baby, my baby, my baby. And you.
Okay. The heterosexuality. Guys, Brittany, I don't know. I feel like we can be introspective and still feel butterflies about someone without needing to self-flagellate. Did I say otherwise? Like, do you think I'm saying otherwise? Do you think I'm saying you can't feel excited? You think I wasn't excited to get a message from my partner when we were dating? Like, do you think I didn't feel so excited to get a message from them the same way I still do to this day? It's just the difference is it was based off of us actually dating. We were courting. We were getting to know each other. Do you know what I mean? Like, of course I was excited to get a message from them because it was based off of reality. We were talking about marriage. Like, we were, you know what I'm saying? It was real. I was really excited. There was no, do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying the difference is that it was real, and this, not this TikTok, but like this conversation around a crush isn't real. And I don't see what's fun about adults engaging in fantasy about a real person. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but I think it's wrong. So let me rephrase. I do get it. And I think we should move away from it. Again, my perspective, not yours. You don't have to share it. If you want to engage in the way you want to engage, do it. Just like I don't tell conservatives to leave their conservative husbands, because if that's what you want, you can do it, girl. But I don't like it.
Someone else. And then I was like, maybe you're just not with the right person.
Hi.
Counselor here. This clip is talking about whether
This counselor is very strange to me, and I think she's a huge red flag in so many ways. I don't know her. I just came across her. But why is she called Spicy Counselor? And then she's a counselor in Massachusetts. It's MA, right? It's Massachusetts. Relationship, sex, and religious trauma. But I don't get it. I don't get why she would call herself as a professional a spicy counselor. Doesn't that sound like sex worker? Is she a sex worker? Which I'm about. But it just feels very inappropriate. And I also don't like the way she filmed this video. I am kind of, guys, I don't mean to sound conservative because that's not what I'm trying to express. But I do, as a master in arts. So is she not a therapist? Can she call herself a counselor? What's a counselor? See, now I'm confused. What does she mean by counselor? Is she a coach? Because that would make more sense. But where's the professionalism?
it's normal to have a crush on somebody else outside of your partner in a relationship. And they conclude, no, it's not. It means you're not happy in your relationship. We actually do have some research on this very topic. And the research points us to believe that it is very common. More than half of people in a monogamous, committed relationship report having one, two, more than two crushes on people outside of their main partner. And by this committed relationship, report having one, two, more than two crushes on people outside of their main partner.
Okay, what does that mean? I just want to know, when she says that, what is a crush? So can you guys answer it now? We've watched some content. What is a crush? What does that mean? If I was dating someone, this would be like this is a huge conversation to have with the person you're dating, huge deal breaker. My partner and I are on the exact same page about this. We are 100% on the same page about this. So everything I am saying, my partner and I are on the same page. What are you talking about? What do you mean a crush? What do you mean you have a crush?
And by crush, I mean somebody that they are attracted to and that there's an element of fantasy involved because they're...
What in the world are we talking about? Listen, okay, chat says, hold on. Chat says, as a fellow allosexual, I think that your sexuality definitely impacts your opinion on this. I also think that crush has vastly different meanings between bubbles. Okay, but I'm the default. Allosexual is the assumed default. So most ace and demi people would be like, oh, I don't really have crushes, or maybe I do, but it's normal for allosexual people to have them because they're horny. Then that's me. I'm the default. So if I'm the default and I'm saying, nah, because that's what people were saying in comments. They were like, yeah, people get horny for people, Brittany. What does that have to do with a crush? And also, what does that mean? You know what I mean? Like, what does that mean? So yes, I agree that crush has very different different definitions, but then wouldn't it mean the people who are mad at me are wrong? Because then we're disagreeing on meanings. They can't criticize me and say, that's not what a crush is, if we also agree crush means different things in different bubbles. So why are you mad at me? Because in my bubble, a crush means very specific things, exactly what she just said, and that's fucked up. What do you mean it's a fantasy of attraction for somebody you're not married to? What do you mean you've even allowed your brain to entertain the thoughts of like enjoying another person that isn't your person and or is a real person who exists? If you found out your coworker was having a crush fantasy about you and masturbating about you, would that not change the dynamic you have with that coworker? If you found out one of your greatest friends was actually all of these years has a huge crush on you and was fantasizing about you and you guys are in the ripe age of 35, would that not be a red flag? Okay, if you found out your family member had a crush on you, would that not be like, what are you doing? Like, don't you think there's something to be said? Okay, don't you think there's something to be said about the thoughts we are having about the people we're having it about? If somebody told me I have a huge crush on President Trump and when I'm around him I get butterflies, I'd be like, hey, red flag much? What are you talking about? Like, this is a red flag. Like, you might not think it's a red flag and we disagree that it's a red flag, but I think it's a red flag. Okay, if I married my partner and I found out they had like had a crush on me for years, they were like a hyper fan, like I would never marry a fan. Do you know what I'm saying? I would never marry a fan. I would never marry someone that's like, oh my God, I love Brittany Simon and I can't believe she talked to me and I've been watching you forever and like you literally like I would not be able to have an ethical relationship with this person because they have a chronic crush on me. I understand people have crushes on me. Don't you think, especially as a YouTuber, it'd be really fucking strange for me to engage with a fan that's like super, you know what I'm saying? Don't you think that's the problem with like, oh my God, I have a crush on this celebrity? Okay. See, you just lost the chance of even dating this person because now you're focused on the fantasy of this person. You could have been with this celebrity, but now the celebrity has no reason to trust you because your crush is weird. But if you hadn't had a crush on this person and you just respected them as a person and you were like, oh yeah, like, of course I find you attractive, but I would have to get to know you before I really knew I was attracted to you in some capacity, because that's what adults should be doing in relationships and healthy relationships, then there is a chance. But the moment you get, oh my God, I'm so nervous around them, I'm so like, I have a crush on them. Yeah, now you're weird. Now you're a weirdo. Now you made it strange, in my opinion.
Always is with a crush. They're perceiving that they would have a positive kind of relationship with this other person. Those we know are super normal in monogamous relationships. And most of the time they're pretty harmless because it's less about are you attracted to other people, which is a really normal human thing, and more so what you do with the attraction, right? What are the rules inside your relationship? But interestingly enough, we did find from that same research that people mark higher attraction levels to their crush when they're less satisfied with their main relationship. But the crush in and of itself, totally normal. We just found that in general, people that were satisfied with their main partner reported lower attraction to their crush.
Jess says, oh, I had a celebrity crush that flirted with me in DMs in my early 20s and they felt my fan energy and kept it there. That makes sense. Very embarrassing. But, you know, it is what it is and it's okay. It's good that they did that. But it's also, you know, that's the reality. The reality is you don't want to marry somebody that is fanning. You don't want to marry. So that's the dynamic, right? It's okay. I get it. I've DM'd people when I was a kid. Oh my God. I had so many crushes on like band guys. I absolutely get it, right? Absolutely. And that is why, like, even when I was dating, people would ask me, like, aren't you worried that, like, if you meet somebody who knows your work, they're going to be a fan? I'm telling you right now, I've dated so many people through the internet, and I can always tell when they're a fan and when they're not. And I've had successful dates with a lot of people who knew me through my work because, of course, right? Especially during lockdown, we were all, you know what I mean? Like, where would they have met me? You know what I mean? Like, this is my work, this is my social sphere. So, like, and I always can tell the difference. I can always tell when something is off. And I'm like, I'm not feeling humanized. I'm not feeling seen. I am feeling like the only thing you care about is the fact that I'm a YouTuber. That's why when YouTubers reach out to me in DMs, I think they can always feel that, like, I do not care that they're YouTubers. I do not care who you are. I do not care who you are. And that's the vibe I always want to reassure people with, but that's also how I was raised. My parents raised me not pedestaling celebrities. They always said, Brittany, they're just people. They're no different from you and me. Who fucking cares who they are? And I was like, yeah, who fucking cares? Right? Like, who does fucking care who they are? And like, that's so important to recognize. Most parents, guys, let me see if I can find the video really fast. Let me see if I can quickly Google this if I'm lucky. Oh, if I'm lucky, I'll find it for you very quickly. Fingers crossed. Come on, baby. Hold on. What's that girl's name? Who's married to Julian? Jenna Marbles. Oh man, maybe I can't. Oh, wait.
I don't want to make like a whole thing about it at the start of stream. But I'm like mentally.
No, maybe this isn't it. Hold on.
But yeah, anyway,
okay, maybe this isn't it. Julian made this infamous video where he had to tell parents to stop bringing their kids to his house. Your parents are fucked up. Your parents are raising you to objectify YouTubers, celebrities, people with status, where actual parents were driving to Jenna Marbles and Julian's house they're like, they're fans, they want to meet you. And Julian had to explain to this mother, you cannot bring your kids to my house. So you guys have to understand, if you were raised in a bubble where you are objectifying, engaging with people, crushing on people, so being, you know, I am telling you and I am warning you, you wonder how the world is the way it is. You wonder why people feel entitled to people's bodies. It's because we're raised by people that teach us that there's no consequence to us and how we think about people. It's like the deep fakes of celebrities. It's like when celebrities get their nudes posted. I never look that shit up. I don't want to see it. I don't want to fucking see it. But there are people by the billions who literally Google these things and get excited to see it. I'm not one of those people. That's what I'm saying. These are good date questions too. Talk to a guy when you're dating them or talk to a woman when you're dating them and be like honest. Be like, oh my God, have you seen that picture of like Emma Watson naked? And if they're like, oh, fuck yeah, end of date. End of date. I'm not about to date someone who's like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, I got a whole folder of nude celebrity. I have a whole folder of deepfakes. End of date. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying as much as we think we've thought about it, how much could you have thought about it if you're being raised by society? A little bit, this feels a little bit like when you tell white people you're being racist and they're like, I'm not racist, I have black friends. Okay, have you thought about it? I know crushes are personal and they're probably really innocent in your brain. I'm just challenging you not to get defensive over the word crush and to sit with it and think about it for a second because it's been so heavily normalized in society. But then we wonder why grown people are struggling in relationships. And it's because you keep dating like you're in high school. You're not a 15-year-old kid anymore. You're not 15. You know what I mean? And I just feel like, hey, are we going to have a different conversation about this? Are we going to have a different conversation about this? Okay, next video.
No one tells you this, but having a crush on someone in your 30s when you've been to therapy is nowhere near as fun as it was in your 20s. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It's still fun and flirty, and you're like, wow, you're so cute, and I love talking to you. But you're like, wow, you're a fully formed person, and I can't be delusional because that doesn't seem fair to you as a person.
Hold on. Chat says I wasn't defensive. I was just talking back and forth because it truly wasn't making sense. Hold on. I'm not talking about you. I am not even processing that you've commented. So I want you guys to know this. I am not talking to you. I am never talking to you. I started the stream specifically highlighting 2 comments on my YouTube channel. The general you is to those people at most. It is not to my chat. Okay? I am not even, so do not take anything I'm saying personally. You know what I mean? The chat says, I know you're not talking about me. I'm just telling the chat. Okay, but you see how socially awkward that was? Because you said, I said something and you typed an answer that, is this autism an autism crime? It sounded like you were replying to me. There was no indication in your chat that you were talking to chat. So as the streamer, we have to assume you're talking to me, which would socially make sense. So just FYI, you know what I mean? Girls, like FYI. Okay, next video.
It's okay to have a crush if and only if you never actually do anything about it. Crushes are there to help us get through the day, help motivate us to look nice for work, to go to the gym. You're not actually supposed to interact with them and act on it because then they'll ruin the fucking delusion. Because at the end of the day, are they really hot or are they just there? You're not gonna know the answer to that question until you act on it, and why ruin a good thing? So if you've been thinking about asking out your crush or talking to them, probably just don't do it. Okay, love you, bye. It's okay to have a crush.
Listen to that, see, right?
If and only if you never actually do anything about it. Crushes are there to help us get through the day, help motivate us to look nice for work, to go to the gym.
Listen to that.
If and only if you never actually do anything about it. Crushes are there to help us get through the day, help motivate us to look.
Crushes are there to help us get through the day. What are you talking about?
Nice for work, to go to the gym. You're not actually supposed to interact with them and act on it because then they'll ruin the fucking delusion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You have no internal compass. You have no internal values. The world is so externally motivated. It's so externally motivated. We only know how to get up and go to the gym if we think a boy will find us attractive or a girl will find us attractive. And I'm saying, or you can introspect, deconstruct, extrospect, form values, and get up and do it for yourself. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm saying I know you guys think you understand a crush because it's in your bubble, but I understand how the world generally has an overlap of crush concepts. And I'm telling you right now, my hesitation, again, if you're a leftist, if you're deconstructed, if you've done all these things, I expect you to act a little differently around people. I don't expect this to come out of a progressive's mouth. I don't expect this to come out of a deconstructed mouth. Like, what do you mean by that? And by the way, deconstruction is not an end goal. We're always deconstructing. right? We're always deconstructing. So if I say something, I'm like, that's not very deconstructed. Let me work on that. Let me pull it apart. And by the way, what's deconstruction, girls? It's pulling apart and knowing the details of the thing you're pulling apart. It's learning, it's exploring, it's understanding. Deconstruction is it's a verb. You have to actively deconstruct. Okay? So it does mean you have to think about it that deeply. You have to take your time to think about it, right? Which is why after stream yesterday, I was like, okay, let me dig deeper. Let me find all these videos. Let me understand what people are saying, because I feel like I know. I've read thousands of books. I've watched thousands of videos. I feel like I know, but maybe I'm wrong. See how I went and checked myself and see how I'm proving I'm correct? But other people, how many people left my stream yesterday and did the same thing? Probably nobody. How many of the people who were mad at me in my comments, the 2 people specifically, went and did it? Or how many of them were just upset because I was, quote, bad faith? This is what I'm saying, though.
Yo, I miss having a crush. Miss that feeling you get when their name pops up on your phone and you get so excited. And it's that feeling of like always wanting to be like around them. That feeling of like you guys can just keep talking and never run out of anything to say. And I feel like I'm gonna turn 29 soon, and I wonder if I don't feel that anymore, because that is very much a teenage feeling.
Okay, so let's listen to that again, right?
Yo, I miss having a crush. Miss that feeling you get when their name pops up on your phone and you get so excited.
I get that 4 years into my relationship with my partner. 4 years, almost 4 years into my relationship with my partner, I still get excited when they text me when they're out. Because they always text me. We're always talking. I get excited to this day when I hear their footsteps coming into the kitchen while I'm making coffee. I get excited just to open up their like office door and be like, hi. I still get excited because I'm with the love of my life. There's a lot to be happy for. Okay? I think there's an issue with like what a crush is and what an actively like romantic relationship is, or like what a happy marriage is. Or honestly, I kind of get excited when my sister texts me or when my friends text me or like when I see people I love. So there's also that feeling with human beings in your community you can also get, which is why I don't think you need to be partnered to feel excited that the people around you are great. Now, here's the red flag of this post that you can't see. She says that limerence feeling used to be low-key fun. Is it still possible to have a crush as an adult? Has TikTok completely lost their brain when it comes to what limerence is? Is this like narcissism where you guys are like confusing a psychological like impairment with like a crush? Limerence, not good. This is like twin flames. Twin flames, not good. Not good. You guys are latching onto terms that you think sound good, but like you're not researching. It's confusing.
Excited, and it's that feeling of like always wanting to be like around them. That feeling of like you guys can just keep talking and never run out of anything to say. And I feel like I'm gonna turn 29 soon, and I wonder if I don't feel that anymore, because that is very much a teenage feeling. But I feel like you can still feel that way for someone. But I don't know, can somebody in their 30s or 40s let me know? Because I feel like maybe I'm broken or incapable of feeling that like I like this person feeling ever again. But I want that, so.
Yeah, so that feeling is also what keeps people desperate, because they're like, it's like a high. You don't want the cope, you don't want the high. You want it to be real. So this comment said, I'm turning 41 and I've been with my husband for 10 years and I still feel like this. We call each other on the way home from work just to chat as if we won't see each other in 30 minutes. The right person will make you feel giddy forever. I think that's true. I think that's true. I think I witnessed my parents in very subtle ways being very giddy about each other, being very in love, being very focused on each other throughout their life. So, you know, if you're with, I think, the right person and you guys are constantly working and keeping the relationship, you know, current day, no one's falling behind from each other, no one's separating, then you'll always feel that. Okay. Limerence is, in very reductive terms, it's like an obsession with a person to a degree that is unreasonable and irrational. It can last years of being obsessed with a person that isn't giving you it back. It's like unrequited love times 1,000. It's very much life consuming. I mean, people lose jobs, people lose custody of children. People get so hooked on limerence, they cannot actually eat. So you have to be very careful about this relationship with words that we're using. Because yes, bubble to bubble, they're different. But like, You don't want to sit there and casually be like, this is why sometimes I worry when you guys are dating, that you are sending the wrong messages to perfectly healthy people because you don't have a healthy relationship with language. If my partner came to me and said, oh yeah, I love limerence, I'd be like, oh, well, I'm not dating you. I would never date an adult person that identified with limerence. That would be such a red flag. Or I would never date an adult person that thought everybody was a narcissist. Like, what? Right? I understand we use that word. I understand we can use it in language and understand it, but I'm going to need clarification about what you mean by that. You know what I mean? So I understand words mean different things in different bubbles. Okay. But you know, it's kind of like, even honestly with fictional characters or with celebrities, like I wouldn't be with someone personally who was like so obsessed with an anime character. They were like, I don't know, like, these are my waifus or something, or like, oh my God, I'm gonna sneeze. Like, I'm obsessed, or like, if I could, I would marry them over you, or like, this is my husband, or like, this is my, like, you do you. I'm not, you know what I mean? But like, you know what
I seen a TikTok of this lady explaining how a lot of people that act weird towards you might just have a crush on you. Like, we be sitting here thinking like, oh, they're being weird, they're being fake, like, why are they acting like this towards me? And the whole time they like you, they want you, they adore you. Y'all know how people always say like, oh, back in school when a boy likes you, he'll like tease you and he'll like mess with you, mess up your hair and stuff. Or if a girl likes you, she'll be extra mean to you. It's the same thing. Like, people really never grow out of who they are as children. And partially that is inner child play, but that's also immaturity. Like, let's just call it what it is. That's immature as fuck. Like, I don't know. Why can't people who like me just act shy and like, you know, like timid like I do? Like, when I like somebody, I'm just like smiling, you know, like I'm cool. I'm calm and collected. I'm not about to act weird. I'm not about to like go out of my way to bully them, or I don't know. I'm not saying that everybody that acts weird towards you likes you, because some people genuinely are envious and they see everything they aren't in you and they just weird for real. But I can definitely see how some people who act weird, like, they actually like you. Like, they just want some type of energy from you, some type of reaction. Childish, yes, but it makes sense.
Yeah, I would say the only part of this I think they're like a younger person. I would just say, like, I wouldn't even want you to necessarily be shy around me, because I don't, like, I would just like prefer bluntness. I would just prefer a situation where we can just like, hey, I'm interested in you. Would you like to go on a date? That's how I approach people. I've been that way since I was younger, because I hated the, oh my gosh, do they like me or not like me? I hate that. I just, hey, do you like me? Do you want to go on a date? And it's just better. I would rather just get rejected right there on the spot than play some will they, won't they, right? Maria, membership for 17 months, says loving this convo. Thank you so much. Loving it too. Chad also said something good. People say the craziest things so casually, because they think they're just expressing some deep emotional experience and don't realize what words mean. I think, to expand on that, they think if they use bigger, stronger words, it will be more real, right? It'll be more real. And I think that that's the problem, is like, you're just as real and you're just as in love. It's like the toxic, how can you have aren't you afraid you'll get bored in your healthy relationship? It's like, no. Why would I be bored in a healthy relationship? And that's because toxic people are seeking dopamine. They're seeking like, you know, they want the, you know, and I, you know, So I agree with her. Like, it's better to have a calm, collected, but I would say straightforward. She said shy. I would say straightforward to complete it. But, you know, let's see. Chet says, what are your thoughts on gay people being stunted and having to live out their teens and their 20s because they couldn't find another gay person during adolescence? I mean, I think that's everyone's story, who's neurodivergent, who's isolated, who's didn't have money growing up. I think a lot of us are stunted in our teens and live it out in our 20s. And that's why I say by your 30s, I'm going to be more critical of you. I know I'm a late bloomer myself. I was stunted. I get it. But I'm saying it's not about your dating experience in your teens. Lots of people are not we're stunted in different ways. There are people who have never dated into their 30s and 40s, and they are not as stunted as somebody else who dated all their teens and 20s. They're stunted in different ways, but maybe they're not stunted in the romantic way. Maybe they're stunted with their job or their education or something else, or the way they eat at restaurants. I don't know. Maybe they're stunted in a different way with money or something. I don't think, personally, I think human beings are way too nuanced and way too gray to think that you have to date in your teens to not be stunted. But I will say that what's really important is that you have the parents and the environment and the village to not be stunted. And that is really rare. It is really rare to have the proper environment to mitigate stuntedness. That's why I'm saying our parents are playing a much bigger role in this than we're even paying attention to. You know, all of us are not acknowledging how much of our childhood formed the way we date as adults, and we're not going to therapy. Remember, like, to bring this back to Hassan at the beginning, not Hassan specifically, but kind of, he's admitted he hasn't gone to therapy. So he hasn't even started to deconstruct or think about, and he doesn't like philosophy. I heard him say this. I don't know what he meant by it, but he said, oh, I hate philosophy stuff. It's so boring. This is why I like politics. Joke's on him. I like philosophy because politics is so boring. But it's only boring because it's not my joy. And I get it. It might not be his either, but that means he's not doing the work. So that means, like, I can't trust his thoughts about crushing on women because I don't know what he means by it, right?
I think that that's a sign that you're not with the right person. Someone that...
This is an older podcast. We reviewed it in the past. Just for context, this is Cody Ko's wife, Kelsey. This
was in my life.
This one.
I think that that's a sign.
That's Cody Ko's wife, Kelsey. So just FYI, not that it really matters in this conversation, but just watch this for a second.
And that you're not with the right person. Someone that was in my life. She was with her boyfriend for 2 years. She like went on like a weekend, like, I don't know, tailgate, something. Okay. And she developed a crush. She broke up with the boyfriend and like tried to pursue the crush. Ended up being like a fuck boy and being like, what are you doing? Like, I don't care about you. Right. Went back to the boyfriend, is now married with kids with the boyfriend. And to be truthful with you, that has always given me pause. Since meeting Steven, have not had a crush. I always had other crushes on other people. In other relationships. So I would always say, it's normal. Exactly. Someone asked me, I would be like, oh my God, it's so normal. Trust me, happens all the time. Right. When I started dating Cody, I was like, absolutely have never had the desire to have a crush on someone else. And then I was like, maybe you're just not with the right person. Yeah, so now I would say my final answer is it's not normal. I think that
I don't believe in the word normal. I think normal is just expected based off culture. So I actually think it's really normal to have crushes on people. I don't know that it's healthy. Okay. So I'm more focused on that. So limerence is a descriptive concept rather than a diagnosis. It's not in the DSM. I grow concerned over people identifying with the word limerence, though, and I acknowledge that it might not be in the DSM, but I will say I've never met somebody who truly was experiencing what I would call limerence or an obsession without them being like mentally unwell. There is just a level of mental unwellness that plays a role in here. I am saying I don't care if it's normal, is it healthy? That's what I'm focused on, because a lot of things are normalized in society. You know, I don't care about normal. We already learned normal didn't work. So what does normal mean? Now, we might fast track a conversation to say, like, is that normal? Meaning, is it healthy? But I would prefer us just to use language that's a little bit more accurate in this context of, is it healthy? Okay, next video.
I can almost guarantee that at some point, your boyfriend is going to, I don't know, develop a little crush on somebody and feel really guilty about the way that they feel about.
Oh, I'm sorry. Going back to this video, can we just focus on what happened? This lady was in a relationship. She meets a guy over the weekend, has a crush on him, leaves her current relationship, realizes it doesn't work, goes back to her former relationship and marries and has kids. Right? Now, listen, I acknowledge that poly people exist. People do get crushes. Listen, I did poly for 10 years. I will say this. Even when I was doing poly, I didn't get crushes. I don't think I biologically experienced them at this ripe age, but I know I used to. I know in high school, I used to have crushes because I remember there was a boy in high school. He was super goth, dressed in all black and had eyeliner. and he was 2 years older than me, and I would purposely during lunch try to be within his eyesight. I would like literally like, you know what I mean? And I would literally like write his name on a notebook, and I'd be like, please notice me. I would like deliberately go out of my way to like say something and see if he was like interested. And like I had a crush, and like it never went anywhere. But the point is, I know that that was a crush. I don't experience that as an adult because what I call because that, I didn't even know him. Girls, I knew nothing about this boy. I couldn't even tell you anything about him to this day. I just saw that he was goth and cute, and I was like, crush, you know? Okay. Later in life, I would become attracted to people and I would become interested in people. And then I would say, hey, I'm interested in you. Are you interested in me? And regardless of gender, they would say yes or no, and then we would go on a date. Right? So what I'm interested, again, I understand you could be in a relationship and have a crush on someone. You could be in these things, but I'm saying a crush is, it's interesting that you're not willing to think about it. Why does it happen? Right? I'm not saying you're a bad person for getting a crush. Maybe I should have said that at the beginning. You're not a bad person because you have a crush, but I think if you don't examine it, you are an unsafe person. At least to date. And maybe to recommend to friends. How could I tell my girlfriend to date a guy or a girl or a they, them who won't sit and think about things when all my friends are introspective? I don't think you're automatically a bad person, but I can't trust you to tell me the truth if you're not even willing to sit with the thought of, why do I get a crush? What does that mean? You know, what am I going through? You know, and I always tell my girlfriends, if my girlfriend is dating somebody, right? And they know this isn't their person. They know they're unhealthy. They know they're toxic, but they just like they love the way they kiss and they love their smell and they love the way they feel. And they're the only person they feel so relaxed with. Everybody else drains them, but this person just makes them feel so good. I also would say to them, and they're driving you crazy, and you're not getting as much sleep, and you're constantly calling me worried, and you're literally miserable. This is an on-again, off-again relationship. This is this part of your brain that goes, but if it's so good here, why isn't it good anywhere else? Because you're still living for potential. And I'm saying stop dating for potential. Stop talking to this person. And when you're ready, you will catch up. Your biological experience will catch up. Your body will catch up. Your body will have that moment of aha, and it will go away. You will fall out of love with this person. You will fall out of attraction for this person. You will not even remember what it felt like to be attracted to this person. To this day, I cannot remember all of the feelings I had for anyone I ever dated got completely replaced by my partner. But before they got replaced by my partner, they got replaced by me being happy with my life. I cannot tell you, I do not physically remember what it was like being with my exes. I mentally remember, I have a memory of it, but it's not in my body anymore. I think until it's out of your body, that feeling is what takes you back to an ex. That's what I think that was, for me at least. And now I get that feeling, like that embodied attraction to my partner. I have a physical and a mental attraction to my partner. And it hasn't gone away. But I think that that's what you're looking for in a former relationship. You're waiting for that, you know what I mean? You're waiting for them to stop being a main character in your life in a way.
I can almost guarantee that at some point, your boyfriend is going to, I don't know, develop a little crush on somebody and feel really guilty about the way that they feel about that crush. It's so normal. I've had conversations with certain boyfriends about like people that we find attractive that aren't each other. Like, it's okay. It's normal. I don't think it necessarily works for everybody to have an open conversation about that. Not everyone feels comfortable with that. Some people would rather not know because.
What do you mean by attraction? Okay, my partner and I are not attracted to anyone, but obviously we can acknowledge that people are attractive. But I really am not interested in anybody. The only person I'm interested in is my partner. And even when I was poly, it took a lot of work for me to be interested in people, genuinely. And I'm not saying this is good or bad. Like, some people are more casual. Again, okay, guys, hold on, pause. Okay, let's make a chart because I think it's too confusing. Okay. Okay. There is, okay, physical attraction. Okay. There is emotional attraction. Okay. There is like consciousness attraction, and then there's like all of it. All of it. Okay? All attraction, right? I have felt physical attraction for people that I did not feel emotional attraction for, nor consciousness attraction for, nor all of it for. Okay? That's how I know I'm allosexual. I will fuck you because I'm physically attracted to you and I like you as a person, but it's not emotional. I'm not in love with your consciousness. I am attracted to you. I like you. Okay, I like you. And we have good sex together. I've done that with a lot of my friends. I'm still friends with a lot of those people. We have conversations and sometimes we reminisce about our threesomes and we go, oh my God, remember the good old days? Anyways, then I'm emotionally attracted to you. I'm really, wow, like I'm so, you make me feel all these things and I'm physically attracted to you. And this is somebody that I would have dated, but I would have fallen out of love with. And then I also love you as a consciousness, like you specifically, and it's unconditional. This would have led to all. This is who I married, right? I think there's a dilemma with where does a crush fit into any of this? Okay, right? We haven't even started talking about crushes. What is a crush? A crush is, in my mind, has nothing to do with these things. A crush lives outside of these bubbles. A crush lives here. And it is an illusion of this. It is an illusion. It's not real. It's just a thing that happens that if you deconstruct, you realize it has no foundation. It has no foundation. So then what you do is you deconstruct the crush and you start to ask yourself, am I physically attracted to this person for real? Oh, I guess so. Am I attracted to this person emotionally? Do I like them as a consciousness? And do I want to do it all with them? Right? Like a crush is an experience you're having. Like, it's a lack of information, chat. Exactly. It's a lack of information. It's a fantasy, right? Okay. It might, okay. If you're a partner, let's say you're dating somebody. If you find out your partner watches porn and masturbates, is that a problem? Okay, maybe you say it's not a problem because they're, it's porn, it's an actor, it's neutral. They don't even know this person. What if you found out your partner only masturbates to a specific person and they kind of like have a crush on this person and they used to really hope this person would message them? Like a streamer or a sex worker. Okay, what if your partner specifically masturbates to a picture of your sister or your brother or your mom or your dad? What if your family member is a porn star? What if they're a porn star? There is going to be a line in which what you think matters. When people say, oh, my thoughts are private, my thoughts shouldn't be policed. Oh, I'm going to police your thoughts. Woo woo, send the police. What you think about matters to me. Who are you fantasizing about? Misty as a 12-year-old from Pokemon? Okay, her and her little starfish Pokemon? I'm going to police your thoughts. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Oh, it's innocent. It's just innocent. Innocent? You're 35. Ain't nothing innocent about a 35-year-old. Explain. You know what I mean? Explain. So again, everyone wants to say, oh, I don't want to judge people. I don't want to do this. Girl, I'm not saying you're automatically bad for having a crush. I'm saying explain it right now. Explain it right now. You know what I mean? Explain it right now. That's all I want to know. And if me asking you to explain it puts you on the defense, I'm not saying you're guilty. I'm saying answer it though. I'm giving you a chance. See how I asked you? Next video.
I don't think that I've ever had a crush or like been interested in someone and had a normal, healthy relationship with it.
Yeah, it's not uncommon, especially when we're younger, to experience these obsessive crushes. Oftentimes it just sort of naturally goes away as we get older, but sometimes it doesn't, and you have to be aware of what's really going on. First, I want to be careful not to pathologize you and say that something is really wrong and you have serious attachment issues or you must have ADHD. Let's be practical and grounded here. I don't want you all to be diagnosing yourselves because you're just like this young woman. TikTok does that way too much. Okay, when you feel obsessed with a crush, especially the way you described your overwhelming feelings of being knocked back by the beauty of the barista's long red hair and how she's the most perfect girl you've ever seen and how you would just die for her, it can be a really powerful experience. And you probably know this, but you're not actually in love with her, right? You're feeling infatuated with the idea of her, and it's most likely a flawless idea of her. There's a chance that you think that being with her will fill a hole inside of you, like she's that missing piece you're looking for, and everything will be perfect once you're together. There's dopamine that's exploding in your brain. Enjoy it, but understand it's just a chemical reaction. And try to have fun with the feeling instead of allowing it to hijack you, which is easier said than done, I know. I just sort of want you to be present with the feeling that's coming up instead of believing in all the feelings, like, this is my person and I just know it. No, you're just projecting a lot of positive feelings on them and you don't know who this person really is. The sort of concerning part of your story is when you said, and then all of a sudden she pulls her mask down and she's not that cute anymore. I'm like, forget it. Which means that possibly your object of desire needs to be flawless in order to have feelings for them, and obviously you're setting yourself up for disappointment if this is the case. It's like once you see the person for who they really are, then your attraction quickly disappears and they don't fit inside your little fantasy anymore. Healthy love can start with an overwhelming crush, but
Okay, what Jeff just explained is, remember the comment I got yesterday of the person who was accusing me of doing this to people that we were talking about getting the ick for someone? Getting the ick for somebody because you walked in on them eating their toenails is not the same thing as you projecting onto somebody you don't even know a fantasy of them in your head, and when it doesn't match up, you're like, what the fuck? That is different. That's why a crush is weird to me, but there's a difference between being married to someone you consented to being in a relationship with, hopefully with informed consent, and being completely shocked at the standard of hygiene that you had an expectation of because they decided not to tell you because they knew you would find it gross. Okay? XQC, Aiden Ross doing this on stream. But you know what? Then there's the other side of it where they're not even hiding it from you. They literally just think it's normal. Okay? There's that other side of it, right? Where they're just like, love it. Like, love eating my, I'm going to gag. Love eating my toenails.
But it's attained through a deep and very real bond with a person that comes with time, shared experiences, and seeing them for who they really and truly are, which includes all of their flaws and annoying parts. What I'm saying is have fun with big crushes, but know that they're just crushes on who you imagine the person is. You could be feeling a ton of emotions for them because you think it'll make your life complete, when in reality, relationships should merely complement the life that you already have. And I'm not going to say that these are all signs of severe mental illness. It isn't. Big crushes are something that we all go through, and oftentimes we don't outgrow them until later in life.
Okay, the later in life part, though, is the part that I find interesting. The later in life part, which to me makes sense. I'm not going to judge young people. I'm not going to judge people going through stuff. But I will start to judge people in their 30s and 40s, not like condemning them, but like I will need to take safety precautions around you if you're reaching big old ages and you're not deconstructing crush behavior. That's what I'm trying to say, right? And I do think there comes to be a form of, okay, here's the other part of the misogyny I'm going to get into. So going back, because this is the chat that inspired this conversation, okay? Hassan has an inside joke with his audience about Dua Lipa. That's not the important part. The important part is that people were mad that I said it was ew, that he had a crush on Dua Lipa, and I think it's kind of misogynistic. Okay, there is a type of man who pedestals women he's, quote, attracted to but intimidated by, where it is a form of misogyny to be like, she's so smart, she's so fabulous, she's so pretty, she's so much better than me, and I just like, oh my God, if she would only pick me, and then when she picks me, it validates me as a man. It's still this idea that you're being validated by how pretty she is and how smart she is. You're objectifying her as still a token or a prize you wear on you, like a bag, right? What you're doing is you're saying, I am more valid now that this woman picked me and I look better because she's on my arm. So there's like a validation that comes through it, right? That I think is negative. So these people were going back and forth because they were mad at me in the chat. Or one person was particularly very upset and one person maybe just didn't agree with me, which is fine, right? And they said, I agree with you, not having a crush in your 30s isn't ew. I continue to experience them as an adult. However, I don't make a big deal out of it, and I try to treat people I find attractive the same as anyone else, unless I plan on doing something about it. See, this is so weird to me. The disconnect here is so fascinating. What do you mean? You know, I have a crush on someone, and unless I try to do something about it, I try to treat them like normal people, right? At some point in our lives, I think we should learn to be in control of our emotions and not let them dictate how we behave around others. Yeah, but why are they even coming up in the first place? If I was having that feeling, I would deconstruct my emotions. Because guys, you can eventually get to the point where some of your emotions don't come up anymore because not all of them, you can't deconstruct everything always. Deconstruction does not mean to get rid of or dismantle. It means to understand in a deep way. to deconstruct it, to take it apart and understand the details of. For some of our problems, for some of our thoughts, we can deconstruct them into retirement. For some of our stuff, we can't. So you're not trying to eradicate your feelings. You're trying to better understand them and why they show up and why they come up, right? That's the point of deconstruction. I think people just don't know what that word means, right? Okay, at some point in our lives, we should try to, our emotions, and behave around others, especially when those people aren't aware of our feelings. Well, that's the concern. You're not allowing people to have sort of an informed consent around you. It's like one of my male friends I had for a really long time, I had to break off our friendship because we were friends for so long. We always had good boundaries. We never crossed those boundaries. And then he was going through a really bad breakup. And his first instinct during his fucking breakup was to call me for emotional support, where I was ready. I was like, I'll fly out to you. I'll come see you. And he goes, can we have sex? And I was like, what? He was like, yeah, can we have sex? And I was like, no, that's not our relationship. Have you been thinking about me in a sexual way? All these years we've been friends. All these years I've been there for you. All these years we've been there for each other. You go through one fucking hard time and you go straight to, can we have sex? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, no. And that was like, we got into it. We argued about it. And I said, this is like really fucked up. And then he was like, this is really fucked up. I'm going through a hard time. Anyways, we're not friends anymore. But it was one of those things where, again, I feel like I didn't get informed consent in that friendship because I thought we mutually respected each other as people and we weren't interested in each other that way. So those thoughts weren't happening. I didn't know he was, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's what I'm saying about the idea of like, oh, I have this feeling about a person and now you're like hiding it from, now you're being weird. Now you're a weirdo. Because if you had just come out with it when you initially ever had attraction to me and said, hey, I'm really into you. Do you think you're into me? And I was like, no, I'm not really into you that way. Is that okay? And they're like, yeah. And then they moved past those feelings and got rid of them. You know what I'm saying? You can now, it's like, is it some secret weird thing you've been thinking about? You know? Yeah, Chad says one of my friends was telling me recently that her biggest fear around guy friends, since it always happens, and the reason it's scary is not because it's a man or a woman, it's because you're being weird. You ever see those lesbian horror story movies or TV shows where you think you have a girlfriend you're friends with, but she's secretly in love with you? How terrifying. It would be terrifying regardless of the gender, that the person you're forming a relationship with, you're not on the same page as the relationship. That they're secretly finding ways to get inside of your pants or trick you into falling in love with them instead of being upfront. And I'm saying it's scary. And the fact is that some people who experience a crush are then moving into territory of being incredibly unhinged. And so I'm saying, don't you want to make sure you're not being that person by double checking yourself? Don't you want to make sure that you're not crossing the line? And the fact that people might get defensive, it's just a crush. It's just an innocent crush. How do you know it's an innocent crush if you've never asked yourself? How do you know it's innocent if you haven't double checked? Okay. So then the person said, I agree with you. Nobody was talking about treating people you crush on in a strange way. This is all over a guy being nervous about approaching superstars. We read this in the beginning. He said the same thing about male celebrities. Okay, but then why are you insecure around male celebrities? And when you said, Hassan literally said, and it's not about Hassan, I'm just with the context given, if they're going to keep bringing up the context given is that he said, I've literally had my life threatened and I've never been anxious, but all of a sudden I'm around a Hollywood star and I'm anxious. Interesting. Can you deconstruct that? Can you introspect about that? Why do you think that is? Oh, it's just innocent. Okay, but like there is a reason why. There is a reason why it's happening. Why is it happening? Right? Okay. They said, yeah, I'm not sure about the misogyny in this case as much as we have tendencies of consistently thinking in hierarchical ways, which is too bad. Like, why would one be nervous to talk about a celebrity, putting social anxiety aside, that is? Although even then, it would be nice if we could deconstruct the idea of feeling attraction to people and not put so much stock into it. If someone tells me they like me and vice versa, and there's no interest to move forward with it, it would be nice if our default reaction is to simply move on and make a big deal about it. For sure. I agree with that. Then the person who is upset with me more or less said this, think this might be trying to over intellectualize normal human emotions. See how they're not willing to think about it deeply? See how even the commenter was trying to be nice to them and be like, hey, I think like maybe there is something to see. They're like, no, these are just human. You're trying to over intellectualize. You're not even trying, bro. They said it's normal to feel it's normal to feel nervous talking to people you admire or think are pretty. Is it? Is it? Is it? I don't agree. Humans are naturally afraid of looking goofy and accidentally saying something embarrassing. Okay, but why are you projecting that onto all of us? Especially in situations where you have a few seconds to make an impression. It's always nerve-wracking approaching people in these kinds of events because everyone is busy and everyone has people trying to talk to them. It's always a bit awkward to start the convo with somebody you've never met before. Hassan has talked to multiple famous people before. I think he understands how to put aside the normal nervous reaction aside because intellectually he knows these people are just like anyone else, yet he couldn't. See how this person is busy fighting for Hassan instead of deconstructing? You said that, but he literally admitted he couldn't. You literally aren't listening to Hassan. You're objectifying him. You're not listening to him. He's the one who told the story. We're the one who went, oh, okay, we see you. And you're the one saying the absolute opposite of what he literally said. He literally said he is nervous. So then why are we the ones who are bad when we literally heard him going, oh, okay, thank you for telling us. Here's my opinion, right? They said, and again, I think you're conflating a silly crush with the type of attraction that gives you an actual intention to be with someone romantically. Dua Lipa is married, and also they've never met before. She's just someone he thinks is pretty and talented. It would be so weird if he had the intention to make a move during their first interaction. If you've never had interactions with someone you thought was cute and nothing beyond that, like, I don't know what else I can explain. See, this is a 28-year-old. They said they're 28. So this isn't a 17-year-old. This is a 28-year-old playing defense, right? Okay, so then this person says, yeah, I'm not sure about the massage. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Did me read this? Oh, I'm not sure about the misogyny in this case as much as we have tendencies to constantly think hierarchical. Oh, we did. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's the same comment twice. It's the same comment twice. Okay. Then chat says, gotta say, it's just a joke from crush. It's a joke crush from COVID era because he was and is in a relationship with Ray anyways. I don't know about that. I know Ethan Klein did say Hassan was in a relationship, which is why I said, isn't Hassan in a relationship? And then people in my chat were like, no, he's never confirmed he's in a relationship. That was rumors on the internet. I don't care if Hassan is in a relationship. I'm saying he's 33 years old, 33, 34 years old, whatever. I don't understand why we're doing all this work to double guess what he told us. Okay? And I'm saying, even in chat, you guys agreed, right? It was kind of hard to digest this when I first brought it up. Does anyone still have questions? Does anyone still have questions about my concern over the concept of a crush, given all the content I've showed you, given all the context I've showed you? Do you understand why my brain went, what do you mean by that? Because I don't know what you mean by that. And we're living in a world where not enough people are asking, hey, what do you mean by that? Right? Does it make more sense now? Is there anything that's confusing? Does anybody have any follow-up questions? Discord said, based on my own experience in my early adulthood and how I've witnessed crushes play out, it seems to me that it's a sign of unhealthy relationships with sex. It can look different for everyone, but I really think the tendency to avoid having meaningful conversations about what healthy sexuality looks like is what leads to having crushes in adulthood. It's stagnation. I tend to agree with that. My general consensus around crushes into older age tends to be around people who are very stunted and aren't willing to have real conversations with people. And I do think a lot of incel men tend to sit with their thoughts. They tend to ruminate about their thoughts about crushes. I love this girl, but she doesn't know. And I'm mad at her for not knowing I like her. Right? It's like, oh, well, maybe you could tell her you like her and then see if she likes you back. And it's like, no, I like her and she's talking to another guy. It's like, okay, it's like the girls who literally felt like there are going to be people in the world, guys, who genuinely feel personally slighted that the crush they have chose somebody else. And I'm saying, how do you know your crush is innocent if you're already having a thought about someone and they don't know and you're not even gonna engage with it, right? Let's see, chat says I can't, no concerns, I can relate. Let's see, chat says, but saying it's unhealthy is a little pathologizing because autism is making it hard for us in social situations we're not used to. Hold on, what's that about? Is there two comments around here? It's normal to feel shy around people. It's another thing entirely not to deal with it. Let's see. Actually, wait, do I have this TikTok to show you? Oh no, hold on. Did I save it? Maybe I didn't save it. Damn, hold on, let me check. Did you guys see this TikTok about when you're dating the shy girl? And someone said, oh no, this is me. Is that how we look to people? And I was like, yeah, you're annoying, bro. Like, look, I have an issue with adults who are shy or adults who won't stand up for themselves, I literally think you're making the world a worse place, like slow drivers. But I don't think you're an evil person. I think you're stunted. Slow drivers cause more accidents. People who cannot advocate for themselves or too shy or like are 40 years old and they mumble, girl, please lock in, girl. And I know you're going to feel judged about that, but I'm telling you right now, just think of all the social situations that are so much harder. You know what I mean? When you're dating the shy girl. Hold on, let me see if this TikTok will come up. And again, this could be a personality difference, but I'm just saying if we were all on an island, I'd be like, girl, get off my island. With peace and love, with peace and love. Okay, oh man. Let me see. It's a skit. It's like when you bring the shy girl around your friends. Hold on, let me see if I can. When you bring the shy girl around your friends, you know, the kind of people that like can't answer a question, they need you to answer for them. You're like, hey, do you like a salad? And they like tell their partner to answer for them. Girl, you might be cute at 19, less cute when you're 45. Literally not cute when you're 45. Damn, I wish I could find this skit. But do you guys know what I'm saying? Okay. Chat says autistic people also struggle with being perceived. Hold on. But does that mean we shouldn't be around people? We can't really control how our nervous system reacts. Hold on. Now that's a different question. We're not talking about that, are we? Because that's important for you not to internalize this as a conversation around autism, right? You can learn to have a different relationship with your nervous system. That's why we go to therapy. It's why we do EMDR and DBT. Everything has a reason. You can't always control, but you can have a different relationship with. We don't just do anything for no reason. It stems from something. We should figure out what it is. Chat said, but Hassan is autistic. He's not autistic. He's not autistic. We don't know if he's autistic. He's not autistic. See how you give this man so much leeway for a diagnosis he has not confirmed, but lives with all the positive benefits of? Did he get a diagnosis? Did he get a diagnosis? Did he get a diagnosis? Is he fully owning it in debates where men can criticize him for his mental health? Is he absolutely facing the wrath of this administration that is saying people with a learning disability shouldn't be president? Is he literally living up to the responsibility of being autistic? And I say this because, again, is he actually autistic? Does he really think he's autistic? Or does he say it because he knows his audience thinks it's cute? I'm warning you right now, you give this man way too much leeway with the way he says things. He gets way too many benefit of the doubts. He absolutely knows his audience eats it up. He knows for a fact you girls love that he's autistic. But is he? He's ADHD. He knows that. He got that diagnosed. I'm just saying, do not let men get away. And even if you're autistic, okay, even if you're autistic, you need to deconstruct. Your autism doesn't allow you to then engage in misogyny because you're, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying, by the way, I do think he's possibly autistic, but I'm saying I cannot know he's autistic. I can guess, but that doesn't change the fact that he is weaponizing, he's utilizing, he's taking advantage of this label in a way that's really fucking annoying. Because the rest of us who who get diagnosed, who do the work, who figure it out, even the self-diagnosed autistics I know would never be casual about their autism. I believe in self-diagnosis, but this is exactly my problem with men with microphones, is they get to go around saying like, oh, I have the tism and everyone thinks it's cute. They think it's adorable because they don't think it's real. They don't think, they're not seriously treating him like an autistic person, and he's only getting the benefit of the doubt. That's all he's getting, because the only people who believe he's autistic are his audience. His enemies don't, so he doesn't have to deal with the responsibility. He doesn't get videos made about him where we can't take him seriously because he's autistic, right? Because nobody thinks he is, because he doesn't think he is. If he really thinks he's autistic, say it with your full chest. Say it with a full chest and say, no, dude, I am autistic. Don't laugh it off. Don't think it's a joke. Do you know what I'm saying? Don't sit there and be like, oh my God, like, we're all autistic. No, we're not. Okay, so I get you. I'm here for you. If he's autistic, I support him. But I don't like the way, because I've seen the interviews, because even my autistic friends, like, we share videos. I'm like, oh my God, they might be autistic. Oh, but they're not owning the disability. Like, Hassan will never probably admit that he is actually disabled by ADHD, and that's why he has to be hopped up on a bunch of stimulants to make it through stream every day. right? Like all these ADHD boys. You remember when Destiny was like, I don't have ADHD, and he only admitted it when his kid had ADHD. And the way these men get through streams is by hopping up on caffeine and by stimulants, because the rest of us are trying to have a balanced relationship with our friends and family. But all of these boys can get away with engaging in capitalism, engaging in not slave labor, but like the concept around slaving away 7 days a week for the good cause. They get to throw their families under the bus. They get to have friends that beg them to go to therapy, and they're still great guys for the cause. But the rest of us that are like, hey, maybe that's not so great. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying trust me when I say this is a special interest of mine, where I do think it is so interesting the way certain people get all of the social credit for being XYZ. They sensationalize their disability. And I don't like it, because the advocates that are not sensationalizing their disability, they are seeing the repercussions of it. They are losing jobs over it. They are not as popular over it. And I'm saying as long as you sensationalize your disability, you will throw disabled people under the bus, which is why we went over my value sheet a few days ago. Big value of Britney's: do not sensationalize your life. Do not sensationalize my disability. You think I can't get up here and sensationalize the fuck out of my disability? You can't think I can sensationalize my lifestyle or who I am? You don't think I could do that and get a bunch of social credit from people? Oh my God, Britney, you're so capable and autistic. Oh my God, Britney, you have a job and you're disabled? Wow, you really set the bar where it should be for all disabled people. All disabled people should have jobs and show up to work 6 days a week, because that's what that does. These men are getting over here and not acknowledging how they are actually negatively impacting themselves and their communities because of their problems. And so they are making it seem like all of us should be able to keep up with them. All of us should be able to do these things. And they're not acknowledging all the negatives. Yes, chat. This reminds me of a study I looked into showing that parental men's health, including prenatal men's health, including smoking, consuming nicotine, preconception, causes adverse effects on children, including ADHD. They say men who smoke have higher chances of ADHD kids, and our dads all wonder why we all have ADHD. All these conservatives that fucking smoke with their kids in the car all wonder why all their kids have ADHD. Hello? So again, I am not criticizing people for self-identifying autistic. I strongly believe in self-diagnosis. I am strongly critical of men in positions of power who are literally millionaires, not getting formal diagnoses, not doing the work, not going to therapy, and absolutely getting all of the credit when nobody else is getting that amount of credit because they actually are diagnosed. You don't understand, with a government who's literally targeting and making lists of diagnosed people, how radical it is to get diagnosed and to sit here and say, I have it on my paperwork. How radical it is to take the responsibility of being it. And the biggest guy with the biggest microphone is not taking any of those radical stances. And so all of us who barely have the money, who do not make the same money, who do not have the same privilege, are willing to throw ourselves in there, but we get none of the social credit because we're not famous, right? So I'm saying with all of these things at play, we have to remember that as much as we want to support people, how are you going to support a community you're willing to throw under the bus for the social credit of identifying with a community that you have not been confirmed to be a part of, right? And I get it. He's neurodivergent. He's already ADHD. So he doesn't need the autism diagnosis. He's already a part of the neurodivergent community. But you see how none of these men have to take responsibility for the negatives or the... And anytime we talk about it, anytime our communities talk about how hard it is, oh, you're just not working hard enough. These guys do it. Why can't you do it? Girl, that's the point. That's the criticism. Anyways, I went on my normal disability representation rants, Chat says, I thought ADHD was genetic. It is genetic, but genetics are impacted by, we can impact how our babies come out, right? Like we impact how our children develop, right? So ADHD is still being studied. I think that's why Gabor Mate and all these people argue with each other. Is it just purely genetic? Is it environmental? Is it both? I mean, we're obviously so both in many ways, but I think this obsession with eugenics and this obsession with curing our children is an obsession with purity culture that needs to be deconstructed from religious and bullshit bubbles that, just want to throw disabled people under the bus. You know what I mean? I think that's the big part of it that's so frustrating to me is it doesn't, there's epigenetics that play into this. Again, there is a real there's a real misunderstanding of what we know about people. And I really think in the next 100 years, we're going to learn so much we didn't know. In the next 500 years, we're going to learn so much that we don't know. And I'm so excited to see what we figure out before I die. But I really think we don't know enough. You know what I mean? I really think we just don't know enough. And I'm so excited. I'm just so excited to see what we discover. And that's the attitude I think we should have, because I do think we are way too ignorant and way too confident at the same time. And I'm just saying, okay, so excuse my like little monologue right there. I'm sure that was boring for people, but I feel very strongly about this because guys, I am newly disabled. I am newly diagnosed autistic, and I am having to truly face so much about myself in so many ways that I am radically changing as a person every day. So when I see a man, especially a millionaire man, get on a microphone and get all of this social credit for something he hasn't even tried to face because he's too afraid to go to therapy, it is very annoying because they get all of the social credit. They get praised for all of their accomplishments without recognizing that the rest of us who are actually doing the work are suffering and still managing to pay our bills. And we're not getting any of the social benefits because if you're too much of a freak, you actually won't get it. The reason that white men especially get to, or white women, or normies get to go on talk shows and talk about, oh yeah, I had kinky sex with my husband. And everyone's like, oh, you had kinky sex with your husband? But the moment someone's actually a furry or the moment someone's actually a BDSMer, everyone's like, ew, freak. Is the same thing with autism. When you're a generally attractive person, when you are successful and you go on a talk show and you go, actually, I'm autistic, and you defy the stereotype of autism and you look cool, it's like, ooh, autism. But when you actually look autistic or / look like that stereotype, all of a sudden, ew, autism, right? RFK Jr. is trying to save our kids from being autistic, but he's not going to try to save Hassan. You know what I'm saying? Hassan isn't who RFK Jr. is thinking about. Hell, he's not even probably thinking about me. But I'm not about to throw my autistic people under the bus because, quote, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, everything is okay when you're hot. Everything is okay when you're rich. Under capitalism, everything you do is okay when you're rich and successful. Which is why anytime I criticize these men, the first defense of them is they're rich, they're happy, they're popular, and people like them. Brittany, what's your problem? When are we going to learn, girl? So forgive me for... no, don't forgive me. I will forever be, okay, the girl who's like, maybe we should think about this though. Maybe we should like deconstruct this a bit. Because you know what? It really needs to be said we're not doing enough yet. We're not even there yet. We're not there yet. And again, only one person in our collective is becoming a millionaire. Okay? Most of the leftist streamers, most of the disabled people are not fucking rich. They are literally struggling to pay their bills. And one guy and maybe a handful of others are able to actually become rich and stabilize, and they're not even utilizing those resources to get help. They're buying $50,000 shirts or whatever, or $5,000 shirts or whatever. You know what I mean? Okay, anyways. What are you going to do? Okay, let's go ahead and take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll watch some more content together, okay? I'll be right back. Oof. Anyways, I just want to clarify, I was right. And unless you have data that can counter me, I am correct. Thank you. Thank you. I see you, original chatter. Go ahead. Go ahead. You said I made the OG crush comment. I feel crazy because she can't defend her point without putting words in people's mouths. I know you're 28 and I'm 36, so this might be punching down. Go ahead. Defend yourself. I'll be Elle the vegan. Would you like to make a claim? Would you like to defend yourself? That's my Elle impression. Shout out to Elle. If you watch Elle, you know. She's like, oh, you making the claim right now? Are you in my chat? Come on my Discord. Let's go. That's Elle. She's so funny. I love when Elle gets riled up by her commenters who are like anti-vegan. She's so good. She's so good. Go ahead. I just had a whole bucket of little fries. I feel so good. I had a snack. I had a little snack on my snack break. Go ahead. Go ahead, defend yourself, but you can't because I am right. Ah. Yeah, see, if you know, you know. Okay, let's see. I'm going to watch this video. I want to watch... I want to watch... Oh, wait, this TikTok I just found? Yeah, we are seriously interested. I'm genuinely interested too. Chess says I'm genuinely interested in a response. Me too, chatter. Let's go.
I just want to...
Well, you're busy defending a white man in my chat. Here's Dolores, who's recently spoken up about Cesar Chavez and the horrible things he's done to her, giving a message of hope to victims.
Say to all the women out there that you are never alone. Never, 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 never hold back. Never ever think that, no, this is not for me. This is for somebody else. That maybe I don't deserve this. I want to say, yes, you do deserve this. You should never feel embarrassed or feel criticized or you feel like people might make fun of you or not understand you. Always remember there's somebody out there for you and we're here for you. Si se puede.
Love her. So proud of her. Proud of the victims coming forward. 96 years old, baby. 96 years old. Dolores, how do you say her last name, girls? Hutera? Love her. Very proud of her. I know that must have been hard. It must have been so hard to give up those babies. It must have been so hard to reconnect them. It must have been so reconnect with them. It must have been so devastating to tell everybody. And now there are people, of course, doubting her, saying, why didn't you speak up first? Why did you speak up originally? You're too late, da 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 da. I'm so proud of her. I'm always proud of people speaking their truth, especially when it comes to something like this. Like, that must have been just so difficult. You know what I mean? Thank you, chat. See how smart my chat is? My chat is so smart. So the original hater gator said Dua Lipa is pretty and talented, and then she starts talking about perky tits and stuff. And then my chatter said Brittany used Hassan as an example and further explained on what she heard, where men referenced a crush, though, which is where the perky tits came in. Thank you. Thank you for those who came to school to listen. This is what I'm saying. You are not listening, so you're coming up with things I didn't say when I obviously said. So that's the thing. That's the difference between are we really listening and understanding or are we assuming? And I get it. We all assume. I do it too. I think I heard it, then I rewatched it, and then I understood. But thank you, chatter. Thank you. Exactly. And that's what it is. If a couple of people disagree with me, I let it go. If a majority of my audience disagrees with me, I'm listening. Because most of the time, if a majority of my audience understands what I'm saying, I'm good. I can't expect every single person who watches me to understand me. But if a majority of you are like, Britt, I really don't get it. Okay, then maybe I'm off the mark. You know, maybe I'm the one who kind of fucked up, right? Okay, let me start pulling. Tell me if these videos together. Let me see. Okay, this one. Let's watch this one.
On this
Chat said I'm watching, but my point is that she can't. Why are you talking about me in third person? I'm right here. She can defend why a crush is weird without adding extra creepy elements to it. Like, no, I just think some people are pretty and funny. Then why would you need to crush on them? Just say, I think you're pretty and funny. What do you finding them pretty and funny have to do with you then crushing on them? I think people are pretty and funny all the time.
On this episode
I
of
don't have a crush on them. Why are you getting a crush on people you think are pretty and funny? I think the host at SBS is pretty and funny. I don't have a crush on her. You know what I mean? What does that have to do with anything? I think my mom is pretty and funny. I don't have a crush on my mom. You have a crush on your mom? You know what I mean? A crush is not finding people funny and pretty. I find a lot of people funny and pretty. Okay? So you have to think about what you're saying. Words, you know what I mean? You got to think about it. Okay. Do you want to say anything else or can we move the fuck on? Because I'm going to ignore you after this if you don't speak up. And also just proving my point, right? Like you're literally proving my point right now. That's what I'm saying, girls. I do this for a living. I talk to a lot of people every day. I can be wrong. I always admit when I'm wrong. But let's be so for real. This was an easy dunk. Okay? Easy dunk, bro. Easy proving I'm correct. And look, I came with the receipts. Okay? This person just wants attention. And that's what it is. Or they're hurt, or their feelings, or they're projecting, or they don't want to be called a creep when I never called them a creep. I never called you a creep, by the way. You just don't want to live with the reality that you haven't taken the time to really deconstruct your crush rhetoric. And so I said you could be considered a creep. And then all of a sudden you decided, oh my God, Brittany thinks I'm a creep and I'm not a creep. Well, why? How about this? Have you ever wondered why when I describe a certain person, you internalize it as I'm talking about you instead of thinking, oh, this has nothing to do with me? Like, oh, this has nothing to do with me. If I talk about creepy men who obsess over women and you're like, I don't obsess over women. Okay, well then it has nothing to do with you. You see how you got defensive and it makes me think like, do you hear that and think I'm talking about you? You know what I mean? Yeah, Chet says, though after watching so many TikToks, people have such different views on crushes. Crazy. Exactly. That's my point. And yet, none of the people who have these conversations are going any deeper. They're just superficial. It's all very superficial. And I'm saying we're trying to go deeper, have more deconstructed conversations, have real conversations about like, why is this? Like, look, you didn't just pop into existence. There is an answer for everything. There's an answer for why you like this cup over another cup. There's an answer for why I'm painting my nails red. And it's not just because it's pretty and I like it. There's an answer. Okay? There's an answer. If you pull things apart, if you really deconstruction, think of it like a pie. A deconstructed pie would be like putting on a plate, crust, filling, butter, you know, all the things that make a pie. You deconstruct the elements and you put it down so you understand what's in the pie. Have you ever eaten a food, like if you have a piece of pie and you don't know what's in it because it's covered? To understand the you would take apart the pie to understand the elements. You wouldn't just guess. You wouldn't be like, oh, it's a blueberry pie. How do you know it's a blueberry pie? Well, I just think it's a blueberry pie. So then maybe you even have an apple pie that's obviously apple. But what if it's actually like not pie, it's cake? You would take it apart to see what it is, you know? Right? Chad says this is just pedantic over definition. She's literally acting like people are creeps for having crushes. See, you're not listening, and I can't tell if it's because you're trolling or not. But I literally gave examples of okay people who have okay crushes, right? You said you can't justify why people without adding elements for gooning and stalking. You sound like a man I used to know. There was a man I used to know, somebody that I used to know. He would do this thing where he'd give me hypotheticals and then he'd get really upset because I refused to engage in his fucking stupid hypotheticals because they were dumb. He would give me a hypothetical like, and this is just bad thinking. This is just arrogance. It'd give me a hypothetical like, if you're married and your husband's off at sea and the police come to your door and say he's dead and you remarry after 5 years of thinking your husband is dead, are you and then you find out he's alive, are you cheating? I'm like, no. And he'd be like, but you are cheating. I was like, I'm not cheating. I think my husband's dead. The police told me he's dead. We had a funeral. It's been 5 years. He's dead. He goes, but he's not dead. And I was like, okay. But it's not cheating. He'd be like, no, but it is cheating. Because I'm super anti-cheating. And this person was trying to find ways for me to admit I'm pro-cheating. You know? And I'm like, no, it's not. right? Chad said, why would a philosophy channel not consider the definition of a word to contextualize discussion? Exactly. Chad says, I agree. Brittany's inferring way too much over trivial little crushes. I'm sorry, aren't you the commenter who left a whole comment about bullying over the ick? Aren't you the person who read so heavily into Jesse's reaction to the ick that you called her a bully? Don't you think you're reading into it too much? Aren't you that? Isn't that you? But I'm reading too much into crushes when you decided to write a whole group of women off because they were bullies. Isn't that you? Remember, I read your comments. I don't always remember who says what, but your username is too distinct for me to forget that. So just a reminder, if you want a shallow conversation where we're not actually deconstructing to find the answer, you can go watch Hassan. Ah! I'm just kidding. Right? You said Jesse bullied multiple men and blasted them without their consent on a podcast. You don't know that. You made that up. You do not know that. We do not know if these men consented. We do not know who posted the photos. She literally said in the video, I'm going to make sure I have my husband's consent before I post. She literally said that. You have no evidence to know Jesse posted those photos without anyone's consent. They're on the internet. The videos were posted by their girlfriends. They're on the internet. Jesse can show them in her video. You have absolutely no evidence to say that Jesse bullied multiple men or blasted them without their consent. You have without their consent doesn't mean anything. It's on the internet. They blasted them without their consent. You need consent to talk about a picture on the internet? Come on now. Come on. Jess says, I said she was being a bully too, to be fair. Yeah, but this person isn't saying it from a feminist deconstructed lens. They're saying it from a hurt man lens. Guaranteed. Because this person is a hurt man. I've never talked to them, but I know because of the comments you leave. You leave hurt man comments on my videos. I'm just saying the place you're coming from, the criticism matters. If I was just a basic Hassan hater, it'd be different, but I'm not. I don't care about Hassan like that. So where you come from when you call people out matters. Okay? Sad, grumpy men who are sad about the state of the world, calling women bullies, you know what I mean, are different than people who are deconstructed and who are introspective and who are progressive and can recognize like, oh yeah, I think they were being kind of mean girls here for sure. Which is different. I think being kind of a mean girl is different, right? Than saying they were bullying people. I don't think they were bullying people. I think they were kind of being mean girls, but like it's a part of the culture. I'm not a fan of it. I think they should stop doing that. But I also think a lot of people think this kind of content is like fun content, like having a crush is fun. And I'm saying I'm not a fan of either. I'm not a fan of ridiculing men for sitting like women, and I'm not a fan of being casual about crushes. They said, okay, fair enough. Maybe bullying is extreme. Okay, well then. You know what I mean? Because bullying is very specific. I don't think Jessie is a bully. What content do we have to know Jessie is a bully? I've never seen her. I don't know. Maybe you guys know something I don't. But, you know, Hassan isn't bullying his chat when he yells at them. We're not bullying. I'm not bullying you right now. That's not what a bully is. You know what I mean? A bully is a very specific thing. And I think like, you know, I think some debate circles are bullying. You know what I mean? Guys, bringing off topic, you're going to cover Huda? Huda who? Wait, are you talking about Love Island? Wait, are you the person who asked me to cover Love Island? Did you not see the video I made? I made a video called I Overpromised. I made a stream called I Overpromised. Girl, do you know Love Island is like 47 episodes and they're all an hour long? I didn't know that. I don't make enough money to do that. Does somebody want to donate $30,000 and I'll review that series? Girl, I'm so sorry. Like I made a video talking about it. I overpromised. I literally cannot afford to review that series. I can't even afford to review Love is Blind. I'm not making enough money to cover the amount of hours that go into the content. I shared with my stream the other day, sometimes I can make as little as $1 to $8 a video that I make. That's what I'm saying. Do you see how much more frustrated I am with these big YouTubers who make millions of dollars and can't get themselves to therapy? Do you know what I mean? Chat says, what if you just watched the video highlights and made a single video? I could watch video highlights for sure. I could watch video highlights. I can watch YouTube videos. I'm kind of worried about copyright, but I can get around it. So maybe we can do that as well. Yeah, I just realized I hit a really big burnout this last couple weeks where I realized like, oh yeah, like I am doing so much and I Like, I can't keep it up in hopes that one day it will pay me, or in hopes that one day it will work out, or hopes in one day it will, you know what I mean? I got to stick to like what, at the end of the day, I have to stick to what pays the bills. And I just don't make that kind of money. Like, again, that's what Patreon was supposed to be for, was it was supposed to meet that gap of where creators were, but I just don't make that kind of money on Patreon, right? So it's one of those things, but I will look for highlights. Tomorrow we'll do Love is Blind and I'll find a way around the copyright. I'll do the same thing with Love Island. We can look for highlights. Maybe when we come back next week, I can do like, maybe they call Her Daddy podcast or something. They usually don't copyright. Like the stream I did the other day, it got completely demonetized. Like 3 of my streams get completely demonetized. You know what I mean? So it is, again, it's my problem to figure out. But I also am so autistic, I want to be transparent. Like, I wake up every day to like demonetization, and it's like, it is what it is, right? Like, I chose this career, I'll make it work. But because I have to make it work, I do have to make executive decisions, which means I can't do everything I want to do, which sucks. But yeah, it's kind of a bummer, you know? Or even like there was a glitch on my Discord the other day, and I know people don't have ill intentions, but people were definitely on the Discord that weren't paying anymore, and some of them definitely knew it. And it feels a little bit strange when people know independent content creators are already like working so hard, and then they kind of like, you know, you're there, you shouldn't be, you know what I mean? So it kind of feels weird. It's a very awkward situation we're all in. We're all in a very socially awkward situation. You know what I mean? Now, it only happened, you know, people fixed it. I did a scrub. You know what I mean? It's just like we're all in a very uncomfortable situation, which says, how do we support small content creators without getting mad that they're charging things? Because Dr. Kirk Honda also has this problem where people get so mad at, oh my God, do you read his comments? People get so mad at him when he does members only content. They literally call him like evil and like scummy and like you're so rude. This is so fucked up. I'm going to unsubscribe. He'll put out a video that's like, and for the rest of this, join members. And I'm like, okay, cool. And they will be so mean to him. They are so mean to him. I think like, I get it. The economy is really hard. And so people, I think because the economy is so hard, people feel left out. And then people also don't understand that like, it's really hard because like even with the ads, like people are like, Brittany, I wish you didn't have so many ads on your videos. And I'm like, it's either I have a bunch of ads on my videos and nobody pays anything, or you guys have to, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's like, I get it, but I don't, this is why I say like the idea of labor is so funny, where especially progressives will talk about paying people for their labor, but they won't even sit through an ad or like, you know, and I get it. It's hard. I get it. It's difficult, but like, I get it. I do. It's just one of those things we all have to, or pay for YouTube YouTube premium. So you don't have to sit for ads, but we still get paid. It's all, it is what it is. Right. Chat says, to be honest, I am bummed that I can't watch the paywalled videos for Kirk Honda videos, but I get it. So I don't leave mean comments, but okay, let's deconstruct the bumness. Why are you bummed? You know what I'm saying? Like, I want us to sit with our feelings and say, why am I bummed? Why does this in any way negatively impact me? That's what I want people to process and to, you know what I'm saying? But why are you bummed? It's not like you're going to live without the content. Like, that's the other part. Guys, there's nothing in this content that you need. It's just nice to watch. Do you know what I'm saying? 2 of you said because I'm poor. But you're not missing out on anything. The FOMO, I promise you, you're not missing out on anything. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing in these videos that you need. It's a luxury. Everything is free. He has thousands of videos for free. I have thousands of videos for free. The only reason people pay for extra stuff is to support the creator. It should not be to get extra stuff. It should be to support the artist. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what I think needs to change about this structure, is like we should be giving creators, like I don't even care. I have a creative I donate to. I don't even get the perk. I was like, don't send me the perk. I don't care about the perk. I care about that artist being able to make their money. But that's because I'm just trying to give them extra money every month to pay their bills so they can make more art. I don't care about the perk. Like anytime someone gives me memberships to people's streams, I'm like, cool. But like, do you know what I'm saying? I get, for me, it's about why. Why do I support an artist? And that's what you have to ask yourself. You know what I mean? That's where I think it's, again, FOMO should be deconstructed if possible. It will also liberate you. You will be liberated. You will feel good about your life. You'll feel excited for people too, happy for people's success, right? Chat says, meanwhile, my lapses and Discord makes me leave and rejoin. I can't, that makes me laugh too. Sometimes Discord works, sometimes it doesn't. It's not a big deal though, right? And again, I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad about anything. I'm just trying to point out that like human beings we're really struggling. Oh no, chat says, girl, I was gifted a membership to H3. Stop it. That's so funny. Does that mean you're still subscribed to them? Because that's how it happens. Sometimes I'll still be subscribed to somebody, I don't realize it, and then someone gives me a membership and I'm like, who is this? Why? You know what I mean? It's just kind of funny, Chat says, because I like their art and I want more of it, but that's also okay. Again, you're not bad people. You are just, again. See, this is why YouTubers don't talk about this stuff, because they're afraid of alienating people. It's, how are we going to liberate ourselves if everything someone says feels like it's combative or insulting instead of just like, oh, can I learn from this? Am I doing this? Do I feel entitled? Do I want this thing? Or like, why do I want this thing? Again, no judgment. I'm asking the questions that are uncomfortable because they make us face ourselves. But you're not a bad person for donating to a creator because you want the extra perks. You're not a bad person for, you're feeling FOMO. You know what I'm saying? But how much better would life be if we also just felt like, you know what I mean? Right? It says, I don't feel alienated because ultimately a me issue that I shouldn't project onto creators. Well, it's just hard to like, again, I think to myself, I had to ask myself, if I was making, guys, you have to understand, some creators are literally making like 100K a month versus most of us are making like 1,000 a month on Patreon, right? So if you're making 100K a month, you will find a way to put out the content. You don't even have to really have membership only content, or even if it's once a week, like when you have the money and the resources, as you guys know, you end up making everything you want. That's what the idea what Patreon was initially, is we will raise money for you so you can make exactly the content you want, right? Like the reason we need memberships is because we don't make enough money otherwise, and it incentivizes people, yes, but it funds the art. Trust me, if I made enough money, I would not have a Patreon. If I made enough money, I would not need members. If I made somehow a ton of money, I wouldn't have exclusive content. You know what I mean? I wouldn't ask you guys to join members, right? So there's that kind of stuff that I think plays into this. Like, that's why I think it's cool that some creators who are really big turn off monetization, because yeah, like what do they need more money for? Chet said, I suppose it's kind of like supporting a small business. Yes, it is. It's supporting a small business. It's like a coffee shop that does extra events to get people in to spend money, and then showing up to the coffee shop and not spending money. It's like, how are you showing up to the coffee shop? You know what I mean? It's like for Patreon, not for YouTube. YouTube's free. But like, it's like loitering a bit. Like it's a bit of a, like because the creator sits down and brainstorms every way to fundraise, to make money, to give people a reason to invest in their art. And then when people show up and they just want free stuff, it's like, okay, now I don't know how this works. Right? And then that's the process. That's the thought behind it. That's why I say being a YouTuber is very hard. Stop telling children it's easy. Like, stop telling children it is easy to be an artist. It is very hard to be. It's possible, but it's very, very hard. Okay? It's very, very hard, and that's what I'm saying. I'm like, you know what I mean? Chat says, we will give you the stability or some stability so you can have some freedom to make content you like versus what makes money. Or versus like, if some YouTubers run their business like, you tell me what to make and I'll make it. If you give me $10,000 a month, I'll make whatever content you want me to make. And I personally cannot do that. It wears on me and I feel really bad about myself. Actually, Dr. Kurkanda, is he neurodivergent? He made a video yesterday or today where he was like, some channels are really good at following a formula and sticking to a format. and they get really big versus I struggle. He was like, I struggle with this. I'm always like all over the place. Me too. I struggle with this too, where if I just gave, you know, and then that's why audiences turn on you though, because if you change the format, they're like, why have you changed things? But I was like, are you neurodivergent, sir? Like, I don't know. But I was like relatable. Yeah. And like liking and sharing content, making the channel bigger. That also helps, by the way, because if the channel was bigger, then the creators get paid and they don't have to rely off, you know what I mean? Also, guys, what do you think about this? Did you guys see the Cuba, Florida is going and Christian is going to be on it? Have you guys seen this? Hassan's going to be on it. A bunch of people are going to be on it to go help Cuba. Have you seen this? Where is it? La 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 la.
I'm going to Cuba on Friday. Hi, if you're not aware, Cuba is a small island nation 90 miles off the coast of Florida that in 1959 overthrew their military dictator, Batista, only a few short years after that in their general opposition to global
Flotilla. Sorry, my dyslexia. Yeah. Florida, not Florida. Flotilla. I said Florida. Girl.
The United States, Cuba's
I'm over
biggest potential and closest trade partner, put an embargo on them, and that embargo has been running consistently since 1962. However, on January 29th of this year, Donald Trump placed an executive order that effectively puts an embargo on Cuba from receiving any form of oil. This blockade is not just a violation of international law, it is cruel, unnecessary, and honestly evil. It has caused blackouts, shortages, it has driven the price of everything way up, it has caused a lack of medicine, food, as well as made transit incredibly difficult, and just overall been a burden on the lives of the people in Cuba, as well as putting other restrictions on countries as well. If you don't know, Cuba has a really vibrant medical program. They train a lot of doctors and they send those doctors overseas, and they're requiring a lot of allied nations to remove those doctors from their nations, even though they are in places that desperately need them. There are multiple organizations involved with this. I'm going with Code Pink on their plane. The plane will be bringing over 6,000 pounds of aid. That includes things like medical supplies, food, solar powered batteries and lights, things of that sort. And obviously it's not just me. I'm going with organizers, activists, journalists, artists, as well as healthcare workers and community organizers. So it's a lot of people, and not just from the United States. This is a worldwide thing, meeting there for a moment of aid and solidarity. On the 21st, you might have heard of some more famous people who are going. If you want to know.
So, okay, I also saw, so this is interesting and this is good, I guess. I don't know the details. I've seen the Code Pink people. I've seen some of the interviews with them. I did see a criticism coming from not my favorite person in the world, so I'm going to leave that alone. But he said that he was concerned that these people weren't paying their own way, and I was curious about that. Does anyone know the details? I tried to Google it. I couldn't find it. A streamer was saying like, you know, are these influencers paying their own way, or are the funds for Cuba going to pay for these people's meals and board? And I was like, oh yeah, I want to know about that. Does anyone have any information? How do I find something like that out? That's the kind of stuff I do question and wonder about. Did you ever learn growing up that the cancer ads you see with celebrities, the donations go to paying these celebrities to show up in the ads? I don't know how true that ever was, but I always heard that as a kid. And I always thought, like, why the fuck is that happening? Like, why is that happening? I remember, oh my God, I got into the biggest fight. Wait, let me bring this up to you. Hold on. Did you see this post? Hold on, let me lower it. It's too loud. Oh my God, it's so loud. Jesus Christ, Planned Parenthood. Jesus, I gotta lower it down. Oh my God, it's blaring in my ears. Holy fuck. I turned it down for you guys. It says, PPFA statement regarding a recently deleted post. After careful consideration, we decided to delete one of our Instagram posts in an attempt to avoid misinformation. This is Planned Parenthood. Did you hear this? This was the deleted post. Gender affirming care literally saves lives. The reason for deleting this post was simple. When an organization like ours deletes a post and publishes a serious looking statement, they usually get attention. We wanted some of that attention too, mainly to remind you all that gender affirming care is very much life-saving healthcare. In fact, we never deleted that post. It's still there. Sorry for the clickbait. Damn it. Planned Parenthood, you got me, Planned Parenthood. Okay, I remember years ago I was debating a friend about Planned Parenthood. And listen, this is just my little progressive brain, so what do I know about anything? And this was really during my liberal days when I thought I was more progressive than I am, but now I'm really progressive, you know what I mean? So here's the thing. I remember arguing with, that same guy, the guy I just told you the story about, who's like, well, you want to have sex with me? No! Anyways, he makes good money. He makes money. Okay. Anyway, so he goes, I go, hey, do you guys know the head of Planned Parenthood makes $1 million? And at the time, that was the number. I don't know if it's changed. Ugh. All right, bro. And he was like, yeah, that makes sense because she'd make more money in the market. And I was like, or the private market. And I'm like, why do you need $1 million of donations? Why are you taking $1 million? Can't she take 300,000? Why do you need to take $1 million? He goes, because she'd make more money in the private sector. I'm like, I'm sorry, am I too woke? Like, am I too fucking woke? What do you mean? What do you mean $1 million? Does that mean nothing to anybody? What does she need $1 million for? And again, that was at the time. I don't know if anything's changed, but I was like, this is stupid. And he was like, no, that makes sense. So listen to me when I say this. I know I'm annoying. And I think, honestly, I have questions. I want the answers. So again, I'm not saying, I don't mean to be a mood killer, but I kind of am curious as well. All these streamers and people that are going to Cuba, who's paying for their food? Who's paying for their hotels? Like, who's paying for their lodging? It better not be the donations. It better be themselves. Some of these people are millionaires. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's like, when we put together these systems, are we thinking them through? Or, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just heard it from another streamer and I thought it was interesting. And I'm like, can someone give me the answer to this? Because I would love to support people and get behind things. But then I feel bad getting behind things. And I'm like, you could have done it a different way. You know, you could have done it. You couldn't have done it any other way. And I understand, like, Christian Divine and stuff like that, they might not be making a lot of money, but I am just curious about it. I tried to Google it and I couldn't find anything, you know, but maybe they write off, because they're a nonprofit, they write off all the lodging and stuff. I don't know. But anyways, with all of that said, I'm definitely that person. I'm just definitely that person that brings into question everything, because I just want to know, because, you know, the world is we're so just like kind of inefficient. And I know this for my own life. I'm inefficient. I get it. But I always kind of want to know how things work so I can also, when people ask me, have the answers, because I just don't have the answers to this. So I feel kind of stupid, you know, supporting this thing and then being like, I don't know, right? Just that I always assume fundraisers pay the people who worked on it, which was always weird thing about fundraising movements. I get it's hard to volunteer. Yeah, well, I want people to work at nonprofits. I think people who work at nonprofits should get paid, right? That's the thing. I think you should get paid for your labor. I wonder about the celebrity endorsement, though, the like influencer endorsement of it all. I don't think they should be getting paid to go. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's confusing, because I do think you should get paid. Not people who work at nonprofits should get paid. They work. That's a job. I think you should go into nonprofit. I think more people should do nonprofits. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think I'm just more focused on the celebrity part of it. Like, are they getting paid? Because I think that's kind of crazy to pay Jennifer Aniston to be in a cancer ad. Why are you getting paid to be a cancer ad? Shouldn't you just do it out of the goodness of your heart? It's cancer. It's literally fucking cancer for kids. You remember those ads? Are you old enough? Do you know those ads? Do you know what I'm talking about? Hold on, I got to do it for the youngins in case they don't know. Jennifer Aniston cancer ad. Just in case you don't know. God.
Xander's mom calls him the most perfect boy in the world.
She's right.
I love your confidence. When diagnosed with cancer, Xander's mom calls him the most perfect boy in the world.
She's right.
I love your confidence. Nolan had a brain tumor.
I was too sick to read.
I know, hon. He came...
What is this ad?
Nolan had a brain tumor.
I was too sick to read.
I know, hon. He came to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, where we developed a new treatment that reduces
I can't. They're just like, I know. It's like,
chemotherapy.
this shit is so funny. This shit is so, like, shout out to those kids. Shout out to those kids. I love you. Man, I really did. I think they're so serious. Like, I think this is like, do you know what I'm saying? Girls, listen. Anyways, do you get my point? Do you get like my, you know? Anyways, we should fund cancer. I mean, I can't believe we live under a system of capitalism that even like charges people for life-saving drugs. Like, what the fuck world are we living in, bro? Like, what the fuck world are we even living in that people just aren't given medication for fucking free? Like, you know what I'm saying? Listen, when I was watching Dr. Stone and they introduced money, I was like, I'm out. When Dr. Stone literally introduced the concept of money, I was like, why? Anyways, okay, ready? Speaking of which, okay, I don't think we watched this video, but I thought it might be kind of appropriate for the times. This is SBS, but if we watch this video, I have another one to watch. This is from last year, but it just got reposted and I was like, shut up, did we miss this one? Should we prepare for the end of the world? So this is what I love about watching videos like this. This was prior. This was before times. So now we'll have to see like what are the differences between 2024 and 2025 and like what are they afraid of in this video that like, because things have gotten incredibly worse. Like things have, I mean, they're so bad right now that I'm like, 2024 almost looks better. Kind of crazy. Let's see.
The insight. End of days, the enduring pull of the apocalypse.
I haven't always been a prepper. I was a full-time teacher for many, many years, was principal of many schools. I certainly didn't expect that I would be prepping at this time of my life. I expected to be sitting back and...
Okay, pause. First date question, are you a prepper? Because just saying the word prepper, unless you mean prep, I'm out. Okay? Unless this is STI care, health care, I'm out.
Relaxing and spending time with my grandchildren. I started because I felt that change was looming. So if something went wrong, I could probably live out of the van at least for 6 months. This is the bathroom in here that has a shower and a toilet and a sink. I've got the gas cooker here. I've put solar panels on the roof so I can be off-grid. I still need to get a diesel heater in there. I just get dressed really quickly when it's cold. You learn to adapt to it all, and that's the thing, you need to learn to adapt. The bed actually comes down. Every prepper should have a walkout bag. If there's an emergency and the alarm goes off, then you can just pick that up and go. But
what alarm? What's the alarm? Look, I don't mean to make fun of anyone who's a prepper either, but I just can't imagine, like, what am I staying around for? You guys remember this story? I'll tell it really fast. I have a friend who's a priest. It's a family friend. He's really great. And he was meeting my now married partner. We were going out to get burgers together and meet each other, whatever. And we stayed at this restaurant a little long. The restaurant was like, hey, everybody chill. We're closing up, but everybody stay. And there's like 30 of us. Maybe that's too many. Maybe 20 of us still around and relaxing. This guy comes up to us directly. And this is trained under patriarchy. I am friendly and open while my partner and the priest are very like, I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right. This guy comes up to me, focuses in on me because I'm the only one who was nice. And he was just like talking and kind of monologuing about the end of the world and Christianity and how he has a cat and how he used to be mentally ill, but now he's stable. And he goes, I have a 12-person community. You should come check it out. And I was like, for what? And he's like, the end of the world. I was like, oh. He goes, we got carrots. We have like all of this stuff. Like if you believe in Jesus Christ, we believe in Jesus Christ. Like, come be with us. I was like, oh, well, we're kind of in the Catholic bubble, which like my partner and I aren't. But, I was like, there's a priest next to us. I was trying to like signal like, and he goes, well, for the coming of Christ, if you would like, you can come be with us. I was like, no, thank you. I just kept thinking, what in this man's mind would make him think that I would like to spend the end of days with 12 people I do not know? You know what I mean? Like, people you hold so tightly onto life, and yet you're not even living life to the fullest. How can you tell me preppers are living life to the fullest? How are you so, you know what I think it is? Here's my theory. It's not really mine. I've talked to a lot of people about this. It's just a shared concept amongst friends. But I think it comes from, and I think we came to the conclusion it must come from, the same people who never do anything with their lives or live it to the fullest want more time to eventually become the people who live it to the fullest. And these are these people. You know? Versus I've already lived life to the fullest. Like, I'm ready to die. If I die tomorrow, it is, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? I already live life to the fullest every day. You know what I mean? I've already done it. I've gotten to living mode. I'm here. I'm 6 years in. I'm vibing. You know, like, why aren't you, I guess like 7 years almost. Like, but you know what I mean? It's like, hello? And that's what I'm waiting for. I'm like, why are you trying to stay alive longer instead of like actually trying to have the greatest life right now? And I think that's the heaven hell construct as well. Like, why have a good life now when you can get to heaven? I will suffer now. I will deny myself. I won't even touch my own genitals just for the hope of getting into heaven. And I'm like, you know what? Hear me out. What if heaven here though? What if heaven now? What if heaven this, you know? But they're living for this future, this you know what I'm saying? And I think those are the two kinds of people, give or take. I would rather everyone have the greatest life now with all of the resources and safety and all the good stuff, all the healthy stuff, than get to heaven. Heaven who? Heaven where? Anyways, okay, back to the video.
I've just kept adding to mine, and I have about 5 or 6, and I cannot carry them all. Prepping isn't about stockpiling and putting things aside.
Wait, okay, chat says people tell me I'm not living life to the fullest because of my COVID precautions. Okay, so that's the other layer to this. I think people who, okay, I think there's a line here, but I think people, okay. I think people, hold on, I got this. Hold on, it's coming. I think the same people that think you're not living life to the fullest by taking precaution so you can live life longer are the same people who don't understand that you want to live, so you're taking the precaution to live longer. You know what I mean? Like, they don't get that the precaution is because you want to have a quality of life and you want to enjoy your life longer, because they don't think COVID is a killer. And I get it. To be honest, when it first hit, I was not that worried about it. And of course, now that I'm disabled because of it, I was like, uh-oh. And listen, I get it. It's a very hard concept to process for people. Like, it's just like so beyond people's comprehension. But I do think if I could say one thing to every person who's doubting the impacts of COVID, I'm living proof that it literally can disable you. So if you know, and again, there's nothing wrong with having a disabled life on the, generally, of course, I definitely wouldn't recommend it. Like, you know what I mean? I wouldn't recommend dying from COVID unnecessarily or living with COVID, right? Like, I would just recommend, you know what I mean? Chess says, how is that different than prepping though? People who are taking precaution from chronic health issues because they're autoimmune compromised or they're disabled, they're one COVID away from dying, right? Like, they could die from COVID. They could kill somebody. They could limit their life to being bedridden for so long they can't even do their hobbies, right? That's different than preppers. Preppers are people who think they're going to survive the apocalypse, who think they're going to survive the end of the world, right? They're prepping for the end of the world, the end of the world as we know it. People who are taking precaution for their health, they're trying to live in the world. They're trying to be of the world, right? So I think that's the major difference, is one group is trying to live in the world and the other group is trying to prepare for a reality that's just probably not coming. But that's how I look at it, at least, right? Yeah, chat says, for context, my COVID precautions are wearing an N95 in public and not taking the mask down to eat or drink. Yeah, it's not even like radical. You know what I mean? It's like basics. Love that. You know what I mean? Yeah, that makes total sense to me. That's a great example. Chestnut, I thought you got fibro from BPD stress. No. My BPD was in remission way before that. My BPD was chilling. No, I got fibromyalgia from COVID. I got COVID. I was taking care of my brother who had gotten COVID, and then I went to go get him, and I got COVID, and I never recovered. Yeah, I never recovered. So, yeah, don't get COVID, kids. It really sucks. Okay, back to the video.
This is a multi-tool. It's learning new skills. This is an outdoor... Oh. I've learned bushcraft. I'm learning herbal remedies and medicines. You can prep not just physically, but you can prep spiritually. My family and prepping, they aren't on the same level as me. I actually hope out of all this is that I help them to survive.
Survive what? Survive what? Survive what?
You're in your 60s and you're a prepper.
Yes.
What is that?
Some people see prepping as there's going to be some big apocalypse occur, and that could well happen, but for me, I don't live in fear about that. I just have something prepared and ready, and if you never need to use it, that's fine, but it's best to have it.
You're here with your mentor, Jake. Jake, you've been running bush survival workshops for the past 20 years. What do you teach?
Honestly, this is going to sound like it's not important, but she's so pretty. Look at her.
Jake.
Look at, she's so cute. If this was my mom, I'd be like, Mom, please, you're so pretty and so smart. What are you doing? To be fair, I do have that conversation with my mother. Mom, you're so pretty and so smart. Please, why are you a Catholic? Why are you a Catholic?
You've been running bush survival workshops for the past 20 years. What do you teach your students?
It's about building community, a bit of a more survival of the cooperative rather than survival of the fittest. But it is mixed with prepping at the same time. I think prepping is a fantastic idea, but you want to have some survival skills under your belt as well.
How did you grow up?
Oh, as soon as my mum put me on the ground, she reckons I went and found a stick before I could walk, and I started digging and looking for grubs, and both my parents smoked cigarettes, so I'd pinch their lighter, don't do this at home, kids, and make a little fire and start cooking various little creatures that I'd find, and I turned 49 today, 45 odd years later, not much has changed.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
You now live a prepper lifestyle. What are you preparing for?
You know, it's always interesting to me. Like he just said, I found little critters and I would like eat them. And now that I don't eat animals, I'm like, but nothing like that used to be my dream. I tried. Did I tell you guys this story? I tried to go hunting with my brother once for like little like rabbits and stuff. I couldn't do it. I gagged. I was like, I can't do this. I'm not doing this. And that was like my realization of like, I can't skin animals. I can't like, it's not a pleasant experience. It was not a good experience. Okay. I do not like doing it. And then I realized like, yeah, I'm not going to do this. Like, I'm not going to be this girl, but I used to fantasize about it. Like, ooh, Survivor or Alone. Like I was like, oh, I could do that. I could kill an animal and stuff. And I'm like, listen, unless my life is absolutely depending on it. And even then it's a gross process. It is not cute. Okay. And yeah, like I'm not that girly. But I think there's a romantic side. There is something romantic. I know that sounds so crazy for people who are not campers. I'm a camper girly, and I just think it's so, or used to be. I just think it's so romantic. Like, I'm out in the woods, I'm foraging, I have a campfire. Like, my partner and I are always debating who would survive the, like, apocalypse the best. I was like, okay, first of all, can you, like, I would survive. He's like, can you even start a fire? I was like, I can start a fucking fire. And then we're arguing about, like, who would survive the longest. That shit is fun and hypotheticals, but God forbid I actually ever have to do this. Like, that's what I'm saying. Guys, God forbid you ever have to actually do this. It's so scary. Have you ever been out in the middle of nowhere with no light pollution? It is terrifying. Okay? The world changes when the sun goes down.
That's a good question. I'd rather be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. So it's about being prepared for anything. Hopefully anyone will attempt to mug us on the way back to our car after coming out of the studio, but you never know. So it's all just about being prepared for anything. You know, you wouldn't be such a crazy conspiracy theorist to think that there may be a few weeks here or there where we don't have access to Coles or Woolies, whether it's for airborne disease, whether it's military. You saw how crazy everyone went without toilet paper after a couple of days. Imagine after 5 days, a week without food. A lot of people would actually be in serious trouble, not only physically, but...
I will say, I was deeply disappointed with humanity that you were fighting so aggressively over toilet paper. I will just say, I'm not surprised, but I am disappointed at the amount of people that were hoarding toilet paper. The people that when moms begged them, please, I have kids, can I just have one roll? And you guys wouldn't give it to them. Shame on you. Shame on you. Listen, when that started happening, I looked at my brothers and I said, we're not getting toilet paper. 1, other people need it more than we do. And 2, take a fucking shower. Okay, you don't need toilet paper. It's called a bidet. You know what I mean? Like, just take a shower. You're reading into this too hard. Fighting mothers who have children for toilet paper, are you absolutely insane?
Psychologically as well, there'd be some pretty people out there that are pretty dangerous in those times. So survival, prepping, as far as I'm concerned, is not only common sense, but it's also self-defence and the defence of your family, and in more broad terms, defence of your community.
Is living in the bush part of your life now?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been living in...
Wait, that's crazy. Chad said people are hoarding water bottles. Guys, water bottles expire. They expire when they're influenced by heat or changes. You shouldn't drink water bottles that have been sitting in your car. Water expires. I don't know why people don't know that water expires. Like, you have to be very careful about the water you consume.
The bush for 7 years, spending so much time literally having all the animals and the plants around me and being there and feeling the changes in the season, smelling the change in the season, seeing the...
Oh yeah, and I agree, Chat, that like it is good to like learn how to survive. I absolutely agree with that. Like, it's good to know your basics. It's good to like get out of a bad situation. It's good to like know your sense of direction. I think all of that is good. I've traveled around the US twice by myself, and there were a lot of times I did not have internet, I did not have data, and I had a map and I had, a wish, and I was like, I hope this works. And like, that's why I pick up local maps from local stops. And, I was like, okay, here we go. I had Google Maps offline, so that helped. But it was just like, I had a flare gun, I had survival kits, I had like things I needed, and it really gave me the confidence I needed. I don't think I'd do that ever again now, but, Chad says you didn't have a compass. No, I had a compass. Yeah, I had a compass. I had all of that stuff. I had all the basics. You know what I mean? But like, just knowing things, just to, in case anything happened, you could just be confident, or at least less afraid, because it's really about being less afraid.
Different things that are coming, like I'll see birds coming from Papua New Guinea this time of year. We've got the channel-billed cuckoos and the sacred kingfishers and the rainbird, they call it the eastern coel. It's like seeing old friends from last year. It's like, hey mate, as they land in the tree. So yeah, it is really, really part of that connection that we're sharing and reactivating that connection. It's a big part of what it's all about.
And you're living off the land?
Oh, not entirely. I go through phases, and I also every year, at least once a year, I do what we call a wild food challenge, where we'll find a local charity, usually a homeless or mental health or youth charity, and we'll go and live off the land for 2 or 3 weeks at a time, and donate whatever funds we raise in that time to that local charity. So get fit and lose the dad bod, even though apparently they're in fashion at the moment.
I feel like he's not a prepper. Isn't he just kind of having fun? Am I stupid? Is there a different... I thought preppers were people who like... Are they preppers? Wait, maybe I'm only thinking about the extreme preppers. Don't they just sound like hobbyists?
Which is a great thing, and raise some money for charity and sharpen our skills as survivalists.
You have shared care of your young daughter. What does she think about how you live?
I don't know if you're allowed to say it nowadays, but she's a bit of a girly girl, but she loves spending time with me, and we focus a lot on survival and self-defence. To me, again, there's not much of a line between the two.
How do you think preppers are generally perceived?
Prior to the lockdowns and everything going on in the world, they were probably seen as crazy conspiracy theorists, and some of them certainly are. But mark my words, survival of the fittest will come into it if we're ever in a full-on shit hits a fan situation. So get some skills under your belt, people.
Yeah. So that changes it from a hobby to a philosophy. So he doesn't just have a hobby, he does have a philosophy. And I don't believe in that philosophy, survival of the fittest. I don't believe in it. I think it's a made up patriarchal misunderstanding of evolution that makes people feel like that's even an ethical stance to take in a modern world. It is unethical to believe survival of the fittest. It is ableist. It is discriminatory. It is sexist. It is all of the bad things.
Are you finding there's a growing demand for your courses?
It depends on what's on the news.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, people are very influenced, it would seem. But a lot of people follow my socials, and it's not just preppers or people that are living in fear. It's more people that want to be part of a community that cares. We're conservationists and environmental activists and social activists, I guess. So pretty sensible.
I like that part. I like that he's like doing charity, and he seems overall like an okay person. I would maybe deconstruct the survival of the fittest part, introspect on that. But I generally do think they have okay vibes right now. They're not giving me paranoid. They're giving me like a little silly, a little like buying into this idea a bit, like a little, you know what I mean?
and very, very diverse. So really everyday people are coming along, and we're seeing a growing movement of people that are taking positive action when it comes to prepping and survival.
Patricia, when you were growing up, what were you taught about the end of the world?
It was a big part of growing up, and it was a thing that was continually on the agenda. People like myself were told that we were special because we lived in the last days or the latter days.
You were raised a...
Oh my God. I don't know why that is the cutest photo. I love these bangs. I love when people can, for the record, for all of you girlies with straight hair, I am so jealous because I can never have these bangs. You don't understand how much of my life I would have baby fringe bangs if I literally could pull it off. All of you are so lucky.
Mormon?
I was.
Is that the teaching that you were given?
It was. My father wasn't a Mormon, but my mother was, and she was very much the dominant person in my family. My dad would always go along with what my mum wanted, which included building a little food storage and building 2 rooms under the house to put all the things that we needed for the end of the world. So it was a constant at church to be prepared, to be ready.
Oh, hold on. Chat says that's clarification. Adaptation is the driving force of evolution, though. Survival of the fittest to me is a natural selection. Am I wrong to think that's just science and evolution? Like I said, I think it's a misunderstanding of the reality of evolution. When men, especially misogynistic men, talk about survival of the fittest, they are not talking about a very scientific. They're not thinking of themselves as the science. They're not thinking of themselves as the biological creature. They are taking a moral high ground standing. I am better than you because I am strong. They're moralizing it. They're not seeing themselves as a biological creature on a planet having an experience. They're talking about having the perfect babies with the perfect genetics. They're talking about, you know what I mean? Like, you're just, if you can't figure it out, you're weak. If you can't make it in capitalism, survival of the fittest. Like, oh, if you can't make it through racism, or women can't make it through misogyny, you know, they're trying to weaponize it, right? And I'm saying, you're not even, like, they're not having a serious conversation about the survival of the fittest scientific concept.
For the terrible things that would precede the return of Jesus, which would purify the world. We viewed things that would be in the news that were disasters would be viewed almost with a sense of anticipation or glee, that this heralded the coming of good things.
Were you told what year the world would end?
Yes. It was often said that it would be before the year 2000.
And you believed that?
Yes, very much so.
At the time, how did you feel about your world ending?
That's a hard question to answer. It was such a reality, but at the time, it's difficult to imagine the only world that...
Hold on, chat. Chat says, you could straighten just the bangs, girl. Curly hair girls, please cry together. If only you fucking wish. Curly hair girls, do you you could just straighten them. Oh my God, you could just straighten your baby. Okay. Ha! Ha! If only. Why do you think people get chemically straightened hair? Why do you think people sit out and struggle? You never seen a curly hair? Discourse head laughs in black. Ha! Yeah, okay. Just straighten them. Please.
You live in ending. So it's a reality that's present at the same time as how can one imagine that the world ends?
Were there any signs that it would end?
No, because here we are right now. But there were things that were interpreted as signs that it would end. People talk about wars, sickness, famine, drought, all kinds of things like that, and using always this sort of very biblical terminology to describe what were really ordinary, everyday occurrences in the world of conflict, of starvation, of poverty, of injustice.
Nerida, you and your partner Abraham have been together for 7 years.
Hello.
What do you both do for work?
I'm a pharmacist and doing my PhD, and Abe is an engineer.
Your partner couldn't be with us tonight. You once walked in on him wearing something. What was it?
Uh-oh. I could see he had some tinfoil poking out from underneath his cap while he was making our dinner.
Tin foil?
Yeah, aluminium foil. It was wrapped around his head underneath the cap that he was wearing that he'd been working outside. Yeah.
What was your initial reaction when you saw it?
Oh, there were a few thoughts running through my head. But then I was like, wait a second, should I be concerned? Like, does he actually do this every day? And he just forgot to take it off before I got home. But it turns out it was a joke, not for me. He took a photo for his mum, and he just put the hat back on and forgot to take it off.
So he was joking around. What was he joking around about?
His mother had sent him a text and they'd been talking about something, and she'd said, your father thinks you're crazy about something. And yeah, he'd put the foil in the hat to sort of suggest that he wears that to protect himself from, I don't know, radio waves or microwaves or government transmission. I've got no idea.
I see. So he was kind of joking that, hey, I'm a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
Does anyone actually think he is?
No, I don't think anyone thinks he's a conspiracy theorist, but they think he's very committed to this sustainability, this self-reliance kind of lifestyle.
How would you describe your lifestyle?
We are trying to be self-reliant and self-sufficient. That's us there. When we moved into that house, just a couple of acres just outside of the city where we live.
And you call yourself homesteaders. What does that mean?
It's about being able to survive and provide for yourself, and not just with food. And he does like to prepare in case, you know, Woolies does close or whatnot, you lose your job or something like that. So it's about...
Jesus Christ. That's a lot of baby powder. Is that baby powder? I think that's baby powder. Teach their own. Teach their own. But things do expire. Like, things do go bad. I don't know. I just feel like you, instead of trying to survive the apocalypse, you could just like donate your time. Do you know what I mean? Instead of like putting all this stuff in a freezer and putting all your income into baby powder or whatever this is, I don't know, you could just like feed the homeless, I guess. I don't know.
In case, you know, Woolies does close or whatnot, you lose your job or something like that. So it's about learning the skills to sort things out for yourselves.
Of all the food that you eat, what percentage of it would you grow yourself?
Probably about 70-75%. So most of our meals are made from our vegetables, our meat. His father was a butcher, so he's learnt a lot of those.
Oh, great point from chat. Says the Venn diagram between extreme couponers and preppers. Okay, this is what's interesting. This is why it's very hard not to come off like a like a alt-righter. Is like, where is the line between I want to eat organic and like crunchy white supremacy? And where's the pipeline between like, oh, I'm just like trying to grow my own fruit trees so I don't have to go to the grocery store, to like leaving all of society? It's like, where's the difference from I want to live like with solar panels and I want to completely stop paying taxes? It's like, that's why talking about these things in detail is so important with your partners. That's why I say to you, like, be very careful about your dreaming, like what your fantasy is, because like, are you creating a Miyazaki fantasy to escape responsibility? Because you might as well call yourself a conservative and stop paying taxes, right? Or are you actually trying to be in the world of the world? Are you trying to live outside of the world so you don't have to actually be a participant in community? Or are you trying to just live in a vibey small village where everyone, you know, like, I'm not gonna lie. So we live in the city, I guess, like you would call it. And we live in a very, in the thing. And we talked about, once I'm a citizen, fingers crossed, and I can move anywhere in the EU, we were like, well, maybe we'd move to like a remote village. And I was like, oh, that's cute. Like a little European village, like with a cute villagers and everybody knows each other. And I was like, well, then we'd really have to start being participants in the community. And that'd be kind of cute. And we thought about it, like, as long as it has good internet, you know, because one of our friends kind of has a place in a village. And I was like, oh my God, a village? Cute. Like, I love a little 5,000 person town. And also you want to live somewhere that's vibey. But yeah, like maybe. But see, in my head, the smaller of a place I live, the more neighborly I want to be. But also, like, the more I want to really do my due diligence, that like I'm going to have a safe environment, because then that's your only people to hang out with, / be neighbors with, / like, that's where your resources are. So it is kind of interesting. Like, I really love the idea, like what we love the idea of, which we probably will never have in Europe. So I'm not worried about it. Chat said, Brittany, no, unless you really know the town. I know. But like, in Arizona, I love living on the mountain. It was a really small population, but they were mostly Trumpers. So it was like, but I loved the vibe of the town. I liked how everybody kind of saw the same people and it looked small. And I also like the city where I kind of feel invisible and nobody knows me. So again, I'm just saying, the point is that you need to talk about these things, because again, like, yeah, small town community, but woke. Exactly. Small town community, but woke. You know what I mean? Chat says you'll never be truly welcome in most of those low-key village towns here in Europe. Oh. I mean, that's okay. I'm not really looking for friends. You know what I mean? When I say like a part of the community, I mean just like wave more often. Like, I'm not actually trying to like be friendly with anybody because I already have friends. They just don't live here. You know what I mean? Chad says that's not true in my experience. Well, I'm sure everybody's having their own experience, but by then I'll know the language. I'm married. I feel like I'll find a community that would be chill, right? Chad says I live in a 3,000 person village in southern Spain. See? Sure, if, you know, working as an English teacher, I'm sure it'll be fine, right? As long as it's a vibe, right? But look, that's not the point. Don't worry about it. Don't overthink it. If it happens, it happens. If it's good, it's good. You know what I mean? But what I'm worried about is, like you said, reading the town correctly, making sure that people are a vibe, seeing if I would want to be there. Because listen, hear me out. What if I just want to live in a place that's rural so I can live on my own 5 acres away from people, which I don't plan to do because I don't know how that works in Europe. But let's say we did that. Let's say we lived in a place, because, you know, my parents live on 5 acres, but everybody in their street has 5 acres. So all the neighbors are still really close. Everybody knows each other's names. Everybody knows like who has what kids, but they all live in 5 acre plots. So they still have their 5 acres. They still have their privacy. They can be awake all hours of the day and they have good neighbors. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, is that not possible in Europe to have like neighborly neighbors, but also we each have our own space, but also, you know what I mean? I don't know. We'll see, I guess. I'm not worried about it. But I don't want to be a prepper. I don't want to be a homesteader. I don't want to be a farm girly. I just want to be able to play video games late at night and scream and not feel bad about my neighbors. I just want to be able to dance in my living room and not worry about my downstairs neighbors. That's what I want. But I also don't want neighbors above me who's dancing at midnight. See, I want to dance at midnight. I don't want you to dance at midnight. So then I don't want to live in a city where everyone's up at all hours of the day. This is the problem with Americans. We want our freedom and we want our community and we don't know how to have both. Do you know what I'm saying?
Those sort of skills, and we just raise our own animals.
How long have you been a homesteader?
We've been at this place for 3 years. In 2020, when everything was sort of shutting down, we lived in town and we got our first chickens.
Would you say this is the same as prepping?
Well, I guess there's a sense of preparing for all sorts of eventualities. I guess we're not really worried about the end of the world or anything at this sort of stage.
Takia, you moved to Australia 12 years ago. Tell us about where you were born.
I was born in a small island nation of Tuvalu. Tuvalu is made up of 8 different islands, and all of them are quite far apart, and the population is around just over 11,000 people.
You recently spent a few months in Tuvalu. Has anything changed?
I think everyone knows Tuvalu because of sea level rise and climate change. The changes are coastal erosion. A lot of our food sources are inundated by salt water. And for fishermen, they have to go further into the ocean to catch more fish. The fish has sort of like moved away from the islands. But there are different methods of fishing. And one of them is scavenging along the beaches. You'll find shells and stuff to eat. But that is the sort of knowledge that is passed from generation to generation to generation.
When you were there, did you get the sense that the government was planning anything to kind of mitigate or adapt to those sea level changes?
Yeah, I think that the word adapt is it's the better word to use, because as Tuvaluans, our islands are so low-lying. They're less than 5 meters above sea level. And so what the government is doing is reclaiming land, and also not just reclaiming, but also raising the level of the land. And this is to ensure that the people of Tuvalu will continue to live on their islands and not to go anywhere else.
There are those concerns that Tuvalu will go underwater. Do you think this might happen in your lifetime?
Personally, I don't think so. But I know there's the science that's pointing towards the seas rising and countries like Tuvalu will go underwater. But we Tuvaluans, because we're so resilient, because we grew up and we were taught to be resilient, we were taught to face whatever comes towards us. We adapt. With every changes that happens to nature, we adapt to it. We believe that we're actually not separated from nature. We're actually part of it. And when I was born, my umbilical cord was cut in 2. So one was buried on land and one was thrown in the ocean. And the reason being, and this is a cultural practice in Tuvalu, this is the reason why people are so connected to the land and to the ocean, because part of ourselves are on the land and part of ourselves are also on the ocean. So the survival lessons that we learn from our grandfathers, of our fathers, has been taught from generation and it's passed down from generation to generation. And so things like climate change, yes, there is climate change, but also we, as Tuvaluans, we need to be resilient and adapt to those changes.
Jane, you're
I believe this too. I don't think we're separate from nature. I think we are nature. And so we must be in positive symbiosis with that nature. I believe this too. I don't know to what extent he believes this, but I do believe like there is no separating ourselves from it. So if we can do something to have a better, more harmonious relationship with nature, like tackle climate change, we should do that. And also we have to accept that we can't control everything. And so we must adapt. But also we should be, Americans especially, we are so disrespectful to the planet. We're so disrespectful to animal life. We're so disrespectful to ourselves. We're so disrespectful to ourselves, right? So like, we're just not even there yet. We're so far, like Americans in particular, United States of America in particular, because obviously America is a continent, but like the US in particular is just so far from this that we have so much work to do in particular, but see how people around the world are doing it. So there is examples of cultures around the world who are having much better relationships with nature. The problem is because US is so focused on Christian values, Christianity thinks you're above nature. That's the problem with Christian nationalism infecting America, is they think God made them special and put them here, that God gave them dominion over the animals and the plants and the trees and the rocks and the seas, and that they are made in the likeness of God, right? They have a separation, right? And so that's the problem that I see with Christianity and patriarchal religions. It's like you're not even allowing yourself by your own book to realize you are a part of it, you know?
climate activist. What are your fears for the world?
My fears started in 2007 when I heard the scientists were panicking already and buying land in Tasmania and southern New Zealand. It was the year when the Arctic ice melt accelerated.
Do you believe climate change will end the world as we know it?
These changes can result in, for example...
That's interesting language. Do you think it will end the world as we know it? That's a very interesting way to phrase that, because I do think the world as we know it will never stay the same, because even in my lifetime, the world isn't as I knew it. I cannot even explain to you how significantly different life is since I was a kid in terms of the way that it is. But yet, and I think this is important, humans are the same. I really see no difference in people. What I really see a difference in is how we interact with one another. But I don't really see that much difference. Not really.
1 billion people being on the move by mid-century, a 30% reduction in food across the world by mid-century. And what scientists are saying now is that we're risking billions of deaths. The biggest fear for me is that we kick off a cascade of feedbacks where one thing triggers another, triggers another, triggers another. The worst thing about it is we won't know that we've done that until things get incredibly bad. And by then it would be too late. There will be actually nothing we can do about it.
Simon, you're Jane's partner. What do you think about the state of the world?
I think we are looking at what I call practical extinction, which means we'll end up within 100 years or so, maybe less, with maybe 500 million people living in the poles.
Practical extinction?
Practical extinction. You know, there'll be some left, but not a great deal. We'll kill most species on the way. It has begun. There's no question it's begun. We're already seeing the beginning of the end, yeah.
Well, climate crises, doomsday prophecies, financial and societal collapse. Are we edging towards the end?
Oh, bugger. The world's ending. Again. And you know what? It's kind of bumming us out. A quarter of 10 to 14-year-olds believe the world will end before they reach adulthood. And young adults, unsure about the future, are rethinking major life decisions like marriage, children, and even saving money. But why now? Humans have always speculated about the world's end, from the Aztecs, who believed there would one day be an eternal eclipse, to modern Christians, who've been waiting for the rapture for like 2,000 years. And it's not just religious. Many Europeans interpreted the Black Death as a sign of the end, and the invention of nuclear weapons made many believe we were closer than ever to annihilation. Which brings us to today. Do you feel like you see a new threat to humanity every time you check your phone? All that potential doom is known as the polycrisis. And while it does sound very dramatic, we are experiencing the highest rates of global conflict since World War II. We're also in our 8th consecutive year of record-breaking global temperatures, and then there's like AI, disease, meteors, zombies. But there is some good news. Every prophesized doom, from the Mayan calendar to the Y2K bug, has one thing in common. They've all got it wrong, and we're still here. For now.
David, you're a historian. We've just heard about the polycrisis. Is the concept of multiple disasters new?
No, I think it's very, very old indeed. I remember very vividly living through the Cuban Missile Crisis when I was a child. Brief story, but I was playing a game with friends and after school, and then we had to all go home, and one of my friends came up and shook my hand. Now, this was at the height of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And I said, "Why are you shaking my hand?" And he said, he was a bit embarrassed, but he said, "Because I'm not sure we're going to see each other tomorrow." I remember at that point thinking, because I grew up in the Cold War, the world was in two halves. There was us and them. There was the good guys and the bad guys. And I remember very vividly thinking, gosh, I wonder if there are kids over there in the Soviet Union who are feeling exactly the same as I am. And I think that was one of the reasons why I eventually became fascinated by Russia and became a Russian historian.
What can we learn from the past?
Everything we know or think we know about the future is based on the past. For example, in the case of climate change, we're dealing with fairly impersonal forces, very complicated ones, but they're ones which modern science has got a pretty good grip on. So we can make a very confident prediction on the basis of past trends that if we keep pumping greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, the end results will be catastrophic. But there are other aspects of reality that are far less hard to make confident predictions about. And one of them, unfortunately, is the behaviour of human beings. So what we can't say is whether we humans will actually get a grip on this and do what needs to be done.
Jasmine, you're 28. How do you view the future?
The future for me seems pretty grim and potentially going into major
This color match of the lip and the blouse, fabulous.
crises, really.
What are some of the things you're most concerned about?
Global warming, war, financial crises, health concerns it seems to be on the rise for a lot of people. They seem to have a lot more health concerns now. And I feel like this all culminates into, is that really a great quality of life?
Has all this affected the choices that you're making today?
Absolutely. I've decided to not have children because I don't want to bring in a new generation into the world with these concerns.
Varsha, you're 22. Do you worry about the end of the world?
Don't think the end of the world necessarily, but I do think the whole climate crisis is here and, it's been here for a while and we need...
Ugh, I love the multiple piercings too. I really want to get a double one at the bottom.
More accountability and all of those things. But I think when you're showing up to the grocery store and you're worrying about the prices of vegetables, it's just really difficult to choose which battle you're going to pick that day, and you can't pick all of them. So I think it's almost this overwhelming sense of I feel like I should do more as a human being, as a person, part of a community, but at the same time, I'm trying to figure out whether I can afford a GP or whether I can get to my nearest bulk build one, because all of them have been privatized now. So it's those kinds of concerns that you're constantly weighing up.
Business as usual equals death. I really like that sign. I am an organiser and mobiliser with Extinction Rebellion. New gas equals death. Gas equals death. If we don't deal with climate breakdown, we will see mass death, starvation, fires, floods. Yeah, it's really scary. I'm really scared. Actually.
I keep noticing her watermelon earrings and I wonder if it's for Palestine.
This is a really good one too. Let's get that one. I'm not just blocking roads because I think it'll feel good. I'm trying to stop the collapse of our...
Oh, this reminds me of protesting. We're not protesting because it's fun. Nobody wants to protest. Who wants to get up on their free time and go fucking protest for their basic fucking rights? We shouldn't even have to be doing this. You know what I mean? We shouldn't have to protest for the basics. They should just be a duh. So when people sit here and they act like protesting is a fun, that's why I don't like that Walter guy. It feels like he thinks he's having fun. You know what I mean? I feel like he's enjoying himself too much. You know what I mean? And I'm I'm annoyed with you. It's one thing to have solidarity with the community, and it's one thing to feel like you're some main character having way too much fun trolling white supremacists or something. But we shouldn't even have to do this. And that's what's so gross about the world, is that we even have to do this.
Human civilization. These were from when we go to court, when I got arrested.
Protesters have been charged after a stunt on the Westgate Bridge caused peak hour chaos.
Leading the pack was Violet Coco, a serial protester.
She's been arrested more than 30 times. The hardcore Extinction Rebellion activists set up their blockade on the Westgate Bridge at 7:45 this morning.
I went to prison recently for blocking 3 lanes of the Westgate Bridge in Melbourne. Brad was sentenced alongside me. It was the hardest thing being away from him. One of the first letters I wrote when we got to prison was to propose to Brad.
Marry me, please, and honeymoon with me for the rest of our lives.
I have a wedding coming up and it's very exciting. I have an amazing florist, so I've been...
Okay, hold on. Two things. One, Chad said the person who threw tomato soup at the Van Gogh painting sealed in glass has been sentenced to 2 years. It's not even a real Van Gogh, is it? Either way, that's fucking devastating. Look at this. You want to see what else is devastating? Hold on, look at this. Listen, again, I can be critical of protesters, but I think it's really difficult to know the right thing to do in a situation because it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? Look at this. Activists stormed into a Wisconsin beagle farm and took 23 dogs, resulting in several arrests. So I think you should adopt. I don't think you should get, I don't think you should buy animals. I think you should adopt animals, give animals homes who need homes and care. I understand. I get it. I've had relatives, right, they purchased a breed dog. I just don't think it's a good idea. I think it's a bad business structure. I think businesses like this are gross. I mean, we sell children. Like, adoption is truly like, I don't know how to explain to you how corrupt adoption is. Obviously, there are kids who need homes, but if families are only giving up their children because they can't feed them, then we should give those parents food to feed their kids, not force parents into positions to give their kids up because they can't afford them. I used to want to adopt children, and when I researched it, I would go to the adoption websites and the stories of disabled kids in particular, because I figure if I was going to adopt, I would adopt kids who were less likely to be adopted, older kids, siblings, disabled. And I looked up the children and their profiles, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. Like, these kids have parents. Like, a lot of the parents exist. They just can't support their babies. And so they're like, hey, this is an open adoption. We'd really love to visit our kids. We just can't afford them. And I'm like, somebody give these people money. Like, these people should not be adopting their kids out because they just don't have the money. Okay, look at this video. Oh, where's the sound? There it is. So they're all walking into the center.
Schnauzers, where's Schnauzers?
The beagles were being bred for research animals? Gross. Those poor dogs. Wait until you see them all in their cages. Oh, I love beagles too. They're so cute. Look at them. There's no way you give all those dogs the attention and love.
Save the dogs! Save the dogs! Save the dogs! Come closer! Save the dogs! Save the dogs!
Oh, yeah. If you want to be arrested,
One person, Cheryl.
Sure.
I'll read you the text in a second. Okay, so if you look at the text, it says more than 50 activists broke into a beagle breeding facility outside of Madison on March 15th, taking 23 dogs to an undisclosed location. More than 20 people were arrested. Activists have been trying for years to shut down Ridglane Farms, which breeds beagles for research. To settle a state investigation last year, the farm agreed to surrender its license to sell dogs for research by July. The facility will remain open and can continue to breeding dogs for its own internal research. A spokesperson for Ridglane Farms said it's relying on state and federal authorities to help them retrieve the dogs. Ew! Boo! Boo! Gross. Boo. What? Your job sucks, bro. Your life's work sucks. What do you mean you breed animals into existence just to experiment on them? What the fuck? What the fuck is literally wrong with you, bro? Can you imagine your whole existence is just to be bred and experimented on? Gross. Anyways, let's go back to this prepper video.
Been planning like the flowers, and hopefully I can get to the wedding without going back to prison. Despite the fear I have of police and state repression, I continue to protest because I know it is the right thing to do. How much am I willing to sacrifice? Everything.
Violet, you've been arrested, jailed, injured and hospitalised. Does any of this deter you?
I won't lie, I do feel afraid of, facing more of those consequences, but ultimately I'm more afraid of not protesting and not trying to cause change in the what's coming down the line. So no, it doesn't deter me.
Brad, you're Violet's fiancé. Has your activism affected relationships with family and friends?
Yeah, certainly has. And I don't say this as a complaint because we know what we do is polarising, but yeah, there's tensions in the family. I've experienced everything from being abused in the supermarket when we got out of prison for the Westgate, but right through the spectrum to people congratulating me and giving me their unwavering support. And I think you can divide those people up largely on people who understand we're heading for the collapse of civilisation and the people who just haven't read the science and emotionally processed the trajectory that we're on.
Patricia, you were 19 when you left the church. How did your family react to that?
It was amongst those members of my family who were devout Mormons. It was very extraordinarily difficult. I think other people in my family who weren't really didn't care less and wondered what all the fuss was about. But for those people in my family who were committed, yes, it was very difficult and very traumatic. And still to this day, I wonder why I participated in that process of exclusion. They call it excommunication. But I think it's an indication of how much the ideas, the organisation, the institution can have a hold on you. And I think one of the things that was a really wonderful opening for me was realising that the world's an open place where we can act and we can make change. We don't have to sit and wait for an imaginary doom. We can be active agents in the world to make it better.
You were 39 when the world was supposed to end. What was that year like for you?
Oh, it was so fun. I had a great time. I had so much material for humour. It was wonderful.
Like what?
Yeah, it was. I was waiting for the tsunami that was going to sweep us all up to the Blue Mountain.
Wait, Chad says it's very hard for me to understand when it gets to a point why people don't start burning property. I remember the convo about violence and needs a why, but again, it gets to a point. Well, are you saying we should burn property because like we're trying to fight climate change? So I don't think setting things on fire is really going to help the climate or property, or burning a building down that could be turned into housing. You know what I mean? Like I really feel like there comes a point, but also culture normalizes these things. I mean, I think the issue here is always is like a deeper, broader reality in which like we have to accept that human beings are satisfied with the way the world is. What's a synonym? Guys, I need synonyms. They are just comfortable enough. They are all of us. Like, that's why, guys, that is why I'm so critical against the people with the largest microphones. You should be becoming more radical. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, how is it that the largest people with the microphones are lecturing their audiences about being too radical? Wasn't the whole point of liberating yourself out of poverty so you could be the most radical? Like, so you could take the most chances? So you could say the most radical things like people should be housed and education should be free and healthcare should be universal. Whoa, you know what I mean? Like, so you could, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't even understand what we're talking about here. Like, we should be talking about getting things together and raising our children with a better community. And like, I think the issue is like, we're all suffering, right? We're suffering. We're complicit. We're tired, we're exhausted. And also just a reminder, it is a part of this administration to make sure you are stressed enough not to care about others, because that is like psychology 101 apparently, that the more stressed you are, the more bigoted and less giving you will become. You know what I mean? So that is on purpose as well. Like if you're stressed enough, you just will not care about other people. And so that's a big problem, is that we need to alleviate people's stress so we can care about more people. That's why it's obnoxious when you are in a position of privilege to alleviate stress and you either do not take it or you either do not allow other people to take it. Again, listen, I had this thought when I took a break last time. I don't think I chose this life. Like I didn't choose to be the sibling that's always like, actually, like it just, you know what I'm saying? Like when I'm sitting with the family and someone says something, I'm like, racist, homophobic, actually, like I didn't, like, you know, it's a part of who I am, which is also why I'm the annoying streamer who's like, ooh, let's talk about crushes. And then people are like, ew, boo, you're no fun. I know. And I want to have fun. I just want to make sure that when we're having fun, it's safe. Because the terrifying part about life is I've had a lot of fun in very unsafe ways. And let me just tell you, girls, it's not good. Like, you know, like I would love to just have fun. I would love to just shoot the shit and fake flirt with people and make jokes and be edgy and not have it have like a huge consequence for people or / come at the expense of others. But it just seems like before we can even have fun, I got to clarify you're safe. And you won't even let me clarify because you're getting defensive, which signals to me you aren't safe. Because I'm just trying to clarify so we can keep making jokes. But we can't keep making jokes. Do you know what I'm saying? And so that's the problem is like, Chad says, I did not choose to be the oldest sister. I didn't choose to be the eldest sister or the eldest daughter or I didn't choose this. But also that plays into the whole like free will thing. Like, who else was I going to be but this annoying person? So then a part of me was like, I just want to be a good annoying person. Like, I'm just trying to be right and healthy and good for my community. But I know I too make mistakes. So I'm just trying to own them very quickly so we can get past it. Because I also don't want to, I don't want to be those men like that guy we did a review of, the J guy who was like, who made the most faux apology I've ever seen in my life. Like, this isn't what I want to be. But you see how he has almost 1 million followers on TikTok and I don't? Do you know what I'm saying? You think I don't want to be the popular girl that says the most basic fucking shit and gets paid $1 million? I want to be her, but I can't be her. It doesn't matter if I want to be the girl who goes viral and gets popular and everybody embraces her and she doesn't have any of the responsibility. Like, you think I don't, you know what I mean? You think you don't see Brittany Broski interviewing like celebrities and off a kombucha gif and think to yourself like, what the fuck? How the fuck did she do that? But what did Brittany Broski lose in that process? We ditched her. We don't watch her. She didn't know how to handle Palestine, which I understand, me neither, right? But it was worse. It was worse, right? She didn't come back from it. She wanted the responsibility, but couldn't handle it. And I'm saying, I think women get it way harder. But 2, I do think people want the fame and the credibility and the activism thing, but they don't want the responsibility. That guy who said the N-word with his Tourette's, okay, he ticked the N-word. You want to be an activist for Tourette's, but you can't apologize? You don't know how to fucking apologize? Do you know what I'm saying? People want to be the guy. Okay, Mother Teresa gets the Peace Prize, Nobel Peace Prize, but is torturing people with AIDS. It's like, Jesus Christ. Maybe society needs to start recognizing we might be fucked up about the people we make famous. And it's hard because we want to make people also likable. So then you have to be charismatic. And then we have Caesar in the news, right? Chavez now in the news. This charismatic leader who is like, he did a lot of good, but look at all the bad. And then people are like, why are you trying to ruin his reputation? He's a legacy. What about Gandhi sleeping with like naked young people to prove he wouldn't get tempted? Again, like, I think the world, you have to radically accept it and know that you exist and you're not unique. Like, I don't think I'm the exception. I don't think you're the exception. I think we're the people in that sort of evolutionary process that is supposed to do this work. I think that's us. I think we are meant to do this work. You know what I mean? We're meant to be the anomaly. So, if you looked at it like a map, okay? And I think like these are all the types of people you can be. Okay. I think eventually in our timelines, it turns red and we're the red, or sometimes we're the red here. You know what I mean? And I think we're supposed to be. I think the people who are trying to figure it out, we're trying to like do philosophy and trying to really, you know what I'm saying? I think that's us. I don't think we're better than the other people. I just think we're doing a different thing as a part of that a process. Because wouldn't that make more sense? You know what I mean? That there would be some sort of anomaly, or there would be, not an anomaly, that's the wrong word. There'd be some sort of deviation in the expectation that would eventually take us to the future. Because we can't keep doing what we're doing. There is no future in what we are doing. So wouldn't nature naturally create biological like creatures that existed that would get us to the next part of it? And wouldn't that be partially us? I say partially because there's more than just humans. And then wouldn't it be the most annoying people in your family, but also the most annoying people in your family who also are walking the talk the walk, or walking the walk? So it wouldn't just be annoying people. It would be people who actually are doing it. The people that, you know, aren't just saying they have a healthy relationship, they actually have one. The people that aren't just saying they can problem solve with their friends, they are problem solving with their friends. Not just the people who are like, oh yeah, like this is just what I believe, and they're doing it. Wouldn't it make sense? I feel like it's so obvious. That's why we're not special. We're just a part of the process. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you're going to talk, go talk, walk the walk. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I think the dilemma is that people aren't all playing those roles. That's why you got to know your role. Listen, I think Hassan is perfectly playing the role that was designed for him. And I'm perfectly playing the role that was designed for me to criticize him. Because I don't think he can be better. I think this is it. I think this is his peak. I think he'll try to become more normie. I think he will try to become more accepted by the masses. I think he will become somebody that was radical for a time, but is no longer radical. And I think that's how the cookie crumbles. That's how people are. You know what I mean? There's a reason why the fastest growing, quote, leftist voices are primarily men, white men, and they are primarily debate bros. Do you know what I mean? It's because that is already the status quo that fits within the world. The world will accept them, even if they're annoyed. But I think the future can't be that. We've already done that. It doesn't work. You know what I mean? We've already done this. Putting white men in charge just doesn't work. I don't know why we keep doing that. And we keep doing it because it's familiar, I think. And we know it. We know the construct. So yeah, like that's why I'm excited. I think the next 100 years is going to be so interesting. Like, oh, I'm so interested to see what will happen. I hope I'm alive for at least, how old am I? 36? I really hope I'm alive for another 50 years to see it. I would love to see some change because I think we're going to see something really cool. Maybe. Obviously, the true change will come way after I die, but I would love to be alive for at least another 50 years to see this, maybe the start of it, you know?
And I was waiting for the Y2K bug and none of it happened. And, you know, I had so many opportunities for humour with my kids and friends who knew what my life had been like. And New Year's Eve came and there I was kind of full of jubilance and laughing and saying, here we are and it hasn't happened. And getting up the next morning, and the next morning was remarkably like the one before and we were all still here. So it was for me a really fun time, to be honest.
Vicky, we've heard different theories on how the world might end. Do you have ideas of what you believe might happen?
I'm a part of an international group of people who are really trying to shift the energy on the planet. And last year and the year before, I took part in ceremonies over in Peru.
Oh, so now we're going to get answers about her spiritual beliefs.
To help with the energy on the planet. We're living in a time of duality and polarisation and separation, and it's time that we came into oneness. And the energy work that we do is actually to help move the old energy off the planet and bring in the new energy, which we call the new reality. And I actually believe that we're living in two realities right now. We've got the old reality and the new reality, and some people call it the new earth. And I believe that the new earth is here right now and that we are the ones that are creating that through our everyday actions, through our consciousness, through our oneness, through our community, and through doing things at the grassroots level, coming into our heart, acting as true and authentic people, and living in oneness as much as we can, really caring for each other, really caring for the planet, and living true lives with love in our hearts.
In terms of that sort of duality and the new reality, do you get a sense of, are we still living in that, or will there be a different kind of world?
There are people that have no idea of what's really going on. on the planet, and there are those that have become aware, some people call it awake, and they understand what's happening on the planet. I've heard many different hypotheses about what will happen. There's another planet waiting, so when the shift occurs, that there will be some on the planet that will be taken to this new Earth. It's a very interesting concept, but there are many prophecies that have prophesied the solar flash, where we could have 90 days of darkness. The Hopi Indians talk about the divide there's one river that divides into two, and a lot of ancient cultures talk about this time where there is actually a shift. And although we're trying to come into oneness, those that aren't ready yet will continue to do their learning on the planet while the rest actually shift into the new reality.
I swear, when I was in the debate bro bubble, this is what they thought the levels was. I swear. And I'm just letting you listen with love and peace and love and respect and all the jazz. Like, I think she's just the sweetest little being that's ever existed. But also, like, girl, please be serious. There's a genocide happening. Like, please lock in. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, like, please. But also, like, okay, I don't know.
Say that potentially that other planet, does that involve just humans or other beings?
Well, there are definitely other beings out there, and that's scientifically proven. They've, interjected with nuclear testing, and it's not talked about. There are definitely beings out there, and yes, there would be.
So you heard about this and have read about this in books? Is that where you sort of get your ideas from?
I'm curious. I become curious. I listen, I watch. I usually go off mainstream. I look at factual things. There are a lot of people out there that say a lot of different things are happening on the planet. And when I'm not actually sure, I go into my heart. I call it my truth filter. And I sit with that and I will find the answer.
When do you believe this might happen?
Well, I know that November this year is pretty...
She literally said, when the books and the data don't benefit me or support my hypothesis, I look inward. Trust me, bro, it's going to happen. It's like... I hear you and I see you, and I think there's a lot of ourselves we can trust. And I also say, this is why I say, guys, I want good grounded data. Do you see now why I say the path into meditation and enlightenment or whatever else, the humility of enlightenment should be before enlightenment, you chop wood and carry water, and after enlightenment, you chop wood and carry water. Not before enlightenment, you chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, aliens come and take you to a new planet. No, like, I want good, grounded data that lets us have a better relationship with existence and makes us better people, and I don't have to believe in aliens or believe in things that aren't real. I can just exist within what we know is true, and that's good enough,
Tumultuous,
right?
In that we have a lot of things that are teetering on the edge. We have, the global financial crisis. We have the possibility, the US elections that could have impacts right across the planet. But for me, I'm taking part.
So this was done in 2024, so they don't even know. They don't know Trump's about to be president.
In a worldwide ceremony. We're actually going to be closing 11 gateways that have been opened because...
Yeah, this is, you're right, Chad. It is the New Age bubble, gateways, beings. I've heard this from a lot of New Age people. Look, with peace and love, right? I get it. We all have a theory about what we're doing on the planet. I don't think, honestly, this sounds that different from Christianity or Islam or anything. I just think, like, we take patriarchal religions more seriously because it's patriarchy. But,
we're living in an expired world and we need to actually close those gateways.
This Russian historian, just like, oh, Lord.
Because there's new energy that's waiting to come in. So November could be quite a big month.
Jake, you've trained Vicky in survival skills. Do you share her concerns?
I'm not exactly the same as Vicky. I'm probably a little bit more cautiously optimistic. But I also look at the situation the way that it is. The shit's hitting the fan right now, is what I see happening. I'm not waiting for a date. I'm trying to get people to change now. They say life is the journey, not the destination. The destination ends the same for all of us, but we need to look after each other in the place in which we live.
Vicky, have you shared your views with your family, how you feel about...
Is she a transphobe? My favorite is when people talk like this and then they're like, but fuck the gays. And I'm like, hey, that's what I want to know. Is she transphobic? Is she racist? Is she homophobic? Is she any of those things? Because that's always my favorite. That combination is always my favorite.
The world and potentially November?
To a degree. I've got a couple of children and they don't see the same as me. And that's been difficult. And I do have grandchildren as well. And the grandchildren are very much aware of what's going on, more so than their parents. And I've tried to indicate to them, maybe you could do a little bit of prepping, and I've given them, 20-litre containers to put water in, to put under the house or the garage or whatever, and they're still empty. That's just an indication that they're not there, they don't understand it. They do think I'm a bit out there doing all this prepping, but as a grandparent I teach my grandchildren. They've learned how to build a shelter, they've learned how to make a fire. So I've given them some skills, but they're actually connected to the earth. And we need to take them back to that connection. We've been disconnected for too long. We've been separated and polarised.
If people come up to you and question your beliefs, what do you say to them?
Well, I'm probably discerning about what I say. It's very interesting. I probably ask them questions to gauge where they're up to.
See, I feel like she's very reasonable and sane within her bubble. I don't think she's experiencing psychosis or delusion. I think she just sounds like a Christian to me. You know what I mean? She's pretty functional. She looks good. She looks healthy. She looks like she sounds okay. She says, I'm discerning. There's a struggle. If this was my mom, I guess it is kind of my mom, to be honest. It is kind of like my mom. It's just like, Mom, I love you. No, I love you. My sister was just at my parents' house, and my mom was like, before you go, do you guys watch this video? Please, 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 please. My mom always does this. Please, 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 2-minute video. Watch this video. And my sister was watching it. I don't remember what it was about, something. And my sister just she goes, Mom, I love you. I don't like these videos. They're just very strange to me. I don't agree with you. I love you. Please don't show me these videos. Something like that. And my mom was just it was just one of those realizations of my mom will be sit down, watch this 5-minute video. Please, 5 minutes. Because she really thinks if we just watch the right video, we'll convert. It will come back to Christ. If we just watch the right video, we're going to get it. Right? And I get it. It's a hope that one day, because she's terrified for us. Look, my parents are terrified for us. They're really scared because they love us. And I'm saying, I love you so much. I really wish you would accept that even if you think this is objective, it has nothing to do with me, because I've accepted that I don't believe in it. But the problem is they do think it's objective. And that's why I try so hard not to make prescriptions in my own work, because I know what it's like. I know what it's like to have people say they have your best intentions in mind, they're really scared for you, and then just shove their bullshit down your throat. I'm not trying to shove anything down your throat, because I believe in informed consent. But since you're here on my platform, I will be very strong with my opinions, but I promise you, I'm not going to lose any sleep over you not believing me or deciding to live like me. Because I don't evangelize. I'm not an evangelical. I'm not going to go door to door and convince you to be more like me. You either are going to come to this conclusion or you're not. But girly, with peace and love, if I need to work that hard to convince you to care about people, you know what I mean? To feed the homeless, to feed people, to house people, you know what I mean? It should not even be that hard. You should just be yeah, sounds good. Do that. The fact that I'm pulling teeth to get people to you know what I mean? But again, I don't hold on to this fear of oh my God, the world's not going to get it. The world's going to do what it always did. This is why I say, don't be afraid. Just accept it. Do your best. Die.
Because I know there are some people that will mock me if I tell them too much about what I believe.
Okay,
but
so she's reasonable. So she's sane. She knows people will mock her. See, unlike Gabby Hanna, I think is Christian sane, but she's even too much for Christians, because she's girl, people are making fun of you, and Gabby doesn't care. But that's kind of insane. Even my parents care if people think they're crazy. That's how you know they're sane. Gabby isn't I'm not a therapist, so I couldn't say she's insane. But the reason she's obnoxious or unlikable is that she doesn't care about in any way being liked. In the bad way. Again, I'm not saying she's insane.
That I live, and I seem to know who will actually be on board with me. I seem to, whether it's a certain vibration that they hold or whether it's certain energy that they have, I seem to know, and I don't care really.
David, you're a historian. Why are we drawn to end of the world scenarios?
Great question.
Because they're exciting. It drives media, it drives a lot of gossip. It's particularly powerful today because we have this world of social media, which is far less disciplined and contained than traditional media. And so what it does is, a lot of what you see in the media is actually very precise and is absolutely true, that very bad things are happening. But what we don't get is all the other stories, the stories about interconnections. The one that grabs me is just the thought that if there's a landslide in Nepal we live in a world where people in, I don't know, Uruguay or Mongolia will reach for their checkbooks and send money. Now, that is something utterly new, and it's very good news about the world. What I think it's telling us is that there's a vast world of people who are willing to cooperate, to collaborate on a global scale. But that's not exciting. It's not going to get reported.
Patricia, after you were excommunicated by your church, you went on to study science and theology. Why do you think doomsday theories are so enduring?
When the world ahead of us seems extremely tedious, our lives are extremely boring, it's much easier to believe that there's going to be some grand cataclysmic event than the fact that I've got to get up and go to work again tomorrow. That's an appealing one. Definitely. It can make us feel like we're special people because we know something, in the same way that I was brought up with the idea that I was one of the special people in the latter days. You know, it can give a feeling of having something more than somebody else has.
Exactly.
I think the other thing that's actually very appealing about them, and I think the real negative that they have on our behaviour, is that they can take away our sense of agency. When the world appears despairing and we think there's nothing we can do, it's easier for us to say, well, I don't have any agency, than to actually realise that we do have agency and we can act, that we can be really engaged in powerful climate actions. It's easier to say, well, I can't really do anything, than to say, actually, maybe I can and I will.
What do you believe today? Are we nearing the end?
No, I don't believe that we are. I believe that the world is an incredible, wonderful place to live in. I believe that we need to take the climate incredibly seriously, but I don't believe there's a climactic apocalypse waiting for us. I think we have the agency to act. We have freedom. We can act in the world. And we only need to look at the history of the world to see how our own actions can make the world a better place. And combined action does make the world a better place.
David, what about you? Is the end nigh?
No, I don't think so. The sense that the end of the world is nigh has been present over and over again for thousands and thousands of years. The world of media creates unnecessarily negative view of the possibilities. And the great danger of that is that it destroys hope, because hope itself is a crucial resource. If you get too pessimistic, you give up.
Evita, you're a researcher in psychology. How does the media impact the way we view the future?
I think it's pretty understandable that the more you would be exposed to information and news that depicts war, crime, famine, pandemics, the more you might start to feel a sense of hopelessness about the future. And with that hopelessness, a sense that you can't really do anything to change it.
Are any groups more likely to be affected by this than others?
I think firstly it's important to consider how people get their information, where they get their news from, and I differentiate between active and passive news information. So active might be how we intentionally, before we turned on the television, we turned on the radio, that's how we got a newspaper, that's how we got our news. Passive is just this passive...
I just told my partner I am this close to newspapers again. Honestly, it's bad for the planet, but the way that I would just love to hold a newspaper, I'm not going to go back to it because it's not good. But, I'm so sick of these articles being written by who the fuck. And like, I almost want to, like, there was such a trust in the newspaper, but then even that wasn't true because each of our neighbors had different newspapers. Like if you're more conservative, you read a certain newspaper. If you're more liberal, you read a certain newspaper. But there was something so tangible about a newspaper. But it's kind of interesting.
The recipient of ongoing news, you might not even be looking for it. There were some Australian researchers during 2020 that found there were some cohorts that were more anxious about the pandemic news, particularly women more so than men, younger people more so than older people, and also people with a higher education.
Is there more negativity in the world today, or are we just exposed to more negative news?
When our neurons fire, they wire. So the more that you get information, the more that information is bad. The more you come to expect bad information. And that's why the more then people might say, I can't listen to the news, I don't want that, because the more they have had this bad information, the more stressful it is, particularly when you pair that with this passive receiving of information constantly via social media. And this could be even in the instance of you just enjoying your day, enjoying being in the garden, being at a friend's child's birthday party, you look at your socials and there's a bad news story. It is everywhere and it seems like it's everywhere, but this doesn't necessarily mean that it is something new.
Here's a snapshot of recent news coverage.
Russia's war raging on in eastern Ukraine.
Universities in protest against the war in Gaza.
Extreme conditions are on the way. It was a fire season like no other. Homes are still inundated.
The world will soon enter a pandemic phase. They're eating the dogs.
Superhuman artificial intelligence.
Too many people, not enough homes, creating misery and a sense of hopelessness.
Jasmine, you're ruled out having children because you're uncertain about the future. Does the news and social media play a role in your uncertainty?
Yeah, absolutely. The more that I watch and the more that I consume, I feel more panicked. And so the less I consume, the more hopeful, happy bright, bubbly I am. Yeah, so there is definitely that correlation between my consumption and, yeah, how I feel.
Do you find it affects your mental health?
Yeah, there is that feeling of hopelessness and you know, anxiety. I don't have anxiety, but I can definitely feel for those who do. That must be quite terrible. If I'm feeling quite panicked about it, yeah, they must feel, you know, 10 times worse.
Jake, you've been living in the bush for the past 7 years. Do you have much time for social media?
Oh, running a business, I have to have social media. The vast majority of people that come on my courses have seen me on Facebook. Living out in the bush, I certainly get a really good balance, and that's what I certainly promote on my courses with my daughter, with her friends, with our community. We are really, really pushing people to spend more and more time outdoors. When you're sitting there enjoying a few songs around a campfire, it's certainly far from the doom and gloom of your everyday prepping type things.
Violet, we've heard about constant exposure to bad news can affect our mental health.
By the way, the only reason I don't buy into the idea that it's like your phones or your TVs or your newspapers is because, you know, I do think you should isolate sometimes. I do think you should take a break. I do think you should camp. I think you should turn off the phone sometimes. But I also think that people have been doing that for thousands of years, and there was still chaos, and there were still problems, and there was still famine, and there was still, you know, so it's like this idea of like, we'll liberate ourselves by going into the bush, or that's, I assume, means like rural or country or something, or off grid. Or we'll get a farm, or we'll live rural, or whatever the response is. But again, if you're doing it as a response to, instead of finding out where you'll be peaceful, I used to think I wouldn't be happy unless I lived in the country because I was so exhausted from the city. But then I realized, oh, it's not the city or the country. Like, I'm going to be happy anywhere. I'll just say it right now. I will be happy anywhere. The only difference between the anywhere is the quality of life. Okay, I don't think my quality of life needs to be poor, like bad or negative or less than, because it's in a city or in the country. I think the quality of life can be good in those different environments. I think like there will be, you know, pros and cons to everything, but I think like the quality of life that follows me is me. Obviously, like I'm talking about environmental. I'm not talking about like I'll be happy living in the pit of a volcano. You know what I mean? Like, so I think that that's probably a part of the problem here is like, are you running away or are you actually finding out where you're joyful? And look, everyone is different. Environments are very important. Like, do not mishear me. Your environment is so important. And so is your mental health. Okay. They say you're depressed in if you're depressed in a Corvette or a Bugatti, you'll be depressed in a Honda. If you're depressed in a Honda, you'll be depressed in a Corvette or a Bugatti. You know, it's like you'll be depressed if you're depressed. That's not going to change anything. And your environment can definitely change things. Like if you're around a really triggering person or if you're around a really abusive situation, you more likely will suffer at a greater, in a greater way than necessary. And yeah, like again, when she said, for those suffering with anxiety, it must be horrible. And I thought to myself, joke's on you. It's just horrible no matter what. Even when my day is going absolutely perfect, if I'm having an anxiety spike and my anxiety gets the better of me, that's just like, that's the day, right? So, for me, I kind of think of like, that's why I think of disability as sort of like separate from environment sometimes. It can be impacted, but like, even if I was living in utopia, I would still have anxiety. I would still be disabled or disabled by my anxiety. And so that idea is like, maybe not to the same extent, or maybe things would be different. This is the layered thing that I need people to deconstruct and take apart. Am I unhappy because I'm in the city? Am I unhappy because my rent is high? Am I unhappy because I'm anxious? Am I unhappy? Why am I unhappy? Instead of just being like, I'm unhappy. Okay, why? I have a crush on this person. What does that mean? Why? Do you actually know why? Or do you just think like, oh, I guess I'm just, you know what I mean? That's what it sounds like to me, like, la, la, la.
Also, do you ever worry that you might be contributing to that?
Well, I think that's about shooting the canary, isn't it? We're in a situation where it's only going to get harder to live because of the erratic weather will cause food crisis, further cost of living crisis, further housing crises. I lived in the Northern Rivers for a while, and it's not Airbnb that's stopping the people from living in homes there. It's the massive floods that went through. And so if we're not like looking at the issues that we face and together trying to solve them, it's not like it's going to go away just because we turn off our phones.
Taukia, your birth home of Tuvalu is facing a climate threat. Are there fears for its future?
Maybe they should just turn off their phones. Maybe if they didn't have internet there, climate change wouldn't swallow their islands. Moana, take note. P.S. Moana, both first and second movie, made me bawl. The way I cried at the end of Moana 2. Oh my God. Oh my God.
People there, they know that climate change is happening because they can see it. They live with it. We usually prepare ourselves for storms around the months of November, December, January, February. Now, there's storms in June. And so people are sort of like confused because some of the cultural knowledge that's been passed down from generations about reading the weather, reading the oceans and all that sort of thing, changing as well. Climate change is happening because we are actually experiencing it.
Jake, you're a prepper and you're passing on your survival skills to your daughter. Does she ever say that she's worried about her future?
She hasn't brought it up. I keep things pretty light and fun when we're out doing our survival stuff. If we're tracking a missing dog or a missing cat, or even taking her out looking for a missing person once. She ended up finding me, actually, because we got a bit stuck in the bush and she had to cooey out to us. But we keep it light and enjoyable and age appropriate, but also I'm not going to pull my punches completely. I'm always making sure that she knows that there could be a time where we could be separated, even if it was just simply due to floods or bushfires or some kind of natural disaster, which is something which we all prep for as well. So she's got age appropriate reality check for things that may happen currently or in the future.
Jasmine, you don't want children because you have serious doubts about the future of the planet. Is prepping something that you might consider?
No, just to put it simply, yeah. I guess like a zombie movie, I think I'd rather be a zombie, you know, it seems like an easier out.
You recently found secure employment. Mm-hmm. Has that changed your outlook on your life and your future? Yeah,
it definitely makes me feel a lot more hopeful and a lot more secure in just day-to-day living. And it does make me think more long-term. Being in employment, in the same employment for 5, 10 plus years is something I've never considered before, which is very, very nice. Yeah, it's good.
Takia, you now live in far north Queensland by the beach. What's life like there for you?
I think I'll try to make it as simple as is. It's just like how I live my life back home in Tuvalu, with the idea that I will teach my boys, my kids, how to live life simple. You know, teaching them life skills, my cultural practice, trying to read the weather, trying to, you know, look at the different currents where we live, you know, and say there might be a storm coming up soon, you know, trying to have that sort of predictions. This is just to provide them with an option from what they learn from school.
Do you guys, do you fall in the category of people who like can smell rain coming, or they get a pressure headache from storms, or you can always feel when a storm is coming? Like, we keep the shutters closed, like in my office, like I don't have shutters, but sometimes I'll just be like, ow, oh no, there's a storm coming. And then I'll go look out the door and I'll realize like, there it is. Like, or I'll look at my phone and be like, yep, it's coming. That is not a universal experience. And that's just something that I think is really interesting about, like, you know, the way our bodies react to nature, like how things are happening. Like, I always used to be like, oh, do you smell that? Like, rain is coming. And people would be like, what do you smell? And I'm like, don't you smell that, bro? And like that stuff is like, again, it's not that you're special. It's just that we're all really experiencing, oh my God, did you see the aphantasia discourse on TikTok is happening again? I love this conversation. The aphantasia conversation is so fucking funny to me. Like, the people who don't know the differences between visualization and hallucination, oh my God, it is so fun. I love this conversation. It's happening again on TikTok. Everyone's arguing with each other over it again. And it's just like, it comes up every year because people can't fathom that we're having different relationships with our processors, like our brains, our noses, our senses. We're all just like not understanding that we're having a different relationship. It's so hard for people to fathom that the world isn't operating the way they operate, you know? It's so interesting. Like, okay, it's just like I can visualize everything, smell, textures, everything. I have a very heightened sense of imagination, but the moment you try to ask me to imagine numbers, they disappear. I struggled in math so hard because I can't imagine, like, I can see a 2 and a 7 and a 3 and a 5 and a 7. Wait, what was my first number? Like, I can see the numbers, and then when I get too far, I can't see the previous numbers, so I lose it. Versus an image, if you had me create an image of like a dragon and he was doing something over here and this was something over here, I could see it, I could feel it, I could smell it, but I can't. Once it's numbers, it disappears. And so like, it's just like, huh? What did I say? It's like, I almost see it like blur, like this. It almost like looks like magic and it disappears. But if I really try, I'm like, okay, I want to keep it in my head. Versus other people I know, oh, my grandpa, when he would try to teach me math, like, he's like, don't you see the numbers in your head? And I was like, no. He's like, you don't see the numbers? I was like, no. My siblings, a lot of my brothers, they hold numbers in their head so well. Like, it's insane. I'm like, huh? Like, I can't even remember what I said 2 seconds ago with numbers. Only numbers. My numbers are so bad. If I'm like, okay, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, I can read a word or a number and forget what the original number was so fast. It's so quick. I'm like, fuck. And then, like, you ever have to do a code in your phone and you're like memorizing a code and then you switch my chat's like 6767 and you switch to a different number. It's over. It's over. And that, but imagination, imagery. That's why I used to daydream so much as a kid, because I would tell myself these amazing stories. That's why my mom always said you should write stories. Amazing. I can just other worlds, building systems, rules about magic. Like, they're all in my head and I can keep it all together. I can keep it all together. That's why I never forget the levels. It's like, not like I forget my own levels. You know what I mean? But if it's math, if it's numbers, it's gone. It's gone. Okay. Oh, but fun fact, when my bestie was visiting, oh my God, my bestie was visiting. She needed her number. Like, we were buying tickets for something and we were going to use her phone number. And my partner's like, what's your phone number? And before she could say it, I said it. And she looked at me, she goes, you know my phone number? And I was like, bro, you've had the same phone number since you were in college. Yeah, you don't know my phone number? She goes, oh, I don't know your phone number. I was like, you don't know my phone number? And she was like, no. And I was like, oh. And I was like, literally, I only know like 3 or 4 numbers and hers is one of them. Her parents, my parents' cell phone numbers. Yeah, I only know like 4 or 5 numbers. My number, you know what I mean? I don't know very many people. I used to know everybody's numbers and now I don't. I don't know anybody's numbers, especially if you change in numbers all the time. Hell no. Okay. Okay, here Chat says 911. I can barely remember Europe's. It's 122, 221, 122. See, I have the hardest time remembering what it is. Isn't that stupid? It's the easiest number in the whole world and I can't remember what it is. 922, 122. I don't remember. I have to look at my phone. If I ever have to call emergency number, it's so hard. I lose it. I just can't keep it in my head. Isn't that crazy? 111. That's not what it is in Croatia. I wish it was 111. That'd be easy as fuck. No, I wish. Anyways.
If you ever have grandkids, do you think that they will get to see their cultural home?
I think so.
You'd like them to?
I would like them to. And I hope that they
Can you imagine you can't go back to where your parents grew up because it's literally the ocean took over?
will as well.
How important is that to keep the oral tradition going and the sense of connection to your culture?
It is very important. I think from the Tuvaluan perspective, that's how knowledge is passed down. Before colonisation, there's no school. But people teach their kids in their homes, and then it goes into the community. And that sense of community also provides that security. When there's a disaster, people work together. When there's cyclones, people build houses for one family. After that, they shift to another family and build another house. And that's how community should be working.
Jane and Simon, what kind of world would you like your grandkids to inherit?
I'd like my one grandchild to inherit a world where this has been taken seriously. But, I mean, I've got land in Tasmania because I thought I'd take them down there, we'd all be safe down there. But if society collapses, land in Tasmania is, even with prepping skills, I don't think it's going to save you. I think it's people coming together to bring that desperately dire future into people's minds now. So we take that emergency action now.
20 years you've been kind of working as this team. Like, how do you see the rest of your years together?
I hope that there's this incredible uprising and then I can just sit back and watch and then we can just be out in nature.
I think she means you and me.
Yes. That's right. No, you and me out in nature.
No. Yeah. I mean, I think it'll depend totally on health. We're very committed to each other. I can do this because I love her severely, but she's an incredibly intense person. So we're very forgiving, and we very much look after each other. And I think that's going forward, We've got a couple of health issues, so it'll depend a lot on that, but how active Jane can be going forward. But yeah, I think we're pretty good. Yeah.
Teamwork to the end.
Yeah, teamwork. Good family.
Varsha, is the future something you feel like you can afford to worry about right now?
I feel like the whole idea of talking about the end of the world is something that there's a little bit of privilege in even talking about that, because it's this long-term ideology, whereas I think for a lot of people who maybe are lower income or are having it tough, it really is the everyday struggle. So I feel like the entire discussion itself, sometimes it's like, will I be able to afford a house? So
what's more of a privilege, only worrying about paying your bills or worrying about the end of the world? Or worrying about climate crisis or bigger problems? Because some people would say, I wish I could go back to only worrying about paying my bills, or I wish I could only go back to being ignorant and only thinking the only thing that matters is me graduating college. Like, I wish I could go back to a naive college kid that was only worried about my grades, and then you worry about how the world is made and then how the world is, and then you worry about genocide and all these other problems. Like, which one really is more of a privilege? And then do we even need to play this game? Because both have their advantages and disadvantages, right? Like both are kind of the same. Like, if only I could go back to a world where, like, I thought the biggest problem in my life was like getting married and having kids or graduating school or getting a good job. But now it's like, oh my God, look at all these other problems we have to worry about. You know, it's an interesting conversation about like which one. I just think both have their disadvantages. But I would say the best one to be is one that is neither. The best one to do is a radical acceptance that you are a part of the world and you are nature and this is what it is and you can still do something about it, right? Like, don't worry about climate change, accept that like it's happening and we should do something about it. So something like that.
Of things. I think I'm lucky enough to be able to.
Ooh, good point. Chet says it's like different end of the world. Like the end of my world isn't the end of the world. That too, like that realization of like, yeah, that's what's hard is like you work so hard in your life just to have, you want time to retire or be with your family. And yet there's all these problems and it kind of can feel like, when do I get to enjoy my life if there's always a climate crisis? And that's why I say one of the best ways to enjoy life for Brittany, at least, and this is just speaking for myself, is to recognize my life is enjoyable while I worry about the climate crisis. Because it is a part of my life. I am not separate from the climate crisis. I am the climate crisis. You know what I mean? Something like that, right?
Think about that. But for a lot of people, it's about, can I put food on the table tomorrow? So I think that's how I see it, instead of just asking myself these existential questions, because I think it can get yourself into a spiral sometimes.
Patricia, you grew up in a doomsday religious group, but you're now confident that the world won't end. Where does your hope come from?
Looking around me, looking to the past and looking to the future. When I look to the past, I see the way that people have worked in the past to make beneficial change in the world that has addressed the problems that we have. I think a classic example is there was a point in time where people thought slavery was natural. It was a natural state of existence. It would continue forever because it was a natural state of existence. People together worked to end that, to make the world a more fair and a just place. When I look around me now, I see people working energetically to address the reality of climate change and the impact that that's having on our world. I look to the future and I guess I really believe in hope. I think people have a remarkable resilience and capacity for change, for doing good in the world and for coming together and making it better. Sounds a bit cheesy, but I do.
Jake, what if you're wrong and society doesn't collapse? Has it all been a waste of time?
Oh, that'd be wonderful. It certainly hasn't been a waste of time. And if it started to, I reckon we start a preppers dating site, because there might be a few people here that might get a few buzzers for people. But no, it's the journey, not the destination, and the journey's been wonderful. We're out.
Did his wife divorce him because he's a prepper? Because he has a daughter. Is the wife in the picture?
Having a happy and healthy existence. Yeah, we do have a bit of doomsday prepping type conversations around the campfire, but we enjoy that as well. You know, that's part of our culture, if you like, whether the end is nigh or not. I think we
Our culture is crazy.
really need that shift in consciousness where people realise that all that matters is that we care for each other and the place in which we live.
Vicky, what about you? What if you're wrong come November? The world as we know it is still the same.
If it's the same, I know that the energy on this planet is shifting, and I know that the new energy...
Wait, so does she mean Trump being elected? Wow, see how the U.S. elections really play into the supernatural stuff? So what's that about? What do we think she thinks? Trump's been elected. We're in March. Things are crazy. Do you think she thinks things stayed the same or they changed? Because I would say they stayed the same. They just got worse. But like it was always going to, you know what I'm saying? It was always going to get worse. I don't know. Earlier, let's see, they said he has shared custody, so I'm guessing mom is alive. Oh, okay, there you go.
Is coming in. I think we all need to accept personal responsibility. You know, I have stood up with Jake at certain things as well because I love the land. And I think that we're arrogant if we think we're the caretakers of Mother Earth, because she's actually the caretaker of us.
You have your caravan, you have a whole new set of skills. What have you learnt about yourself over the past few years?
I've gained a lot more resilience in a totally different way to what I had previously. I've connected with a lot of really wonderful people. I'm aware that I'm very much a part of a much larger consciousness, which I work with. I've actually turned off the TV. I don't listen and watch it anymore, and I think that's a really good step in the right direction. I have gone back to the bush. I've become more connected. Just being an active person in my community.
Habibi, how are you going to show up on a show where I'm watching you on a screen? Is this not the TV? I mean, it's the computer, but like, that's the TV of the Gen Zs. So like, how are you going to be like, I turned it off, it's for the best? Also, you know what I'm saying? When you're in the business of converting, you know what I'm saying? You almost have to betray your own values.
That I ever wasn't, but just in a totally different way. My whole life has just shifted.
This is their public TV, so this is going to be on TV. So she's saying people should turn off the TV and not watch SBS?
And I feel a whole lot more positive about what's happening on the planet now because I can see where it's going.
Yeah, great point, Chet, that she's definitely on her computer. She has to be on her computer because she said she does her own research. So she's definitely on her computer.
Thank you so much, and thank you to you all for being.
See, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is what I'm always saying about people. Girl, you know, come on now. Okay, let's read the comments. Living in a van is standard in Australia now. No one can afford housing. Sad. While you're allowing comments, I mean, don't they always? Absolutely nothing wrong with prepping, but if nuclear war happens, no amount of prepping will save us. I think prepping can be more for getting through the temporary bad times and events than preparing for like Mad Max. Beautifully diverse. We don't see things as they are. We see them as we are. I love baked beans. I'll be just fine. I'm a wee bit of a prepper. I've got an emergency and a prepared for flooding. I mean, I don't even know if that's prepping so much as like being responsible, right? What's the difference from just being a responsible adult and having like a backpack to take to the hospital and like a prepper, right? Doesn't prepper have to be like, you know what I mean? Like a long haul kind of attached to a weird philosophy type thing. I don't know. Let's see. Vicky needs some practical help getting a diesel heater installed. I'm all for prepping, but I've noticed that canned food these days doesn't always hold up in extreme weather. Exactly. Like things go bad. Let's see. Agree at 70, no fear, but learn skills. This has disappeared out of our lives. Fortunately, I was raised in a small farm. Young ones are seemingly oblivious. See, this is what I'm saying. Old people were like, industrialization, getting better things for our kids. Oh my God, our kids are benefiting from a world where they don't have to kill their own animals. Boo, our kids know nothing. They don't kill their own animals. And I'm like, ugh. It's like you raised us to have supermarkets and then you're mad we have supermarkets. Or like you gave us the ability to not have to go out and get our own, you know what I'm saying? Like make a decision. Which one was it? I'm telling you, it's like you're romanticizing. Like my dad would be like, okay, my partner and I joke about this all the time. I always joke. This is a joke. It's a joke. I joke because we were putting up a painting the other day, like on the wall or like a picture. And, you know, he did it all. And I just sat there on the side and I was like, man, I really am pansexual. I can't do shit. And I was like, but you're being so lesbian right now. Thank you. And, you know, he was just like, yeah, you know, I am a bit of a lesbian. I was like, you're a lot of a lesbian, really. But like we were talking and I was like, this is the kind of stuff that like, you know, your dad goes, does he know how to use a drill? I'm like, look, baby, I barely know how to use a drill. Okay, bro. Like he can use a drill is all we need to know. But like this idea of like, we're not going to build shit. We're at most going to put up a painting. Listen, I used to fantasize too about making my own cutting boards and building my own shelves and building my own table. Girl, with peace and love, I don't want to do it. Okay, it's the same thing with like having a garden. I want a garden I can lay in. I don't want a garden I have to take care of. Okay, I want rose bushes. Like, I don't want, this is not a hobby for me that I enjoy. I don't want to do it, but I want to reap the benefits of it. I will pay somebody. One day, I hope to make enough money to pay somebody to come. You know what I'm saying? It says, just watch a video on YouTube on how to drill, easy to learn. Okay, again, you're not understanding. Hear me when I say this. It doesn't matter how many times my brothers have tried to teach me to use a drill or anybody has taught me to do it. I'm telling you this right now. I will not retain information that I find useless. unless I need a drill, and trust me when I say this, I never need a drill, I'm not going to remember how to do this. This is what people have to understand about people. The reason we live in a community is I don't have to learn how to use a drill. I can ask someone to help me. You know, Chess said I was just jesting. I mean, I'm jesting too. I'm making a little jokey too. But like, hear me when I say this. What's the point of living in a community if I can't ask my neighbor for help? You know what I mean? We're all anti-hyper independence, but then you want me to learn how to use a drill? I don't want to be an independent girly, you know, but I do. But I don't. You know, that's kind of the irony of it. You know, if we do everything on our own, then when will someone help me? When will I need my neighbors to help me, you know? That's really the question. With that said, I remember I talked to, I don't even know if she's a public figure anymore. You know when you meet somebody in your career that used to be a public figure, but you don't know if they're a public figure anymore? It's just a me problem. And you never know if you should use their name or if you should not use their name because you don't know if you're like actually talking about a public figure anymore. That's how I feel sometimes when I met people in my past. Anyways, I met this woman and she would talk about her goals of like living in a neighborhood that's a little bit more structured. Like maybe you have a neighbor who's a doctor. And so instead of going to the emergency room, you could call them. Or maybe you have a neighbor that can help, you know, maybe someone's having a moment, you can call them instead of the police. Yeah, in an ideal world, we would call our community members to come help and understand that that does put people in our business and understand that people would hopefully mind their business even after. And in a reality where like people are already overworked, they certainly can't volunteer to be that call. And yet, hopefully, if somebody calls you, you could take 10 minutes out of your day. And we're not entitled to that. And like, there's a lot of ands here. Here's the problem is like, because we don't have community, it's hard to imagine it. But if you told me, okay, Brittany, you have to live on a 50-acre plot of land with your whole biological family. Okay, 12 of us. How do you make it work? Easy. I know everyone's personalities, everyone's flaws, everyone's like skills. I could build a perfect society that would be imperfect because we're imperfect, but we could make it work. We could do it. But that's because we know each other and we know we know everybody's flaws. When you imagine this with strangers, it's a little harder to conceptualize and it does feel a little scary. You know, what does that look like? Who am I relying on? And that's kind of like why we talk about government intervention is the idea that the system would be the middleman to the amongst us. And if it was well or orchestrated, it would actually be it would make sense because it wouldn't rely on us doing all of the heavy lifting. It would rely on the system giving us something to look forward to or something to give us an outline or something to give us structure, right? That would say, okay, we're going to stop at red lights and we're going to go at green lights. Okay, everybody good? You know, we don't sit there and have people protesting on the side of walks, you know, green light, stop, green light, stop. Like nobody sits there and spends any of their resources protesting light systems because, you know, it's something we all agree, like pretty good. It's pretty good. That's a pretty good idea. It seems to work. We need to find more ways through the system where most of us would say, yeah, that's good. Let's do that. And a big part of it is also not taking it for granted that it does exist because at some point there were no streetlights. There were no, you know, there weren't even street lamps. But at some point, there were not traffic lights. You know, we had to come together and be like, you know what's a good idea? Traffic lights. You know? And that's what I want for people to do. I wish we were brainstorming more traffic light ideas, more vaccination ideas, more education ideas. I wish we were brainstorming all of those things versus what we do brainstorm. But who can fault people? Because like we are such a product of our environment. Oh my God, what? Rebecca Watson has a new video called Inside Hugh Jackman's Weird Cult, and I don't even know what to, oh my God, I gotta click on that video. I gotta watch that video. What? Hugh Jackman has a weird cult? Who's Hugh Jackman? Not the star. The actor? No way. Distracted. This is why I can't look at things when I'm monologuing. Distracted. What? No. Is that real? I'll watch that later. Listen. Wait, what? Maybe it's a different Hugh Jackman. Maybe it's a different one. Hold on, let's click on it.
Recently, the actor Hugh Jackman made gossip rag headlines for doing a little song and dance at the 90...
No, it is Hugh Jackman. Sings at Rupert Murdoch's 95th. Ew, Hugh, ew. Boo. That's what I'm saying, ew. Ew, boo. No. What? Oh, Jesus Christ. When is enough money enough? When are you rich enough to make good decisions? Do you know what I'm saying? When are you rich enough to make better decisions? Apparently never. That's why I say money it doesn't change you. It exposes you. I'm sorry. It doesn't change you. It exposes you, period. Okay? Ugh. Yes, and chat says the video Mel Hamlet did on his divorce helped me see him better. Let me tell you, the moment I heard he was getting divorced, I was like, he's over. I'm over him. The moment he was leaving that woman and she had to sign whatever, I was like, I'm over him. Him and Ryan Reynolds can kick fucking rocks. Okay, I was over them. By the way, Ryan Reynolds was married to Scarlett Johansson when he met Blake Lively. Just a reminder, after the divorce, Scarlett Johansson said she'll never believe in love again. And now she's married to that funny guy on SNL, allegedly funny guy, the white guy. Okay, but let me just tell you this. I will never forget. I will never forget. So go fuck yourself, Ryan Reynolds. Okay, I don't even like Scarlett Johansson like that. But I'll never forget. I'll never forget. Okay. Anyways, I need to wrap up this stream. Hold on. Let me think about how I'm doing this. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I think we did a lot of good today. I think to that OG commenter that was upset about the crush thing, look, with peace and love, I get it. It can be upsetting to face yourself. The world certainly doesn't want to do it. Really, it is that deep. It always is. And I understand. I get defensive too. I get triggered. I get PDA triggered, right? We certainly want, we have this pervasive drive for autonomy. I get it. But I would just really recommend that when you feel that feeling, which we all feel, and we're going to feel it forever, we take a moment to deconstruct that feeling of defense, and just know that the louder I am on stream, the more passionate I'm becoming. But I'm really just trying to express, my passion. I'm really, I'm not tied to the results. So it is going to be what it is. But listen to me when I say this. White men with microphones will never be our liberators. I refuse to engage in it because the male would have to be so deconstructed, and the statistical probability of this is just 0. I would just say men under patriarchy, it cannot be our liberation. It's not to say women are liberation. It's to say that people who have deconstructed will be the voices, and collectively, I'm telling you, it's going to be a queer something, like a collective of just like out of the boundary. Oh, where is this guy? Wait, hold on. I saw this preacher. At least he was talking in, I call it like poetry. Hold on. Non-binary speech, patriarchal scripts. He was talking about why, I wish I had his video. Who was he? He was talking about why patriarchal or traditional cultures fear non-binary people. And it's because they live outside of the script in a way that is so obviously independent. And it really scares the status quo, the sense of identity. And look, you're not wrong for being scared. Change is scary. I think it is wrong and bad for everybody that we do not allow ourselves to be scared enough to change, and then free enough to stop being afraid of that change. Like, don't do anything because you're afraid, but certainly do not double down because you're afraid. Like, certainly do not ruin your relationships with your loved ones because you're afraid. I was thinking about this today with my parents. Like, people will say, like, oh, I can't believe you stopped talking to your parents over politics. I didn't stop talking to my parents over politics. I haven't even stopped talking to my parents, by the way. Just for the record, we didn't stop. I'm still talking to my parents. They're just not talking to me. They'll tell you I'm not talking to them, but they're not talking to me. Because I really want to talk. I'm dying to talk. Oh my God, I would love it if we could talk. I want to talk so badly. Let's talk. Oh, but you just want to talk about what you don't want to talk about. You don't want to talk about what I want to talk about. Okay. See, I want to talk. It's other people who don't want to talk. Because they don't want to have the conversation about, what do you mean you have a crush? What do you mean this is normal? What do you mean that's cultural? What do you mean that's just how it is? I want to talk so badly. So again, I am never going to shut down conversation, but do not come to me and say, oh, I want to talk, but you don't want to talk to me. I want to talk. I will always be ready to talk. But we better be you know, having the conversations that I think we need to have, that we both should be wanting to have. If to even say, I want to protect the children in this family, and then to silence the children, it's like, excuse me? What are we even talking about? You know, what are we even talking about? Pro-lifers and conservatives, you know what I mean? It's all for the children. It's all for the children. Girl. If it was for the children, the world would look much different. Let me tell you that. All right, girls, I'll see you tomorrow. Love is Blind. We're doing it. Do not distract me. We're doing it. I have so much to say on Love is Blind. I have so many clips to show you. It'll be fun. It'll be good. And with that said, thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. And thank you for becoming members, for those of you who joined this stream. And I will see you tomorrow. Okay, bye-bye.